Chapter 1412. In the southern border of the god world, in front of Sunrise Divine Palace, a god was dyed red, shocking everyone. The war god, whose name shook the entire god realm, fell from the sky and crashed into the ground with a loud thud. In front of the divine palace, the moon goddess was frozen in shock. Gradually, an abnormally terrifying energy began to spread through the air, blotting out the sky and the moon. Within the god-slaying array, God Lord Qilin stared in shock at the moon goddess in front of him. Ah! Grief and rage intertwined. The moon goddess began to glow with white moonlight. Everyone stared at her in shock. The god-demon experts of the southern border all looked at the divine palace, their minds in turmoil. What had happened? Why was this energy so powerful? In front of the Sunrise Divine Palace, the moon goddess, who disliked war and was unwilling to fight with others, exploded. She was definitely at the 5th level. Her supreme divine power spread out, stirring up the wind and clouds. The cold moon trembled in the sky, and under the guidance of the moon goddess, chaotic energy descended from the heavens. This terrifying sight made both humans and gods tremble in fear. A divine bow appeared in the moon goddess's hand, its golden light illuminating the world. This is, within the god-slaying array, God Lord Qilin grimaced. The primal chaos divine bow. The appearance of the divine bow caused the world to mourn. Blood erupted from the moon goddess's body, transforming into an arrow of blood that appeared on the bow. Die. Furious, the moon goddess's eyes turned scarlet. She pulled the primal chaos divine bow to its fullest and fired the arrow of blood. Within the god-slaying array, God Lord Qilin's face darkened as he gathered the energy of wind and lightning in his palms to block this attack. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided head-on. A terrifying shockwave rippled out, and the entire southern border began to shake. Ugh! The shock waves caused the moon goddess's hands to spurt blood, dyeing the bow red. In front of the god-slaying array, the 4 god lords who had taken the arrow of the primal chaos divine bow were also heavily injured. In their battle with the rising sun dragon god, the 4 of them had been severely injured and were no longer at their peak. Now that they were facing the crazed moon goddess, even the 4 hall masters of the god palaces began to show signs of fatigue. In front of the divine palace, the injured moon goddess ignored her injuries and once more pulled the primal chaos divine bow to its fullest. Her blood gathered into an arrow of blood that shot toward the 4 god lords. Boom! Strange lights constantly rose around the 4 of them as they used secret techniques to heal their injuries and barely managed to maintain the formation. The invincible god Slayer War and the invincible god experts. The 4 of them joined forces to take on the primal chaos god bow over and over again. In front of the Sunrise Divine Palace, the moon goddess had used up more than half of her blood chi, but the hatred in her eyes did not diminish. The chaos divine bow exuded a shocking power. Once the gods were enraged, they would not rest until they were dead. The moon goddess displayed an astonishing amount of willpower as she forcefully endured her injuries and continuously used the chaos divine bow to wear down the 4 divine masters' power. In the distance, Erin Ming Monarch clenched her fists as she watched the intense battle unfold. At the side, the white-haired figure in plain clothes stood there quietly, showing no intention of attacking. Jiming, what are you waiting for? In the end, Erin King couldn't hold it in any longer and asked, "An opportunity to defeat the enemy." Ning Qin replied, "If we wait any longer, the moon goddess might die." Erin King sternly said, 1,000 years ago, during the Demon Slayer War, the human realm was indebted to the moon goddess. We cannot sit by and do nothing. Wait, Ning Chen replied with a single word. Beneath his brows, which were covered in demonic patterns, there was no light in his cold eyes. Anger rose in Erin's heart. Was it really the right choice for Ji Ming to travel the god world as a demonic form? No matter what, she could not sit by and watch something happen to the moon goddess. With this thought in mind, Aaron King began to gather energy as she prepared to attack. In front of the god palace, the moon goddess used her own blood to create arrows that constantly bombarded the god slayer array. Within the array, the 4 divine masters blocked one attack after another. Even though they were heavily injured, they still managed to block the moon goddess's frenzied attacks. Gradually, the moon goddess's blood nearly dried up, and she could no longer draw the chaos divine bow to its fullest. Around the divine palace, the rising sun divine generals watched the tragic battle in front of the divine palace. They wanted to help, but were powerless to do so. Hold on. She won't be able to last much longer. Within the God Slayer array, God Lord Azure Dragon looked at the moon goddess and said. Before he finished speaking, the moon goddess, who had exhausted all her vitality, suddenly staggered in front of the sunrise divine palace. She could no longer hold on. Now is the time. God Lord Chilin's eyes erupted with blazing light as he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The Chilin roared, swallowing the heavens and extinguishing the earth. God Lord Chilin gathered all his energy and unleashed his strongest attack. Roar! The divine generals watched in shock as the Chilin phenomenon opened its mouth and attempted to swallow the moon goddess. The moon goddess was about to fall, and at this critical moment, demonic chi erupted as a white-haired figure in plain robes stepped out and swung his sword to block God Lord Chilin's attack. The Chilin and the Phoenix clashed once more, and the 2 massive phenomena clashed in the sky, throwing the winds and clouds into chaos. Nearby, Aaron King also appeared. When she saw Ji Ming standing in front of the moon goddess, her clenched fists gradually relaxed. He had finally intervened. Aaron, take the moon goddess and leave. Ning Chen coldly ordered from the rising sun divine palace. Aaron King nodded, and her figure flashed as she took the heavily injured moon goddess away from the battlefield. You again. Within the god-slaying array, God Lord Chilin looked at the white-haired youth in front of him and said in a low voice, You actually didn't die. Since none of you are dead, I naturally won't die either. The god-ending sword appeared in Ning Chen's hand, and blood-colored patterns spread across the sword before stabbing into his arm. A powerful sword might spread, causing the entire divine palace to tremble. Raise your sword. Ning Chen raised his hand and slashed the immortal sword with his left hand. Instantly, blood gushed out as an unparalleled sword intent howled and spread. As the sword intent spread, all things in the world trembled. Sword light soared into the sky, turning into sword clouds that lined the horizon. This was the strongest sword. The entire divine world was shaken, and all the sword-wielding gods in the vast divine world felt it and looked toward the rising sun divine palace. What a powerful sword intent! In the eastern part of the divine world, a youth with an ancient sword on his back felt the powerful sword intent ripples from the southern border and narrowed his eyes. The next moment, the youth's figure disappeared as he flew toward the southern border of the divine world. In the rising sun divine palace, the battle of the gods had come to an end. Knowing destiny had intervened and faced off against the 4 severely injured god lords. Ning Chen moved, and 10,000 swords followed him. A shocking sword might slashed toward the god-slaying array. The god-slaying array rumbled as the 10,000 swords shook the god-slaying array, which was already incomplete, suffered another blow, and showed signs of collapse. Endless sword light spread across the god-slaying array like a flood. Tens of thousands of attacks struck at the same time, causing the 4 god lords to suffer even more injuries. Retreat! God Lord Chilin ordered from within the god-slaying array. The situation was unfavorable. The divine palace's army immediately retreated upon hearing the god lord's order. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. In front of the rising sun divine palace, Ning Chun waved his hand and summoned the remaining 3 immortal swords. 10,000 swords attacked, and within the god-slaying array, the 4 god lords' injuries worsened. They couldn't heal their injuries, even if they wanted to. Suddenly, 4 immortal swords appeared in front of the 4, their might boundless. Heavily injured, their bodies were no longer at their peak. The 4 worked together to block the immortal might, but the intense impact dyed their chests red. Ning Chen walked out from before God, Lord Qilin, ending immortal in his hand, his killing intent thick. Within the array, the 4 god lords led by God, Lord Qilin, hurriedly retreated, not daring to continue fighting. But in a battle of speed, who could be faster than the phoenix? Ning Chen advanced step by step. He seemed to be neither fast nor slow, but he was actually extremely fast. Unable to avoid the killing intent, the 4 god lords retreated 10,000 miles while Ning Chen pursued. Sword clouds followed in the sky, forming a sword array that sealed off all paths of escape for the 4 god lords. Despicable. God, Lord Qilin, was enraged. If they hadn't been so severely injured in the battle with the rising sun demonic god, they wouldn't have been forced into such a state. Qilin, Doomsday, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, the 4 god lords working together, were unable to stop the phoenix at its peak. They could only rely on the god-slaying array to barely hold on. Beneath the sword clouds, Ning Chen used the sword array to suppress the 4, not giving them a chance to counterattack. This was their best chance. As long as the 4 of them were still in the array, they could only advance or retreat together, unable to escape. Within the array, seeing that there was no hope, God, Lord Black Tortoise, clenched his teeth and bellowed, transferring all his injuries to himself. Boom! The 4 of them were heavily injured, and God, Lord Black Tortoise's meridians exploded. Black Tortoise! The other 3 god lords cried out in alarm. Run! God, Lord Black Tortoise, stood in front of them and shouted. Within the array, the 3 god lords did not dare to linger and immediately retreated. The ending immortal swept across God, Lord Black Tortoise's throat. Ning Chen strode forward and pressed his hand against God, Lord Black Tortoise's head, causing primal chaos devil chi to surge out and devour his body. 2 of them. Ning Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at the 3 in front of him. Then he stepped forward and pursued. Streaks of light streaked across the southern region. Ning Chen was unwilling to let go of the 3 divine masters who had retreated in defeat. He was determined to kill them all. At the same time, in front of Sunrise Divine Palace, King Erin was doing all she could to heal the moon goddess, her expression grave. Big brother. A few moments later, the moon goddess opened her eyes and struggled to her feet. Below the Sunrise Divine Palace, on the ground, amidst the rolling waves of dust, a man dressed in golden battle robes lay in a pool of blood. He was almost dead. Big brother. With King Erin's support, the moon goddess descended from the heavens and staggered forward. The former war god of the god world lay quietly in a pool of blood, his body bathed in blood. In that world-shaking battle, a god had sacrificed his life to protect the person he treasured the most. The moon goddess raised a trembling hand and stroked her brother's face, her heart in pain. Tens of thousands of years of depending on each other had vanished in a single day. Tears began to flow from the moon goddess's blood-red eyes. Even a god couldn't help but weep. 2 immortals, could you step aside? At this moment, a young and tender voice sounded out timidly from behind the 2 of them. Hearing this, the moon goddess was shocked and turned around to look. Behind the pair, the small gourd was holding 3 drops of blood with astonishing divinity as it whispered, "Immortal elder sent me to save this immortal elder." 3 drops of heart blood, 1 drop of vermilion bird blood, 1 drop of phoenix blood, and the last drop was the small gourd's own blood. Chapter 1413. For figures flew across the southern border. knowing destiny chased after 3 god lords for 100,000 li, vowing to eliminate the source of the problem. In front of them, within the god-slaying array, the 3 god lords led by God Lord Qilin were still getting worse. Even their bodies would not be able to quickly recover from their heavy injuries. Behind them, the Phoenix was flying at extreme speed. The Qilin and the Phoenix were gods whose names had shaken the ancient era. Today, they would have their final battle. After running for 100,000 li, the Qilin, Azure Dragon, and White Tiger God Lords found it difficult to shake off their pursuers. Their expressions turned grim as they rushed toward the Heaven Realm. However, the Heaven Realm was more than 1 million li away from the southern border, and the 3 god lords were severely injured. You can't escape. As the Phoenix flew past, Ning Chen emerged from its flames, ending immortal in his hand, his killing intent obvious. After another clash, Ning Chen's figure flashed as he slashed his sword at the even more heavily injured god Lord Qilin. God Lord Qilin was shocked, and he used what little divine yuan he had left to block the immortal sword. Rumble. God-slaying immortal sword sent God Lord Qilin flying back another 1,000 feet. Within the god-slaying array, the 3 god lords breathed together to disperse God Lord Qilin's injuries. The supposedly invincible god-slaying array had become a burden. The 3 god lords' injuries were accumulating faster and faster, and they were gradually finding it difficult to hold on. The 3 god lords also realized this. They looked at each other and were forced to sever their connection. The god-slaying array dispersed, and the 3 god lords returned to their original forms. A Qilin, an Azure Dragon, and a White Tiger appeared in the sky, their shocking might causing the world to change color. Finally willing to come out of the turtle shell, Ning Chen coldly said as he looked at the 3 god lords, "Great Sword World." With a roar, ending immortal appeared in Ning Chen's hand, and a sword world appeared. Sword intent spread through the air, engulfing the entire battlefield. Within the sword world, strange light rose as the 3 immortal swords appeared once more, shrouded in a murderous aura. In the sky, 10,000 swords turned into a cloud of swords that slashed at the 3 god lords. Azure Dragon God slaying order. Of the 3 god lords, God Lord Azure Dragon unleashed his full cultivation. Azure light dazzled as the image of a massive dragon appeared and clashed with the 10,000 swords. The heavily injured god, Lord Azure Dragon, found it difficult to block all these swords. The immortal slaying sword silently appeared, piercing through the dragon image and plunging into the god lord's chest. Pooh! Blood dyed the sky red. Within the stream of swords, the white-haired figure reappeared and pressed a hand against God Lord Azure Dragon's head. Ah! God Lord Azure Dragon screamed as his divine yuan and blood energy were rapidly sucked away and devoured by the chaos devil Qi. Not far away, the Qilin and the White Tiger God Lords were stunned when they saw the scene. The 2 divine masters didn't even have 10% of their divine body's cultivations, so they had no choice but to harden their hearts and turn around to escape. You think you can leave? Ning Chen waved his sword amidst the thousands of sword streams. Sword light gushed out like a waterfall. The limitless sword of infinity shocked the heavens and earth. Wherever the sword passed, the void was destroyed. The 2 divine masters in front of him hurriedly tried to dodge, but their bodies were heavily injured and they were powerless. Bang! In the clash of sword streams, the 2 divine masters were dyed red. The once renowned hall masters of the gods were like tigers that had fallen from grace, and now they were being chased by the life-knowing expert. Damn it! The Qilin Pavilion Master was unwilling. His 10,000-year-old plan was about to succeed, but had been destroyed in a single day. He was unwilling. Furious, the Qilin Pavilion Master's body seethed with divine yuan as he used the last of his energy to transform it into a sure-kill move that could slay gods and demons. The Qilin angrily roared in the air, blue lightning crackling around his body as he charged at the life-knowing expert. The master of God's final counterattack was earth-shattering. As the Qilin stepped through the air, the void collapsed one after another. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes at the Qilin phenomenon in front of him. Knowing that this was God Lord Qilin's final counterattack, Ning Chen stomped on the ground and swiftly dodged. But the lightning-clad god, Lord Qilin, and the last of his cultivation were able to match the phoenix's speed for a short period of time. After dodging for several seconds, the Qilin phenomenon finally arrived. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and waved his left hand, summoning a green cauldron that smashed toward the Qilin. Boom! The Qilin phenomenon crashed into the green cauldron, creating terrifying shock waves. Behind it, Ning Chen grabbed the flying green cauldron and retreated. Another 100 li blood trickled from the corner of God Lord Qilin's mouth, and he was already on the verge of death. Ugh! After persisting for a long time, God Lord Qilin suddenly staggered, the blood and energy in his body wildly scattering. In the distance, Ning Chen instantly shot forward, the immortal ending, mercilessly striking. God Lord Qilin's pupils constricted as he hastily dodged. Whoosh! There was the sound of clothes being torn as a bone-deep wound appeared on God Lord Qilin's chest. After being heavily injured, God Lord Qilin retreated several steps, but before he could react, the immortal ending slash was right in front of him. God Lord Qilin raised his hand to block the immortal sword, but the immortal sword turned around and unleashed an endless barrage of attacks. Ning Chen moved like lightning, his attacks ruthless and merciless, not giving the hall masters any time to catch their breath. Whoosh! There was the sound of clothes being torn once more, and God Lord Qilin's body was dyed red once more. He was on the verge of defeat and no longer had the strength to fight back. Ugh! Suddenly, God Lord Qilin staggered as the immortal ending sword pierced through his chest, gushing out a fountain of blood. The fourth. Ning Chen raised his hand and shattered God Lord Qilin's head with a single palm, and then his body surged with demonic qi and began to devour his body. Several seconds later, Ning Chen's aura gradually stabilized, but he could no longer see God Lord White Tiger. At this moment of life and death, God Lord White Tiger no longer cared about their friendship as fellow cultivators and chose to flee. Ning Chen released his divine sense. After a long while, he turned to the northwest and began to pursue. There was still one more. Since he had attacked, he had to eliminate the source of trouble. After devouring 4 god lords, Ning Chen's Dantian Sea of Energy was extremely unstable. The heavenly scripture of creation floated above the 4 origin vortexes, barely suppressing the explosive power of the 4 symbols. Ning Chen knew that he didn't have much time left. He had to kill the last god, Lord White Tiger, as quickly as possible. For 1 day and 1 night, Ning Chen pursued the fleeing god, Lord White Tiger, without stopping for even a moment. The fear in God Lord White Tiger's heart grew stronger and stronger. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, but this was the first time he had ever felt the threat of death so clearly. As the distance between the two closed and Ning Chen prepared to attack once more, a sword glow flew in from the distance and blocked his path. The white-clothed youth in front of him carried an ancient sword on his back and exuded an abnormally powerful aura. He had actually reached the 5th realm. Demon! The youth frowned as he looked at the demonic qi swirling around this person. "Sir, please step aside," Ning Chen calmly said. The youth withdrew his gaze, not caring about this person's identity. "Compete with me in the sword. If you don't die in 10 moves, I'll let you leave." Ning Chen's expression chilled as he sternly said, "And if I don't agree?" "It's not up to you," the youth indifferently said as he formed a sword with his fingers. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of knowing destiny. This was an astonishing sword, sharp and threatening. Ning Chen's expression darkened as he raised his sword to block. With a thump, Ning Chen was forced back several steps, his sword-wielding hand numb. "How about it? Are you going to fight or not?" The youth sternly said. This unexpected calamity stimulated the demonic nature in Ning Chen's heart. The immortal ending sword circulated with a baleful aura, and without wasting any more words, he charged forward. "Good." The youth's eyes exploded with fighting intent as he unsheathed the ancient sword on his back. Autumn water sprinkled down, stunning everyone. The divine sword Autumn water and the immortal sword ending sword clashed, filling the sky with killing intent. Swords intersected and palms surged. In the blink of an eye, several moves had clashed. The youth's eyes became more and more excited. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a powerful opponent. God-slaying Tao, Heaven's End. The autumn water turned, and sword light soared into the sky. The youth used the upper extreme Tao and slashed down. Sword technique, wind and thunder transformation. Ning Chen focused and swung his sword. The winds and clouds of the 9 heavens were thrown into chaos as thunder roared through the world. The two extremes clashed, destroying the heavens and the earth. Amidst the berserk shock waves, Ning Chen's figure instantly vanished. The youth's expression turned serious as he became fully alert. But time passed, and Ning Chen's figure still did not reappear. The youth finally realized that he had been tricked, and his face turned abnormally nasty. In the northwest of the southern border, Ning Chen's figure was speeding through the area, pursuing God, Lord White Tiger, with all his strength. At the end of the southern border, Ning Chen stopped in front of a sinister and ghostly land. His brow creased as he looked ahead. God, Lord White Tiger's energy had vanished here. It seemed that he had entered this place. If possible, he truly did not want to enter this unknown place. But even if he didn't want to, he still had to enter. He had to obtain God, Lord White Tiger's origin. With this thought in mind, Ning Chen stepped forward into the ghostly land. This ghostly land was covered in corpses. Some of the corpses were so old that only bones remained. Ning Chen looked ahead. His divine sense spread out as he remained on guard. In the past, it had always been others who forced him into danger, but today it was the other way around. He hoped that God Lord White Tiger was not so short-lived. In the depths of this deathly land, the heavily injured God Lord White Tiger stumbled forward. Suddenly, he looked forward in shock. Before he had time to cry out in alarm, ghost chi surged out of his body and engulfed him. Behind him, Ning Chen sensed the powerful ghost chi in front of him and swiftly rushed forward. Ning Chen arrived in the depths of the deathly land. As he saw the ghost chi rapidly receding, he swung his sword, revealing a path. Time was of the essence, so Ning Chen did not dare to hesitate and immediately rushed forward. A moment later, the ghost chi vanished along with Ning Chen's body. At the same time, in Sunrise Divine Palace, the Sunrise Sea God, who had obtained the phoenix blood and vermilion bird blood, blazed with flames. He was the first god in ancient times to obtain the origin of all divine flames. The phoenix, vermilion bird, and 3-legged golden crow were all gods who controlled fire in different eras. Now that the origin of all these gods had gathered, their terrifying energies surged, and their divine might shook the world. In front of the unconscious sunrise sea god, the moon goddess and King Aaron were forced back several steps by this terrifying energy, their faces filled with shock. "Why is it like this?" the moon goddess asked, her expression grave. "I also don't know." King Aaron narrowed her eyes. These 2 drops of essence blood had been given to her by knowing destiny, and only he knew the reason. Half-step heaven realm. Northwest of Nanjiang, in the nameless ghost prison, Ning Chen had chased God Lord White Tiger until now. At the crucial moment, God Lord White Tiger was swallowed up by the ghost chi and disappeared. Ning Chen arrived just in time, slashing apart the ghost chi with his sword and entering it. The scene within the ghost chi changed, becoming eerie and frightening. Ning Chen looked forward, his body trembling uncontrollably. In front of him, a strange scene appeared. Ghostly paths appeared one after another, and on the ghostly paths, countless Yin souls moved forward without any consciousness. They moved forward instinctively. It was like a scene from hell, and Ning Chen could not come back to his senses for a long time. Underworld. The God world also had underworld. This shocking scene caused Ning Chen to immediately rush forward. When he touched the Yin souls, he realized that this was not an illusion. This was a real scene. Tens of thousands of Yin souls were moving forward, and he did not know where they were going. Ning Chen suppressed the shock in his heart, and his figure flashed as he rushed forward. The situation here was too strange, and he did not have time to investigate. He had to find God, Lord White Tiger, first. Deep within the underworld, one palace after another was situated, all of them extremely familiar. The Yama-ten halls were sinister and frightening. Between the various palaces, various hells of various sizes appeared before Ning Chen's eyes. All sorts of frightening scenes were taking place, flaying skin and pulling tendons, throwing ghosts into boiling oil. Ning Chen's figure continued forward. Behind the various hells, God Lord White Tiger stumbled forward. At this point, he no longer cared whether he was in the mortal world or in hell. Who goes there? At this moment, a furious roar came from the depths of the underworld. As God Lord White Tiger stared in shock, ghost chi began to gather, and a massive ghost god appeared. It wielded a massive axe, and as it looked at God Lord White Tiger, it swung down. God Lord White Tiger raised his hands to block. Boom! Metal clashed as God Lord White Tiger's hands were like Vajra, blocking the ghost god's attack. Seeing this, the specter snorted coldly and stomped his foot, causing the earth to shatter. God Lord White Tiger hastily retreated, dodging the ghost god's foot. At the same time, Ning Chen got closer and closer, his powerful sword pressure driving God Lord White Tiger mad. With the ghost god in front and the ghost god behind, God Lord White Tiger was getting more and more anxious. Kill! The ghost god bellowed as it swung down its massive axe once more, cleaving open a hell in front of it. Countless ghosts screamed as they vanished from the hell. God Lord White Tiger miserably dodged this attack and fled to the left. The ghost god's face contorted in anger as it swung its axe down once more. Each of the massive ghost god's attacks was abnormally frightening. God Lord White Tiger had nowhere to run and was forced to raise his hands to block once more. Rumble! Rumble! God Lord White Tiger's blood energy was in turmoil, and the corners of his mouth were dyed red. God Lord White Tiger was already at the end of his rope, and now that he had been heavily injured by the ghost god, his eyes were filled with despair. With a roar, he ignited his divine yuan. As his divine yuan burned, the world swayed. At this moment, Ning Chen shot up from behind, gathered his energy, and slammed his palm against God Lord White Tiger's back. Ugh! With a groan, God Lord White Tiger vomited blood and staggered backward. With the ghost god in front of him, Ning Chen did not dare to delay, and his vast palm slammed into the god's head. This savage strike instantly obliterated the god's vitality, and the light in God Lord White Tiger's eyes dimmed. Even in death, he could not rest in peace. His plan of 10,000 years had been ruined in a single day. His schemes had been too clever, and in the end he had been outsmarted. Ning Chen bellowed, his body seething with demonic chi as he attempted to devour God Lord White Tiger's body. The origins of the four symbols gods gathered together, and Ning Chen's energy began to seethe. His 5 divine yuan vortexes began to churn, and it seemed like he could no longer suppress them. Kill! The ghost god ignored him, swinging its axe down to kill the intruder. The celestial ending sword in Ning Chen's hand went up and blocked the giant axe with a loud bang. The ground around the two of them fiercely shuddered, sending dust rising more than 100 feet into the air. Divine Yuan surged through Ning Chen's body, battering his meridians. With a loud bang, Ning Chen's Zhen Qi was restrained for a moment. The ghost god axe exerted another 30% of its strength, directly smashing Ning Chen into the ground. Spirit Rhino 12 styles sky-propping waterfall. In this moment of crisis, Ning Chen circulated his true energy, drawing out the divine yuan in his body and unleashing a shocking move at the ghost god. The waterfall of divine yuan surged into the sky, and the ghost god felt an intense sense of danger. It raised its axe in front of it to block. Boom! The waterfall sent the ghost god flying 100 feet, smashing apart one palace after another. After a brief gasp, Ning Chen wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and as he scanned his surroundings, his expression turned grim. Just what sort of place was this? There was actually a level 5 ghost god presiding over it. This ghost god's strength was only SOSO, much weaker than the 5 god lords at their peak. Roar! The ghost god got up from the crumbling palaces and furiously roared. It took several steps forward and swung its axe down once more. Ning Chen slightly frowned at this, and then he began to take strange steps and vanish. A moment later, Ning Chen appeared behind the ghost god and leaped into the air. Ning Chen pressed a hand on the ghost god's head, causing demonic qi to surge out. "If you don't want to die, behave," Ning Chen said threateningly. The ghost god's body shook, and it didn't dare to move anymore. "Tell me, what is this place?" Ning Chen asked in a low voice. "The Netherworld." The ghost god replied. Ning Chen had heard of it before, and his eyes flashed. It was really the Netherworld. "Bring me to see your Yama King." Ning Chen withdrew his thoughts and said coldly, "Yes." The ghost god answered in fear, then turned and walked into the depths of the Netherworld. In the depths of the Netherworld, the two passed by many Yama palaces. Between the 10 Yama palaces, countless hells were revealed and thousands of ghosts were being tortured. The scene was extremely terrifying. Ning Chen looked at the hells around him, and his heart was in turmoil. Perhaps this was the real Netherworld. But why was the Netherworld in the divine realm? The ghost god led knowing destiny around the 10 Yama palaces, but they didn't enter. Ning Chen released his divine perception, but he didn't feel any aura in the 10 Yama palaces. It was as if no one had entered the abyss-like palaces for a long time. Strange! Ning Chen became more and more confused. What was going on with this Netherworld? After the 10 Yama palaces, a huge palace appeared in front of them. The ghost god stopped and didn't dare to go forward. "We're here," the ghost god said in a trembling voice. "Go in," Ning Chen said coldly. I don't dare." The ghost god was terrified and immediately shook his head. "If you enter the Yama King Palace without permission, your divine soul will be erased and you will never be reincarnated." Ning Chen frowned again and said in a low voice, "If you don't go in, I will erase your divine soul now." The ghost god trembled under the threat of life. He had no choice but to step forward. There wasn't a single guard in front of the Yama King Palace, but the palace was surrounded by a terrifying aura that wasn't inferior to any of the most powerful cultivators in the divine realm. The ghost god pushed open the door of the palace, and the Yama King Palace appeared in front of the two of them. In front of them was an empty palace, and there was no one in sight. The ghost god walked in fearfully, and his pace was extremely slow. "Hurry up!" Ning Chen's face revealed an impatient expression as he shouted. The ghost god trembled again and quickened his pace. In the depths of the palace, after the ghost fog was pushed aside, a throne made of divine bones appeared in front of them. It was displayed in the palace, but it was empty. No one was sitting on it. "Where's your Yama King?" Ning Chen asked. "I don't know," the ghost god replied in a trembling voice. "Have you seen your Yama King before?" Ning Chen frowned and asked, The ghost god pondered for a long time before replying. 30,000 years ago, I saw him once. 30,000 years? Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. That was a long time. Bang! At this moment, the Yama King Palace behind the two of them slammed shut. The loud noise gave the two of them a shock. Ning Chen turned around and looked behind him through the ghost fog. Suddenly, his expression changed. He grabbed the ghost god under him and dashed 1,000 feet away. Boom! In an instant, ghost arrows pierced through the air at the place where the two of them were just now. They were terrifying and directly sank into the ground. 1,000 feet away, the two of them had just stopped when more ghost arrows came. There was no beginning and no end. It was impossible to guard against them. Killing intent appeared on Ning Chen's face. He stabbed the celestial ending sword into the ground, and violent sword chi spread rapidly. In the violent tremor, with the two of them at the center, the entire palace was filled with sword chi, forcefully destroying everything in sight. White bones, statues, and huge stone pillars all disappeared in the sword chi and were completely crushed into powder. In 10 breaths, everything in front of them disappeared, leaving only the throne above the palace. Let's continue forward. Ning Chen looked at the ghost god beside him and said indifferently. The ghost god did not dare to resist and could only lead the way. After the Yama King Palace, the end of the palace could not be seen. There were side palaces, but none of them had any signs of life. After walking for some time, the ghost god stopped and looked ahead. There's no way out. Ning Chen also stopped. He glanced at the surrounding palace walls and immediately slashed with his sword. With a boom, the sword chi blasted on the palace wall and directly cut a path forward. Let's continue, Ning Chen said indifferently as he strode forward. The ghost god looked at the destroyed palace in front of him and felt his scalp tingle. He could almost imagine how the Yama King would deal with him after seeing this. The two of them continued forward. In the deepest part of the underworld, tombs appeared one after another. In front of the tombs, there were stone tablets with strange words carved on them. They looked like ancient divine words and were complex and difficult to understand. The appearance of tombs in the underworld was extremely strange. Ning Chen's doubts grew. There were 10 tombs in total, and each of them looked extremely huge. Ning Chen walked forward and used his divine sense to explore them. However, just as Ning Chen's divine sense entered, he felt a terrifying suction force that wanted to devour the soul power of a knowing destiny state cultivator. Ning Chen felt it and immediately retracted his divine sense. He looked at the tombs in front of him with fear. There was something strange under the tombs. Ning Chen did not notice that behind him, the ghost god's expression changed drastically after seeing the words on the tombs. Yama, Yama. The ghost god trembled and immediately knelt down. Ning Chen looked back and saw the fear on the ghost god's face. He said in a low voice, "You know these words?" The ghost god nodded and said, "These are the tombs of the 10 Yama Kings." Ning Chen was shocked when he heard that. The tombs of the 10 Yama Kings. The 10 Yama Kings were actually buried here. What exactly happened? Could it be that the 10 Yama Kings were already dead? Who is it? At this moment, an ancient voice sounded from the tombs. "This is not a place for you to come. Leave quickly." Ning Chen looked at the depths of the tombs and said, "I'm here to visit the Yama King of the underworld. The Yama King does not see guests. Please go back." The ancient voice sounded again from the depths of the tombs. "I'm an old friend of the Yama King. I hope Senior can make an exception and let me see the Yama King," Ning Chen said in a low voice. "An old friend." As he spoke, an old figure walked out from the depths of the tombs. The tomb keeper of the Yama King's tomb appeared. He looked at the human man in front of him and said, "You've seen the Yama King?" Ning Chen heard that before. A light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he said, "If I'm not wrong, the Yama King of the underworld has returned to the human world." The tomb keeper's expression darkened when he heard that. You've really seen the Yama King? Yes. Ning-chin nodded and said seriously, the last time I saw him was 1,000 years ago. As he spoke, the heavenly book of creation appeared in Ning-chen's hand. The heavenly book flipped, and the scroll of earth appeared. The remnant ghost chi on the scroll of earth was still clearly visible. It was once owned by the ghost girl of the underworld. The ghost chi remained in it and did not completely dissipate. The tomb keeper felt it, and his expression turned serious. It was really the aura of the Yama King. Leave first. The tomb keeper looked at the ghost god in front of him and ordered. Yes. The ghost god immediately accepted the order and hurriedly left. Ning-chin did not stop him. After seeing the old man in front of him, this big guy was useless. The tomb keeper stepped forward and looked at the human man in front of him. He said, "What's your relationship with the Yama King?" Ning-chin was silent. After a long time, he said, "I owe her too much." A strange look flashed in the tomb keeper's eyes. He nodded and said, "The Yama King has left the underworld for 30,000 years." Ning-chin sighed in his heart. The demonic patterns on his face disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. "Can you let me see your divine soul?" The tomb keeper looked at the human man beside him and said. Ning-chin was shocked when he heard that. "I have no ill intentions." The tomb keeper continued, "With your current strength, if I really want to attack you, you won't be able to leave alive." Ning-chin was silent again. The old man was right. Although this tomb keeper did not have the shocking pressure of the 5 divine masters, he still felt a strong threat from the old man. He had felt this threat once when Bodhisattva Zihong was chasing him. "Senior, please." Thinking of this, Ning-chen did not refuse and released his divine consciousness. The tomb keeper raised his hand and pressed it on the former's head. A peaceful aura entered and probed his divine soul. A moment later, the tomb keeper's body trembled, and he silently retracted his hand. As expected, he was the person that the Yama King had found hundreds of thousands of years ago. "Senior, is there something wrong?" Ning-chen looked at the old man beside him and asked in confusion. "Nothing." The tomb keeper shook his head gently and said, "Since you're already here, the Yama King will be back soon. Wait patiently." Ning-chen frowned and said, "How long do I have to wait?" "I don't know." The tomb keeper said softly, "Maybe 10 years, maybe 100 years, maybe 10,000 years. I've already waited for so many years. There's no hurry." Ning-chen heard this before and felt helpless. Asking was equivalent to not asking. Do all old people like to be mysterious so much? "Are you in a hurry?" The old man looked at the expression of the person beside him and asked in confusion. Or, "Do you have other things to do?" "Yes." Ning-chen nodded and said, "I do have other things to do. I can't keep waiting here." The old man sighed softly and said, "Then go to your own things first. If you and the Yama King are fated, you will meet." Ning-chen nodded, thought for a moment, and asked a question that still puzzled him. "Senior, when I was in the human world, I saw Een soldiers more than once. May I ask if these Een soldiers are from the underworld?" "Yes." The old man did not hide and replied. "Where are these Een soldiers going?" Ning-chen was puzzled. "The number of levels in the sky depends on where the Een soldiers are going." The old man replied. "I don't understand." Ning-chen said, "You will understand in the future." The old man's face was calm and said, "The most important thing for you to do now is to enter the 5th realm as soon as possible. There are many things in this world that you can only touch when you reach the corresponding level." Ning-chen nodded and did not stay any longer. He bowed politely and said, "Senior, I'll take my leave first." "See you later," the old man said calmly. Ning-chen turned around and went back the way he came. Not long after Knowing Ming left, Ghost Immortal came and half knelt. "Go and restore the Yama King's palace to its original state, and I'll pardon you," the old man said calmly. Ghost Immortal trembled and said respectfully, "Yes." Ghost Immortal got up and left quickly. In the underworld, Ning Chen went back the way he came and walked out of the underworld. The way back was unusually smooth. Not long after, Ning Chen reached the exit of the underworld. Ning Chen looked back at the underworld behind him. After thinking for a while, he turned around and walked out. Perhaps it was just as the old man said. Before he reached the corresponding level, he was not qualified to know some things. Ning Chen walked out of the underworld and appeared in the nameless dead land. Before he could go out, wind and thunder roared in the 9 heavens. The scene was terrifying. Heavenly tribulation. Ning Chen was shocked. His cultivation level was not enough to enter the 5th realm. Why would there be a heavenly tribulation? Boom! Before Xiao Chen could finish his thoughts, thousands of lightning bolts descended from the 9 heavens. It was an unprecedentedly horrifying might, shocking the world. Phut! Ning Chen looked at the countless lightning bolts falling from the sky, and his expression changed. How was this a heavenly tribulation? It was obvious that the heavens wanted his life. Not daring to be careless, Ning Chen stepped forward and rushed forward. Boom! 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 Behind Ning Chen, lightning bolts fell one after another, blasting open the ground and shattering the void. The extremely terrifying heavenly tribulation was even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation of the 5th realm experts of the God world. Inside Ning Chen's body, 5 divine auras surged and shook, trying to break out of his body. Be quiet! Ning Chen shouted angrily. Chaotic true qi burst out of his body and forcibly suppressed the divine aura. In that brief moment of distraction, the extreme speed slowed down and thousands of lightning bolts crashed down. With a bang, Ning Chen was directly blasted into the ground by the terrifying lightning. His back was charred black. Damn heavens, are you crazy? Ning Chen staggered to his feet. He did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly continued to run for his life. Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds rolled, and the endless power of the heavenly tribulation was brewing. It turned into angry lightning bolts and fell from the sky. In the northwest of Nanjiang, in the nameless dead land, the figure of a knowing destiny state expert sped past. Behind him, lightning bolts fell from the sky. The terrifying scene was shocking. Thousands of angry lightning bolts fell endlessly. Ning Chen passed through the lightning bolts, not daring to stay for a moment. The origin of the 4 divine symbols had gathered. Heaven and earth could not tolerate it. The heavenly punishment was to punish those who defied the heavens. Ning Chen ran as fast as he could to avoid the lightning bolts, one after another. He kept cursing and swearing. A heavenly tribulation of this level was not something that a 5th realm expert of the heaven realm could encounter, let alone him. This damn heavens obviously wanted to kill him. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds rolled and countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. Ning Chen rushed out of the land of death. Behind him, the ground was scorched and stretched for thousands of miles. Not even a blade of grass grew. The strongest heavenly tribulation killed the first heaven-defying expert to gather the origin of the 4 divine symbols since ancient times. Boom! 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 Above the void, lightning bolts broke through the sky and lit up the dim world. Ning Chen's figure sped past and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, in the sky, endless lightning bolts chased after him. They seemed to have their own consciousness. For an entire day and night, Ning Chen had fled far away. Before this, he was chasing after others. In the blink of an eye, he was called a fugitive. The wrath of the heavens could not be stopped by humans. Ning Chen tried to block it, but he was directly struck by thousands of angry lightning bolts and fell to the ground. Ning Chen's face was filled with anger and hatred, but there was nothing he could do. This kind of heavenly tribulation, even the strongest experts of the divine world could not stop it. On the southern border, Ning Chen's figure flashed. After running for another half a day, a familiar aura appeared in front of him. Although it was far away, He could feel it clearly. Feeling the familiar aura in front of him, Ning Chen was stunned at first. Then joy appeared on his face. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Then let's suffer together. Thinking of this, Ning Chen changed his direction and rushed to the front left. Thousands of miles away, a young man in white with a sword on his back saw the angry lightning bolts in the sky and frowned. Who is going through the heavenly tribulation? However, after a moment of hesitation, the young man in white's expression changed. The heavenly tribulation was approaching. Behind him, in the void, phoenixes filled the air and approached rapidly. Fuck! Seeing this, the young man in white turned around and ran without another word. What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? Why is it so terrifying? Thousands of miles away, Ning Chen increased his speed and chased after the young man in front of him. The distance of thousands of miles was insurmountable for mortals. However, both of them were divine demon realm experts. In a few breaths' time, they had crossed thousands of miles. The distance between them shortened rapidly. Seeing the young man in front of him, Ning Chen immediately increased his speed. "You're crazy!" The young man in white cursed, constantly changing his direction, trying to get rid of the person behind him. "Don't you want to fight? Come on." Behind him, Ning Chen taunted as he chased. "I'm not fighting anymore. Get lost." The young man in white was not a fool. How could he not see Ning Chen's motive? He scolded angrily. "It's too late." Ning Chen snorted coldly. His figure moved like lightning, approaching rapidly. "Today, even if I can't kill you, I'll blast your skin off." In the sky, the heavenly tribulation continued for days. Its power did not weaken at all. Endless lightning struck down, scorching the ground below. Ning Chen barely avoided the lightning with his extreme speed. His figure flashed, and he slashed at the young man in front of him. As the sword approached, the young man in white's expression changed. He had no choice but to block it. Boom! The autumn water divine sword was unsheathed. The two sword lights collided. With a loud boom, the sky changed. However, it paused for a moment. Lightning struck down from the sky, swallowing the young man's figure. The green lightning that was dozens of feet thick had the power to destroy the world. The young man in white swung his sword to block it. With a loud bang, he was smashed into the ground. Fuck! On the ground, the young man in white staggered to his feet and cursed again. Although he had already felt the terror of the heavenly tribulation, he realized that he had underestimated it after experiencing it for himself. Even when he first stepped into the heaven realm, he did not encounter such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Knowing that the heavenly tribulation was unstoppable, the young man in white got up and turned to run again. His speed was as fast as the phoenix. "You can't escape." Behind him, Ning Chen kept chasing. He was determined to drag someone down with him. Boom! In the sky, thousands of lightning bolts struck down, covering thousands of miles. The two of them could not dodge in time and were both hit by the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Boom! Two sounds of falling to the ground were heard. Ning Chen and the young man in white were both smashed into the ground. "What did you do?" The young man in white got up and cursed as he ran. "I just killed a few people." Ning Chen replied. He did not dare to stay for a moment. He answered while running. "Bullshit. Even if you killed 1,000,000 people, the heavenly tribulation should not be so terrifying." The young man in white did not believe him and cursed. Boom! In the sky above them, the green lightning was getting darker and darker. It was gradually turning black. The young man in white looked up and his expression changed. The ultimate 9 heavenly tribulation. "Fuck! Don't chase me anymore. I apologize." A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. The young man in white looked at the heavenly tribulation in the sky and quickly apologized. "It's too late." Ning Chen snorted and said, "If I'm unlucky, you won't have it easy either. Let's suffer together." Lunatic! The young man in white cursed again. He turned around and ran towards the south. Ning Chen quickly followed and did not want to be left behind. The two of them flew towards the south, one in front and one behind. Another day and night passed. The two of them were struck down by lightning countless times, and they chewed on mud countless times. In any case, the clothes on their bodies had already been charred, and there were black and white patches on their bodies, causing them to look extremely miserable. 10,000 miles to the east of the Sunrise Divine Palace, the two of them sped past without stopping. In front of the Sunrise Divine Palace, Empress Erin saw the scene in front of her and was stunned. What was going on? Boom! In the distant sky, the terrifying sound of the heavenly tribulation could be heard clearly even in the Sunrise Divine Palace, which was 10,000 miles away. The fluctuation that could destroy the heavens and earth was really chilling. Empress Erin looked at the direction where Ji Ming disappeared and could not hide the waves in her heart. What did Ji Ming do to attract such a terrifying heavenly tribulation? South of the southern border, the realm of the gods was about to reach the end. The two of them continued to move forward, not daring to stop for a moment. In the sky, terrifying lightning struck down one after another, forming a sea of lightning that blasted towards the two of them. Ning Chen did not want to let the young man in front of him have it easy either. He continued to chase after them without stopping for a moment. In front of him, the young man gritted his teeth in hatred and was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He was just looking for someone to spar with. He did not expect to attract so much trouble. This person had been chasing him for a few days and was still unwilling to give up. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck, and the two of them were blasted down. In the dust that filled the sky, the two of them got up and ran. It was a funny and helpless scene. Although the two of them were powerful, they could only run under the might of the heavens. In front of them, the young man in white's clothes were burnt by the heavenly tribulation and looked terrible. Left with no choice, the young man in white could only use his divine origin energy to form clothes to protect himself. Boom! Ouch! Another scream was heard as the young man in white was struck by lightning and fell to the ground. Ha ha hiss! Behind them, Ning Chen laughed in schadenfreude. However, before he could finish laughing, he was also blasted down by the heavenly tribulation and fell to the ground. Separated by 100 miles, the two of them crawled up from the scorched ground and spat out the sand in their mouths. When they saw another bolt of lightning above them, their faces changed and they hurriedly continued to run. Why is this heavenly tribulation endless? In the southernmost land of the divine world, heavenly flames lingered in the air. Everywhere one looked, there was a sea of fire. The young man in white swung his sword. Sword Qi tore through the air and split the sea of fire into two. The sea of fire split, and the young man in white rushed into it, moving forward rapidly. Just as the young man in white entered, the sea of fire merged again, sealing the path ahead. Behind him, Ning Chen rushed over and also swung his sword, cutting the path ahead. In a flash, Ning Chen's figure disappeared into the sea of fire. In the endless sea of fire, the two of them flashed past. Sword Qi covered their bodies, blocking the endless heavenly flames. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, thousands of lightning bolts struck down, still unwilling to give up. The two of them flashed past. Behind them, lightning bolts struck down, cracking the ground. In the depths of the sea of fire, the temperature of the flames was shocking. Legend had it that even gods could be burned to death. For tens of thousands of years, no one dared to take half a step into this dangerous place. However, the two of them were bombarded by the heavenly tribulation and had nowhere to run. They couldn't care less and fled like headless flies. In the depths of the sea of fire, the flames had turned into a shocking blue color. The young man in white's body started to burn. Intense pain assaulted his body, and he groaned. Behind him, Ning Chen was also in a bad state. With his phoenix body as the main body, he could barely withstand the power of the divine flames. If he was burned to death by these flames, it would be too embarrassing. After living for so long, he had never heard of a phoenix being burned to death. In front of him, the young man in white endured the intense pain and moved forward quickly. He didn't believe that he couldn't get rid of the fiend behind him. However, the young man didn't expect that Ji-Ming had a phoenix body and was more fearless of flames than anyone else. After traveling for an hour, the young man in white felt that the person behind him still hadn't been rescued. He suddenly had a headache. The autumn water divine sword soared into the sky. The young man in white turned around and used the extreme Tao. He slashed with his sword, making a final counterattack. Behind him, Ning Chen saw the sword Qi breaking through the sky, and his expression changed slightly. He used the celestial slash to block in front of him. With a loud rumble, Ning Chen was pushed back several feet by the sword Qi and barely managed to stabilize his body. Boom! At this moment, lightning fell from the sky again and swallowed Ji-Ming's body. In front of him, the young man in white immediately changed his direction and ran for his life. Under the flames, Ning Chen got up and looked in the direction the young man left. He quickly chased after him. The two of them chased and ran for another 2 hours. The sea of fire gradually came to an end. In front of them, a world of nothingness appeared. They couldn't see anything as far as their eyes could see. Without a choice, the two of them rushed into the world of nothingness. In the sky, the lightning that filled the air quickly dissipated and disappeared. Seeing this, the two of them were both stunned. What happened? After the heavenly tribulation disappeared, the young man in white stopped. His face was burning with anger. He had been holding it in for several days, and now it all exploded. Behind him, Ning Chen also stopped. He looked at the scene of nothingness around him and frowned slightly. Where was this? Was this the end of the world or the end of the world? Whoosh! The sword light was dazzling. The young man in white attacked angrily. His sword aura was earth-shattering. Ning Chen came back to his senses and blocked the autumn water divine sword with his sword. I'm going to kill you. The young man in white looked at the person in front of him and said while gritting his teeth, Unfortunately, you can't kill me. Ning Chen said indifferently. His left hand moved and chaotic true essence surged. He counterattacked with a palm. The young man in white turned his palm to block. In the violent impact, the two of them separated. God-slaying path, God-slaying. The young man in white pointed, and a dazzling white light shot into the sky. The autumn water divine sword hummed and tore through the air. The God-slaying sword shone in the sky. In front of him, Ning Chen focused and also pointed, using his ultimate move. Sword technique, heavenly sword. The same ultimate move on the sword. In the world of nothingness, the two horrifying sword auras collided. The sword intent spread to an unknown place. In the nothingness, the two of them kept crossing each other. They fought for a long time. Both of them were geniuses of the sword. After practicing for 1,000 years, they had reached an unreachable level. Boom! The two swords clashed. After 1,000 moves, the two of them were soaked in sweat. Most of their true essence had been used up. In the world of nothingness, the two of them could not replenish their divine essence. They were so tired that they could not fight anymore. Boom! After another violent collision, the two of them separated. The young man in white looked at the man in white in front of him. Although he was gnashing his teeth, he could not do anything to him. I'm not fighting anymore. The young man in white put away his sword and said unhappily. Ning Chen raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. Then he put away his sword and said, Fine, I won't fight anymore. The young man in white looked around and felt a headache coming on. What the hell is this place? Ning Chen also looked at the surrounding nothingness. He did not know where the way back was. Where is this? The young man in white asked. I don't know. Ning Chen answered straightforwardly, You ran here. Don't you know where this is? Your heavenly tribulation is so scary. How could I care about where to run? The young man in white said, gritting his teeth. Ning Chen shrugged and said, Since you don't know, then let's find the way back together. Okay. The young man in white suppressed the anger in his heart and replied. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he really didn't want to join forces with this person. In the world of nothingness, the two of them walked aimlessly, looking for a way out. However, after walking for a few days, they still didn't notice any changes in the surroundings. The vast and boundless world of nothingness seemed to be the end of the world. All the laws no longer existed, including time and space. If we continue walking like this, we won't be able to get out for the rest of our lives. After walking for an unknown period of time, Ningchen stopped and said in a low voice, What method do you have? The young man in white frowned. Ningchen was silent for a long time before he said, I came from the mortal world to the God realm. When I came from the mortal world to the God realm, I needed the guidance of a god. Otherwise, it would be easy to get lost in a different time and space. Now, we also need someone to guide us in order to find the way back. When the young man in white heard this, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he said, Where can we find someone to guide us back? Ningchen had a headache. Right? Where could they find someone to guide them now? Got it. Suddenly, Ning Chen's eyes lit up. Wasn't there still a man? Mortal world, do you want to go? Ning Chen looked at the young man in white and asked, Mortal world? The young man in white was stunned, and then he said, There's only one way for someone from the God realm to enter the mortal world, and that's to destroy their physical body and descend into the mortal world as a soul. I don't want to reincarnate so quickly. If you want to go, then go. I won't go. Then you can stay here, Ning Chen said, and then he closed his eyes and started to use his heart to sense a man's aura. The mortal world, an unknown place. A man sensed something and was stunned. Ningchen? A man closed his eyes and used all his strength to sense the former's aura. In different worlds, separated by endless time and space, two people connected by heart could sense each other and locate each other's position. Found it. Ningchen opened his eyes and looked to the right. Without saying anything, he turned around and rushed over. Although it was slightly blurry, he could sense that a man was in this direction. Wait for me. Behind him, the young man in white was anxious when he saw this, and he hurriedly followed. If I die, then I die. Even if I reincarnate, it's better than being trapped here. At most, I'll be a hero 18 years later. Aren't you afraid of death? Ningchen asked as he hurried over. I am, the young man in white said rationally. But reincarnating is better than being trapped here. That's what I think too. Ning Chen replied casually and continued forward. Back then, the 7 Jew heavens had descended to the mortal world in the form of divine sense and almost destroyed the divine land. He could try this method. As long as he could contact his friends in the mortal world, he would have a way to return to the divine realm. Just as knowing destiny was lost at the end of the divine realm, in southern border, in the rising sun divine palace, divine flames soared into the sky and an earth-shattering power spread rapidly. A golden figure walked out of the flames. Behind him, the illusions of the phoenix, the vermilion bird, and the 3-legged golden crow appeared. A moment later, the 3 figures merged into one and turned into a huge golden sun. Since the divine realm opened, the first true sun god had appeared. He controlled the light of the world, and his power was shocking. In the rising sun divine palace, the moon goddess, who was recuperating, felt something and walked out of the palace. She looked at the man in the flames in the sky with tears in her eyes. Her brother had finally woken up. In the flames, the rising sun god opened his eyes. His expression was dignified and stern. I'm sorry for making you worry, the rising sun god said calmly. It's good that you're awake. The moon goddess suppressed her excitement and replied. Below, Erin Ming looked at the sky, and her heart was also stirred. She had a feeling that the war god of the divine realm was stronger than before. Thank you. said the rising sun dragon god as he looked at the woman below. "No need to thank me. If you want to thank me, wait for knowing destiny to return and thank him," Aaron Ming replied. "Where is he now?" The rising sun god asked as he descended from the sky and retracted his aura. "A month ago, I saw the high priest chasing someone to the extreme south." "He hasn't returned yet," the moon goddess replied. "The extreme south?" The rising sun demon god frowned. "The southernmost region is an extremely dangerous fiery region. Even gods can be burned to death there. You all wait here. I will go and bring him back." With that, the rising sun god disappeared and flew toward the extreme south. Chapter 14:14. At the end of heaven and earth, in the void space, the two of them walked forward for an unknown amount of time. Can you really sense the human world? You're not lying to me, right? After walking for an unknown amount of time, the white-robed youth looked at the man beside him and asked, "Don't follow me if you don't believe me." Ning Chen said in annoyance. Why was a follower so nosy? One had to lower one's head when under someone else's roof. The white-robed youth had no choice but to shut up and follow him quietly. "Seems like we're almost there." Gradually, Ning Chen felt his heart pulse getting clearer and clearer. His expression turned serious as he spoke. The white-robed youth was overjoyed. However, after a moment, the smile on his face disappeared again. Was he going to reincarnate so soon? There didn't seem to be anything to be happy about. "Do you think we'll have memories after reincarnating?" The white-robed youth looked at the person beside him and asked nervously, "How would I know? I've never reincarnated." Ning Chen said with disdain, "Why don't you look afraid at all?" The white-robed youth asked in confusion, "I'm not going to reincarnate. Why should I be afraid?" Ning Chen said calmly. The white-robed youth was stunned. "If you're not going to reincarnate, how are you going to go to the human world?" "I have my own plans," Ning Chen replied. The white-robed youth secretly gave him the middle finger. He was being mysterious now. While the two of them were talking, a bright light appeared far away in the void world. It was like the dawn of the night, illuminating the human world. "We're here." Seeing this, the white-robed youth laughed and said, "Hurry up." After saying that, the white-robed youth sped up and rushed forward. Behind him, Ning Chen followed casually. His speed was indeed not inferior to the white-robed youth. The two of them moved forward. Soon, they arrived at the place where the light appeared. In front of them was a blurry and unapproachable world. It seemed to be far away, yet close at the same time. The two of them wanted to move forward, but found that it was difficult to move forward. "What should we do?" The white-robed youth said anxiously, "Break it open." The immortal ending sword appeared in Ning Chen's hand, and he slashed forward. The white-robed youth also pulled out the Autumn Water Divine sword and slashed forward. The sword light surged with unparalleled power. The two Fifth Realm swordsmen worked together, trying to open a path forward. However, the irreversible Great Tao rules turned into their sword chi. Fuck! After struggling for an unknown period of time, the white-robed young man was so tired that he was gasping for breath. He cursed and stopped for the time being. At the side, Ning Chen also stopped and wiped the sweat off his face. "I have no other choice." The white-clothed youth said helplessly, "People from the divine realm can't descend to the mortal world. It seems like the rumors are true." Ning Chen looked at the blurry scene in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Help me look after my body. I'm going down for a bit." As he spoke, Ning Chen released his spirit consciousness. His 3 souls and 7 spirits left his body and flew forward. The white-clothed youth was startled and hurriedly shouted, "Come back quickly!" "I know," Ning Chen replied. "Take good care of my physical body. Otherwise, I won't come back." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's spirit disappeared into the white light. Behind him, the white-robed youth released his divine essence to protect the former's body. In the human world, in an unknown place, a dim light rose. Ghosts ran amok, and eerie whistling sounds could be heard. In an unknown place, a beautiful young girl sat cross-legged. A powerful pressure spread around her. She was actually about to break through to the fifth realm. At this moment, in the sky above the unknown place, an illusory figure appeared. He looked at the young girl below and was stunned. Why was a man in this damned place? Below, a man sensed it. She looked at the spirit in the sky and smiled sweetly. You're here. Why are you here? In the sky, Ningchen asked, What is this place? It seems to be an ancient land of miracles. A man stood up and looked around. She said softly, I accidentally barged in and can't get out. Ningchen heard this and felt a headache. This girl was really not an ordinary person. She could find such a strange place every time. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll be able to get out soon. A man smiled sweetly. Did you get anything? Ningchen asked curiously. There are some mystical abilities. Do you want them? A man asked. Not now. I'll wait until you come to the divine realm. Ningchen smiled. Do you know where Luo Xingqian and the others are? I don't know. A man shook her head. Not long ago, a divine pagoda fell in Alcade Starfield. Luo Xingqian and the others should have gone to seize it. Alcade Starfield. Ningchen looked up into the starry sky and felt a headache coming on. It was so far away. Didn't you go to the divine realm? Why did you come down? A man gazed at Ningchen's spirit with a puzzled expression. It's a long story. To put it simply, I'm lost and can't go back. Ningchen smiled. So, I descended to the mortal world to find someone to lead the way. I don't understand. A man answered. Ningchen scratched his head and said, I can't explain it in a short time. I'm a spirit, so I can't stay here for long. I have to find Luo Xingqian and the others as soon as possible. Ah, man, are you going to the divine realm after you come out from here? If you want to, then I'll go get you. Yes. Ah man's eyes curved as she replied. All right, it's a promise. Ningchen was in a good mood and smiled. I'll be leaving first. Work hard on your cultivation and try to come out as soon as possible. A man nodded with force. Good girl. Ningchen laughed and didn't say anything else. His figure flashed and flew toward the Alcade Starfield. At the same time in the void world, the white-robed young man protected the knowing destiny physical body and waited in boredom. Suddenly, a huge hand appeared in the void world and slapped down at the young man. In the void world, the existence of the two had finally attracted the great Tao law to clean up the intruders in the void world. Seeing this, the white-robed young man's expression changed, and he fled with the knowing destiny physical body. It's over, it's over. Before this guy comes back, I'll probably be slapped to death by the great Tao law. In the void, the huge hand followed like a shadow. Its terrifying power terrified gods and demons. Unable to dodge in time, the autumn water divine's sword appeared behind the white-robed young man's back, and he slashed forward. With a loud bang, the divine realm wailed. Blood spurted from the corner of the white-robed young man's mouth. He was severely injured in just one move. Fuck! His old injury hadn't healed yet, and new blood was added to it. The white-robed young man cursed and sped up. The great Tao law was too terrifying. He couldn't stop it. The void world changed. In the mortal world, Ningchen didn't know about it, but he knew he couldn't stay in the mortal world as a divine soul, so he rushed toward the Alcade Starfield. On a life planet in the Alcade Starfield, the Source Crystal Tower sat. Inside the tower, the Yama Kings of the underworld had been cultivating in concentration for more than 100 years. In the past 100 years, their cultivation had improved rapidly. With the help of the divine realm's origin in the Source Crystal Tower, they broke through their cultivation bottlenecks again and again. Around the life planet, endless heaven and earth, spiritual chi gathered. A huge spiritual chi vortex was very eye-catching. In the starry sky, Ning Chun rushed over. When he got closer, he finally noticed the divine soul mark he had left in the Source Crystal Tower. A few days later, Ning Chun appeared in the sky above the life planet and rushed down. Above the Source Crystal Tower, Ning Chun stopped and looked at the tower below. He had a headache. How could he get in? He was now a divine soul, and all his power was in his physical body. If he rushed in, he would be torn to pieces by the spiritual chi vortex around the tower. Only after descending to the mortal world did he know how powerful the Nether King was when he came to the divine land. Above the Source Crystal Tower, Ning Chun waited for a few days, but no one came out. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Ning Chun had no choice but to look to the east of the life planet and fly away. In front of the palace of the Tianhe dynasty, a huge statue stood there. It was wearing white clothes and had white hair. It was vivid. 1,000 years ago, the Demon Slayer War had attracted the attention of the world. Knowing Destiny had become a god. Statues of Knowing Destiny had been erected in many places in the mortal world. Ning Chun rushed over. Seeing the statue, he directly entered it. In the next moment, the statue rumbled and moved. In front of the royal palace, the soldiers standing guard were shocked when they saw this scene. The statue that was worshipped by the people had a trace of divinity in the past 1,000 years. Ning Chun had temporarily gained a trace of power with the power of faith of the people. In the main hall of the Tianhe Palace, a guard quickly walked in. He bowed respectfully and said hurriedly, "My king, the statue outside the palace has come to life." On the throne, King Tianhe was shocked. He immediately got up and walked out of the hall. Outside the palace, Ning Chun was in the statue. He looked at the people and soldiers kneeling around and said, "Rise!" A miracle had appeared. The people were very excited. A god had come to the mortal world. Not long after, King Tianhe quickly walked over. After seeing the miracle was real, he immediately bowed. "No need to be so polite." Ning Chun said, "Are you the king here?" "Yes." King Tianhe said respectfully. "Help me do something," Ning Chun said calmly. Ning Chun said calmly, "I will protect your dynasty for 300 years. Hearing this, King Tianhe was excited. He said, "I will obey the god's order." "There is a tower 1,000 miles away from here. Send 300 soldiers to curse day and night until someone comes out of the tower," Ning Chun said. King Tianhe was stunned. He didn't understand. "What do you think?" Ning Chun said in a slightly deeper voice. King Tianhe immediately came back to his senses and answered respectfully. A few days later, 300 soldiers of the Tianhe dynasty rushed to the Source Crystal Tower and started cursing according to the king's order. In the Source Crystal Tower, the Yama Kings were focused on their cultivation and were not affected. However, time passed day by day. Outside the tower, the cursing never stopped. The 300 soldiers set up camp and took turns. When their mouths were dry, they would change to the next batch and continue. This strange scene lasted for 10 days. In the Source Crystal Tower, Luo Xingqian suddenly opened his eyes with anger. It had been 10 days. He didn't want to bother with these mortals, but it was not over. "Calm down." Not far away, Mu Qianshang said calmly, "Calm my ass. I will go out and teach them a lesson." Luo Xingqian got up and walked out of the tower. Outside the tower, a group of soldiers was tired of cursing. Another group of soldiers went up. Just as they were about to curse, they were immediately sent flying by a powerful true yuan. At this moment, the door of the Source Crystal Tower opened. Luo Xingqian, dressed in purple, walked out angrily. He looked at the many soldiers outside and cursed. "Have you idiots been struck dumb by lightning? Do you have nothing better to do than to come here to die?" Chapter 1415. 1,000 miles to the west of the Tianhe dynasty, 300 soldiers took turns cursing. 10 days later, The gate of the Source Crystal Tower opened and Luo Xingqian walked out angrily, cursing without saying a word. 10 days. He had endured it for 10 days. In the tower, separated by the two realms, he couldn't hear what these people were cursing. However, with such strong resentment, he didn't need to think to know how unpleasant these people were cursing. Outside the tower, a group of soldiers saw the people coming out of the tower. They were stunned for a moment before they were showered with curses. "They're out, they're out." The leader of the 300 soldiers, the general of the Tianhe dynasty, was overjoyed. He couldn't care less about the curses in front of him. After 10 days, someone finally came out. Behind him, the 300 soldiers were also overjoyed. No one could stand being cursed for 10 days without doing anything every day. Soldiers were retreating. The leading general looked at the 300 soldiers behind him and ordered. The 300 soldiers shouted happily and immediately packed up the temporary tents, mounted their horses, and left. In front of the Source Crystal Tower, Luo Xingqian was stunned when he saw this scene. "What's going on? Hey, don't go!" Luo Xingqian hurriedly shouted. However, the 300 soldiers who were in a hurry to go home ignored him and left on their horses. "Don't go!" Luo Xingqian anxiously shouted a few times from behind. In the end, he reluctantly put down his hand. "Yo, you're finally willing to come out." At this moment, an illusory figure appeared in the void. He looked at the people below and spoke. A familiar voice entered Luo Xingqian's ears. He was stunned when he saw the figure in the void. Knowing Destiny's state, Luo Xingqian was pleasantly surprised. Just as he was about to speak, he seemed to have remembered something. He looked at the 300 soldiers in the distance and said angrily, "So it's all you're doing? You're all holed up in there, and no one wants to come out." "I had no choice but to do this," Ningqian said with a fake smile. Luo Xingqian looked up and down at knowing Destiny's state in the void. The corners of his mouth curled up as he gloated. "How did you end up like this? What about your physical body? Could it be that you were killed by someone?" "Bah." Ning Chen's expression was one of disdain, and he said, "Can't you be a little bit nicer to me? I came down from the immortal realm, and my physical body can't pass through. I can only descend to the lower realm in the form of a divine spirit." "Oh, our Marquis Jiming must be bored. Why did he come down from the realm of the gods? Don't tell me you miss us old friends?" Luo Xingqian's face was full of disbelief as he spoke. Ningqian smiled awkwardly and said, "That's part of the reason, so I asked a friend for help." "No, I'm too busy," Luo Xingqian said and turned around to walk towards the Origin Crystal Tower behind him. Don't, let's talk things over." In the air, Ning Chen revealed an anxious expression and said, "It's just a small favor." "A small favor?" Luo Xingqian stopped and turned around to look at Jiming in the air and mocked. "Why would you torture yourself for a small favor? Coming down to the lower realm, who are you trying to fool? Speak, what's the matter?" Ning Chen rubbed his nose and said awkwardly, "I'm trapped in the void at the end of the world. I need someone to guide me back to the divine world. Can you go to the Reverence Moon Ancient Land and ask the Moon God to light up a beacon for me? A treasure of the same grade as this tower." Luo Xingqian pointed at the Origin Crystal Tower behind him and said calmly, "Why don't you go rob someone?" Ning Chen said angrily, "I won't go if I don't agree." Luo Xingqian's expression said, "I'll eat you up." Ning Chen looked at the former's annoying expression and clenched his fists. If he wasn't a divine spirit, he really wanted to go down and beat this brat up. "Go call Mu Qianshang and the others out. I won't let you help me," Ning Chen said through gritted teeth. "Goodbye, we won't meet again," Luo Xingqian said and wanted to return to the tower. "All right, I promise you." In the air, Ning Chen hurriedly said, compromising again. "That's it then." Luo Xingqian turned around and said with a smile, "I'll go to the Reverence Moon Ancient Land to deliver the letter for you. You can stay here and catch up with them." With that said, Luo Xingqian waved his hand to disperse the whirlpool of spiritual energy around the Origin Crystal Tower and shouted, "Jiming is back, come out." Inside the Origin Crystal Tower, Luo Xingqian's voice reverberated, waking up everyone who was in seclusion. "Young master is back?" Ruo, she was the first to recover from her daze, and exclaimed in surprise. Beside her, Qingning also opened her eyes, excitement flickering in the depths of her eyes. "Why is this brat back?" Mu Qianshan got up and asked in confusion. Outside the Origin Crystal Tower, Luo Xingqian did not linger after seeing everyone come out. He leaped in the direction of the Reverence, Moon Ancient Land, delivering a letter in exchange for an Origin Crystal Tower level treasure. It was a worthwhile trade. "Young master." Inside the Origin Crystal Tower, Ruoshi trotted out. When she saw Ningqian in the air, she was stunned. "Ruoshi, long time no see." Above the void, Ningqian looked at the girl below with a faint smile. "Young master, how did you become like this?" Ruoshi asked anxiously. "I'm fine, don't worry." Ningqian hurriedly comforted her. "Yo, Jiming, what happened? Did someone kill you?" At this time, Mu Qianshang also walked out, gloating. "Scram, how did you become the same as Luo Xingqian?" Ningqian was so angry that his soul almost shook, cursing. Behind him, Luo Fei, Xiazi, and the others also walked out. When they saw Ji Ming's appearance, strange expressions appeared on their faces. "Ji Ming, how did you become like this?" Luo Fei asked with a smile. "It's a long story." Ningqian sighed. "I came down to the mortal world to take a look." "Hurry up! I've been waiting in the divine world for more than 100 years. "What's the divine world like?" Mu Qianshang asked curiously. "Emperors walk everywhere, and kings are as common as dogs." Ningqian answered. "Cough, cough." Mu Qianshang's chest tightened. They had cultivated for so long, but if they went up, they would still be bullied. How can it be so exaggerated? At the back, Qingning walked out with a smile. "It's not like Yueshin didn't mention the situation in the divine world. There are many experts, but most of them are ordinary people." Sister Qingning. Looking at the person who came, Ningqian became more honest and called out softly. "After going to the divine world, your temper has become a lot wilder." Qingning looked at Jiming in the void and smiled. "Why are you in such a hurry to let us go up? Did you cause trouble again?" Fortunately, Ningqian touched his nose and said, "Provoked 2 great sects and now one is destroyed. There's only one left." "I knew it," Qingning said in a bad mood. "Where's Yin? That girl didn't come." Ningqian looked at the people below. Only Yin was missing and asked, "She's at Heaven's Speech Peak." Qingning replied, "That girl has the Heaven's Speech origin in her body, so she's close to heaven and earth. It doesn't matter where she cultivates." "That's true." Ningqian nodded. To a certain extent, a heaven speaker was equivalent to heaven and earth. If Yin was serious, not many people in the world would dare to provoke her. Just as Jiming was meeting his friends in the human world. In the void, the young man in white was carrying Ningqian's body and running for his life. There were few times when he was almost killed by the Great Path Law. "Ningqian, if you don't come back, you'll have to collect my corpse." The young man in white scolded as he ran. Boom! In the void, the giant hand slapped down again with shocking power. The young man in white's expression changed, and he faced it with his sword again. Rumbling sounds echoed in the void. The young man in white was sent flying by the giant hand. Even with his peerless cultivation, it was difficult to resist the power of the Great Path Law. Blood flowed from the corner of the young man's mouth, but he didn't dare to stay for a moment and continued running for his life. In the human world, Ningqian waited for a few days. The time he had to meet his friends was always so short. Luo Xingqian's return meant that Ningqian's time in the human world had come to an end. Yueshin will light a beacon for you in the divine world. Be careful, Luo Xingqian said seriously, which was rare for him. Ningqian nodded and glanced at everyone present, bidding them farewell one by one. I'll wait for you in the divine world. As he spoke, Ningqian's figure rose into the sky and swept toward the horizon. Sir, be careful! Below, Ruo, she shouted with tears in her eyes. In the void, Ningqian returned through the Great Path Law. Relying on the connection between him and his body, he quickly rushed over. In the distance, above the void, the giant hand kept slapping down, chasing after the young man in white. Ningqian rushed over and immediately rushed forward. With a rumble, the young man in white was sent flying again. When he saw the figure in front of him, his face lit up with joy, and he threw the body on his shoulder over. Hurry up, protect your body. I'm going to be burdened to death. Thank you. Ningqian's soul flew over and directly sank into the body. His soul and body merged into one. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted and phoenix fire filled the air. He turned into a stream of light and flew away. In the divine world, in the extreme south of the fire domain, the rising sun god came with Yueshin. Are you sure you want to stay here? Yes. Yueshin nodded. The high priest has lost his way here. If he's too far away, he might not be able to see the light I lit for him. As she spoke, moonlight rose from Yueshin's body. Endless divine power filled the air and turned into a bright moon that illuminated the entire fire domain. In the fire domain, the extreme yang heavenly fire burned with terrifying temperatures. The rising sun god had to protect Yueshin personally to prevent her from being injured by the heavenly fire. In the void, the phoenix flew faster and faster. In the sky, the giant hand followed and crushed down several times. In the phoenix vision, sword energy rampaged. Two peerless swordsmen joined forces to resist the Great Path Law. After several clashes, both of them suffered heavy injuries. The Great Path Law was far more terrifying than the gods and Buddhas. At this time, a divine moon rose at the edge of the void. It was so bright and dazzling. Over there, inside the phoenix vision, the young man in white's voice sounded excitedly. I see it, Ningqian replied and transformed into a phoenix, flying forward at top speed. In the southernmost part of the god realm, the heavenly fire raged in the fire domain. Even the rising sun god, a fire god, was starting to feel strained. In the heavenly fire, Yueshin burned her divine yuan and lit up the light that illuminated the void. The two gods did their best to bring knowing destiny back at all costs. Boom! In the void, the phoenix flew over quickly. The giant hand formed by the Great Path Law seemed to have a mind of its own as it slammed down on Yueshin. ### 1422 to 1423. For symbols' origins in the southernmost part of the god realm, the endless fire domain was filled with flames, turning the world into a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, the rising sun god escorted Yueshin in, lighting up the light for knowing destiny's return. The dazzling moonlight illuminated the void. Yueshin burned her divine yuan and pushed her cultivation to the limit. In the void, the phoenix sped forward. Just as knowing destiny was about to leave the void, a giant hand slammed down on Yueshin. Sensing danger, the rising sun god's face darkened. Divine yuan surged around him as he gathered his divine yuan to meet the attack head-on. The Great Path Law and the Supreme of the God Realm. The two terrifying forces clashed, shaking the entire sea of fire. The strongest, heavenly might was unparalleled. The rising sun god took half a step back as the divine sun rose behind him. He slammed the Great Path Law again. The reborn rising sun god's cultivation had improved. He faced the Great Path Law head-on without fear. In the heavenly fire, Yueshin's moonlight rose. Her body turned into a bright lamp, dazzling the eyes. In the void, the phoenix flew past quickly and rushed out of the void. Boom! At this moment, the Great Path Law unleashed its final power. The giant hand covered the sky and slammed down on the four. In the heavenly fire, the four gods attacked at the same time, facing the Great Path Law head-on. With a boom, the ground beneath the four collapsed. The Great Path Law was indestructible. Heaven and earth were destroyed. After the slap, the giant hand disappeared. The Great Path Law dissipated. In the sea of fire, Ning Chen looked at the two in front of him and said seriously, "Thank you. It's good that you're back." Yueshin's beautiful face revealed a gratified expression as she replied, "Can you guys talk somewhere else? I'm about to be cooked." On the side, the white-robed youth said unhappily. Yueshin looked at the person in front of her and was slightly stunned. She asked, "High Priest, who is this?" By Ning Chen opened his mouth and looked at the white-robed youth beside him. He asked, "By what?" "By Wang Yu," the white-robed youth said through gritted teeth. Beside Yueshin, the rising sun god looked at the raging heavenly fire and said, "Let's leave this place first." As soon as he finished speaking, the rising sun god's body was covered in heavenly fire. He brought the three of them and flew toward the heavenly palace. Half a day later, in front of the central hall of the rising sun divine palace, a divine sun descended from the sky. The rising sun god brought the three of them back. Ning Chen's gaze swept across the heavenly palace. He didn't see any trace of AI Ran. He couldn't help but ask, "Why don't I see AI Ran?" A few days ago, she had some enlightenment in her cultivation. Now she's in seclusion, trying to break through to the 5th level, Yueshin replied. "So fast?" Ning Chen was surprised. AI Ran is the reincarnation of a 5th level cultivator. Her cultivation speed can't be measured by common sense, Yueshin replied. Ning Chen nodded. This was a good thing. He hoped AI Ran would succeed this time. "High Priest, your aura is chaotic and your injuries are serious. What happened?" Yueshin asked the man in front of her. "It's a long story." Ning Chen told the two of them everything that had happened recently. He didn't hide anything. He owed Yueshin a debt of gratitude and could trust her. As for the rising sun god, although they didn't talk much, he had some understanding of the rising sun divine palace's master after a few interactions. He was proud, cold, and clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. He was a trustworthy person. So the underworld is in the south. The rising sun god's eyes narrowed when he heard Ning Chen's words. "How much do you know about the underworld?" Ning Chen looked at the rising sun divine palace's master and asked seriously. "Not much," the rising sun god said calmly. "Even in the god realm, the underworld has disappeared without a trace for hundreds of thousands of years. In the primordial era, when the 3 realms were in chaos, the underworld was at its peak. However, after the primordial era, the underworld quickly declined and gradually disappeared from the world's eyes." A strange light flashed through Ning Chen's eyes when he heard this. He nodded lightly. "High Priest, what are your plans for the future?" Yueshin asked. "I will combine the origins of the 5 temple masters and try my best to break through to the 5th level," Ning Chen replied. "If you want to enter the 5th level, you need to project your own laws into the great world. This is not an easy path," the rising sun god reminded him. Ning Chen's expression hardened. Projecting his own laws into the great world? Didn't that mean that the key to the 5th level was to make his own laws into the heavenly path? Could such a thing really be done? "High Priest," Yueshin said calmly, "the way you cultivate is the way of the sword. The way of the sword is different from the ways of nature like wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The way of the sword does not exist in the heavenly path. Therefore, it will not be easy to enter the 5th level." Ning Chen frowned when he heard this. He looked at the youth in white beside him and said, By Wang Yu, you also cultivate the way of the sword. How did you enter the 5th level?" Bai Wangyu scratched his head and said, "Actually, I did not enter the heavenly realm through the way of the sword." Ning Chen raised his middle finger and said, "Coward!" "Scram!" Bai Wangyu said disdainfully, "You can try. Since ancient times, I have never seen anyone who can project the way of the sword into the great world. Sword cultivators flourish in the east of the God realm. If you want to comprehend the way of the sword, you can go there," the rising sun god said. "The east?" Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and looked toward the east of the God realm. Perhaps he really should go there and take a look. The way of the sword at the 5th level should exist. However, no one in this era has been able to do it, the rising sun god said calmly. Therefore, if you want to take this path, you must be fully prepared. "I understand." Ning Chen nodded and said, "There are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. No matter how difficult it is, I will not give up." "You really want to go to the east?" Bai Wangyu asked. "Why can't I?" Ning Chen asked, puzzled. "The Eastern God Realm is currently experiencing great chaos. If you go now, you may encounter a lot of trouble," Bai Wangyu reminded him. "Great chaos?" The moon goddess looked surprised. "What do you mean?" "There is a rebellion in the divine court. For some reason, a divine battle general betrayed the divine court. Now the entire divine court is looking for him," Bai Wangyu said seriously. "Who?" the moon goddess asked in surprise. "The number 1 general of the divine court, Qing Jian," Bai Wangyu replied. "So it's him." The rising sun god's eyes narrowed as he spoke softly. Ning Chen listened to their conversation, thoughts flashing through his mind. He had more or less heard of Qing Jian, so he wasn't too unfamiliar with him. Qing Jian was ranked first among the 10 divine battle generals of the divine court. His battle prowess was shocking. Even in the entire Eastern divine realm, Qing Jian was one of the strongest. Even the lord of the divine court might not be able to suppress him if he did not have the draconic qi. However, this had nothing to do with him. He was going to the east only to refine his way of the sword. Thinking of this, Ning Chen looked at the 2 people in front of him and said, "Moon goddess Sigad, the divine palace, just experienced a great battle. I'm sure you have many things to attend to. I won't disturb you any longer. See you again." "You're in such a hurry? You're still injured. Won't you wait until you're healed?" the moon goddess asked in surprise. "No need. These injuries won't affect me much," Ning Chen said with a smile. The rising sun god looked at the man in front of him and said calmly, "If you run into trouble, remember to return to the divine palace first." Ning Chen nodded. He didn't refuse the lord of the divine palace's good intentions. "I will." With that, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer and left. Bai Wangyu saw this and hurried after him. In front of the divine palace, the moon goddess sighed softly as she watched the 2 leave. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. When would the high priest stop and rest? Don't worry. He's no longer as weak as he was when he first came to the God realm. Even if he hasn't reached the 5th level, he won't fear ordinary heaven realm experts, the rising sun god said calmly. "What I'm worried about is that he'll encounter a top heaven realm expert like my brother," the moon goddess said softly. The moon goddess said softly, "The Eastern God realm has always been the most mysterious realm in the God realm. Powerhouses are everywhere, just like that white-robed youth beside him. Before this, we never knew that the God realm had such a top-notch powerhouse." The rising sun god was silent. The Eastern God realm was indeed a mysterious realm. On the southern continent, Ning Chen and Bai Wangyu were heading east toward the Eastern God realm. "Are you really going to break through to the 5th level with your sword Dao?" On the way forward, Bai Wangyu asked again and again without any annoyance. "How many times have you asked?" Ning Chen said unhappily. "Even if you're not annoyed, I'm annoyed. Besides, why are you following me? Didn't you just come to the southern continent? Why are you going back now?" "I came to find you for a sword duel. Now that you're going to the Eastern God realm, of course I'm going too," Bai Wangyu said matter-of-factly. Ning Chen was about to say something when he suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Bai Wangyu was puzzled. After a moment, his expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. However, at this moment, a powerful aura surged around Ning Chen. It was chaotic and heavy. The four symbols' origins that had been suppressed for a long time changed again. Around Ning Chen, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise manifested. In the middle, a Qilin roared. Its terrifying power shook heaven and earth. "Ah!" Ning Chen roared. Under the impact of the four symbols' origins, his blood and qi surged and cracks appeared on his skin. The shocking power spread. Bai Wangyu was directly pushed back 100 feet. The corner of his mouth was red. What the hell? Bai Wangyu looked at the scene in front of him with a shocked expression. The four symbols appeared at the same time. In the sky, thunder rumbled. The heavens sensed that another great calamity was about to descend. Below, Ning Chen endured the intense pain. Chaotic true essence, demonic essence, and phoenix essence surged out at the same time to guide the frenzied four symbols' origins. Around Ning Chen, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. The thunder fell, but was directly scattered. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, thousands of thunderbolts descended and continuously struck the knowing destiny state below. Around Ning Chen's body, waves of powerful energy surged and blocked the lightning. Ugh! Ning Chen groaned in pain. The celestial slash appeared. On the sword, patterns spread out and pierced into his arm. The immortal sword that was connected to his life kept absorbing the surging power around Ning Chen to help its master pass the calamity. Boom! At this moment, thousands of thunderbolts fell again, blasting away the obstruction and landing on the knowing destiny state. Get lost! Ning Chen's face revealed a ferocious expression. He faced the attack with his sword. With a loud rumble, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, Qilin, phoenix, and sky demon flew out and collided with the thunder. In the violent impact, the phantoms collapsed. The Qilin, phoenix, and sky demon avatars rushed into the tribulation cloud and exploded. A dazzling brilliance lit up. The tribulation cloud dissipated and was devoured by the terrifying power. With a clang, the immortal sword in Ning Chen's hand stabbed into the ground. He kept gasping for breath. With the help of the heavenly thunder, Ning Chen barely suppressed the four symbols' origins again. Not far away, Bai Wangyu looked at the man in front of him and recovered from the shock. He said, "What did you do? Why do you have so much terrifying power in your body?" On the ground that was riddled with holes, Ning Chen gasped for breath for a long time. He struggled to get up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said, "It's a long story. Let's talk about it later." The 5 palace masters' origins were really difficult to refine, especially when the 5 origins' attributes were completely different. They protected and repelled each other, giving him a headache. "You have so many 5th-level origins. Why don't you refine them? As long as you comprehend the power of the laws, it will be enough for you to step into the 5th level." Bai Wangyu said seriously, "The Tao of others is not my own Tao." Ning Chen looked to the east and said softly, "Let's go. Let's continue our journey." He cultivated the sword all his life. If he wanted to enter the heaven realm, he must break through with the sword Tao. This might be his last obsession. Weirdo. Bai Wangyu murmured. The two continued their journey. Half a month later, 2 figures appeared at the eastern border of the God realm. "We're here." Bai Wangyu looked ahead and said, "Swoosh." At this moment, streaks of sword light flew across the sky. It was so dazzling. On the tip of the sword, a white-robed swordsman stood quietly like an immortal. Ning Chen was stunned. He looked at the white-robed young man beside him with a strange expression. "What's with that look?" Bai Wangyu jumped as if his tail had been stepped on. "Don't compare me with these people. I'm the top swordsman of the Eastern Sword World." Ning Chen chuckled, but it was a fake smile. Boom! In the distance, the sound of a great battle rang out. Powerful shock waves shook the area with shocking power. Is the Eastern God realm so chaotic? Ning Chen looked at the young man beside him and asked. In the past, there was the divine court suppressing, so it was considered peaceful. Now that the number one divine general of the divine court has betrayed them, the divine court can't even take care of themselves. How can they have the energy to care about other things? These great sects that used to have grudges with each other have started to take action. So it became what you see now. Bai Wangyu said, helplessly, let's go take a look. Ning Chen said as his figure flashed and flew towards the direction of the battle. He came here to experience the strengths of the various sects and to refine his own sword Dao. Since there were people fighting, he couldn't miss it. 1,000 miles away, white-robed sword immortals flew over. Dozens of powerful swordsmen joined forces to attack a woman. The woman's body was filled with demon qi. There was a scar on her face that was dripping with blood. It was obvious that it was a sword wound. Too tragic. Bai Wangyu was speechless. Demon. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't seen many demon cultivators in the divine realm, because the demons in the divine realm were basically all killed. Humans had the human world. Gods had the divine realm, and demons were never accepted by the various realms. Animals, whether in the eyes of humans or gods, would always be the most lowly existence. Help. Ning Chen looked at the people beside him and asked, There's no need. These people are enough to take down this demon. Bai Wangyu replied, What I mean is to help this demon. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a dangerous light as he sneered. Chapter 1416. Eastern Divine World, the Border. White-robed sword immortals were slaying demons. The battle was extremely tragic. Dozens of white-robed sword immortals, their robes fluttering in the wind as their sword techniques were nimble. They worked together to kill the demoness in the sword formation. The demoness was covered in blood. Her face had some shocking sword wounds. Against the sword formation formed by 49 sword immortals, she did not have much strength to fight back. Outside the battle, Ning Chen and Bai Wangyu were watching the battle ahead, carefully observing the intricacies of the sword formation. This sword formation is extraordinary. It seems like these white-robed sword immortals have extraordinary identities, said Ning Chen. Son of Heaven's sword sect. Bai Wangyu said with a solemn expression. Oh. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard that. You know the origins of these people. Bai Wangyu nodded and said, I recognize this sword formation. This formation came from the first ancestor of the Son of Heaven's sword sect. It's extremely powerful. It seems like this demoness is dead for sure. That might not be the case. As he spoke, a human sword appeared in Ning Chen's hand. Purple light swirled as he stabbed the sword into the ground. Immediately in the distant battle, sword qi soared into the sky, disrupting the battle. In the sword formation, the 49 white-robed sword immortals were shocked as they hurriedly retreated. In the center of the sword formation, the demoness was overjoyed when she saw this. She hurriedly rushed out of the battle. Where do you think you're going? Among the 49 white-robed sword immortals, 4 of them with golden embroidery on their sleeves had dark expressions. Their figures flashed past, blocking the demoness' path. With her path blocked, despair flashed across the demoness' face. She calmed down and charged at the 4 of them. The 4 of them waved their swords at the same time. Powerful sword qi tore through the air and forced the demoness to retreat. In an instant, the white-robed sword immortals behind her rushed forward again, forming a sword formation to trap the demoness. Outside the battle, Ning Chen frowned slightly. This stupid demoness could not even escape. Are you crazy? You're not helping these sword immortals, but helping that demon, said Bai Wangyu in shock. I'm helping when I see injustice, Ning Chen said matter-of-factly. Not only are these people bullying the weak, but there are so many of them besieging one. Of course, I have to help this demoness. But she's a demoness, said Bai Wangyu. So what if I'm a demon? Do demons deserve to die? What kind of logic is that? Ning Qin said calmly, Here. Bai Wang was stunned, not knowing how to refute. Demons and devils harmed people, so they had to be killed when they encountered them. However, these were the words that his master had taught him, and he had never doubted them. I'm going to help. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Qin took a step forward and flashed towards the battlefield. In the sword formation, the 49 sword immortals were shocked when they sensed the powerful aura coming from afar. Be careful. 4 white-robed sword immortals with golden threads embroidered on their sleeves reminded him. In the blink of an eye, under the shocked gazes of all the sword immortals, a white-haired figure flashed into the sword formation as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. Everyone, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-storied pagoda. This lady is already heavily injured. Please spare her life. Ning Qin looked at the surrounding white-clothed sword immortals and said with a smile, Who are you? A white-robed sword immortal said with a deep voice, I'm just an ordinary person passing by. How about it? Can I bring this lady away from here? Ning Qin displayed a good attitude as he spoke. No. Another white-robed sword immortal said coldly, She's a demon. She can't be left alive. This lady doesn't have any human blood on her. It can be seen that she hasn't harmed anyone before. Why can't you spare her life? Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke with a cold tone. A demon is a demon. How can we let her off so easily just because she hasn't harmed anyone before? Can you guarantee that she won't harm anyone in the future? The third white-robed sword immortal said with a cold smile. I can. Ning Chen's lips curled slightly as he said, Since I've guaranteed it, can you spare her life? You. The white-robed sword immortal who spoke earlier was choked. His expression darkened as he said, Who do you think you are? You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Ning Chen's eyes flashed coldly as the sword in his hand shone brightly. A sword chi tore through the air and sent the disrespectful, white-robed sword immortal flying. In the sword formation, everyone's expression changed when they saw this. They circulated their divine essence and prepared to fight. I'll protect this demoness. If any of you have any objections, feel free to come over, Ning Qin said coldly as he held his sword in front of him. When the sword immortals heard this, their expressions turned ugly. It was the first time someone spoke to them like this in the Eastern Divine Realm. He's the demoness accomplice. Kill him together. In the center of the formation, the 4 white-robed sword immortals spoke. Their figures flashed, and the battle resumed. Young master, leave quickly. These people aren't people you can deal with. Behind Ning Qin, the demoness expression changed a few times. In the end, she used her body to block in front of him and continued. Yao Yu thanks young master for your kindness. However, this is Yao Yu's life. Young master, you don't have to die with Yao Yu. Hearing the 2 words Yao Yu, Ning Chen's body shook as he said, What's your name? Yao Yu, the demoness replied. Ning Qin fell silent after hearing this. After a moment, he walked in front of the demoness and shook off everyone's attack with his sword. I'll protect your life. As he spoke, sword intent surged around Ning Chen's body. A terrifying sword pressure rapidly spread out. Outside the battle, seeing this, Bai Wangyu's expression changed slightly. Was this guy crazy? He actually wanted to kill. In the sword formation, sword intent spread out. 1 person against 49 sword immortals. Ning Chen's aura suppressed everyone and didn't fall into a disadvantage. This was an opponent they had never seen before. The 49 white-robed sword immortals' expressions changed. Their bodies kept moving as they formed a formation to face the enemy. Divine weapons clashed and clanged. In the center of the sword formation, Ning Chen held a human sword and faced the Emperor's sword sex world cry formation. The sword light crisscrossed. It was fast, so fast that it was hard to follow. In the sword formation, the 49 white-robed sword immortals moved faster and faster, working together to kill the strong enemy. However, in a battle of speed, knowing destiny didn't fear anyone. One person against 10,000. Behind Ning Chen, Yao Yu's face was full of shock. She didn't expect the person in front of her to have such amazing ability. This Emperor's sword formation could even kill a divine demon-level expert. The man in front of her was alone, but he actually had the upper hand. Outside the battle, Bai Wangyu's expression changed again and again. Hesitation flashed in his heart. To help or not to help? Reason told him that he couldn't help. The Emperor's sword sect was one of the top sects in the Eastern Divine Realm. Even the Divine Court had to give them some face. It was unwise to provoke such a huge figure. Damn it. Bai Wangyu made up his mind. He raised his sword and entered the battle in an instant. Let reason go to hell. In the center of the sword formation, Ning Chen looked at the white-robed youth in front of him. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. This guy was really interesting. Bai Wangyu entered the battle. The two peerless swordsmen worked together. The Emperor's sword formation immediately showed signs of defeat. The white-robed sword immortals were sent flying, their blood splattering on the divine ground. Not long after, there were only a few white-robed sword immortals who could still stand. Bai Wangyu looked at the sword immortals who were rolling and struggling on the ground. He said with disdain, "The Emperor's sword sect is only SAO." "That's not what you said just now." Ning Chen smiled and exposed him. "Get lost. I helped you, and you didn't say thank you. You even exposed me," Bai Wangyu said unhappily. "Huh." Ning Chen smiled and said thank you. "Let's go. If the experts of the Emperor's sword sect come later, it will be troublesome. Do you think I'm afraid of trouble?" Bai Wangyu's words were unyielding, but his feet quickly walked forward. Ning Chen smiled and stepped forward to catch up with him. Behind him, Yao Yu also quickly followed. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. Hundreds of miles away, Yao Yu looked at the white-haired man in front of her. She knelt down and said, "Thank you, benefactor." "No need. It's just a small matter." Ning Chen helped the female demon up and said, "Quickly go home. Don't be caught by this kind of person again." Hearing this, Yao Yu's eyes overflowed with tears. She said, "My family has been killed. I have no home now." Hearing this, Ning Chen was stunned. He looked at the white-robed youth beside him. "Don't look at me." Bai Wangyu said helplessly, "I didn't kill her family. You saw it too. The Eastern Divine Realm is in chaos now. Not to mention demons, even humans would die." Ning Chen frowned. The Divine Realm was really more chaotic than the mortal realm. Every martial artist in the mortal realm wanted to ascend to become a deity or god. They didn't know that compared to the mortal realm, the Divine Realm was no different. "Benefactor, can Yao Yu follow you?" Yao Yu looked at the white-haired man in front of her and knelt down again. "Get up first." Ning Chen helped the female demon up. His head hurt. He seemed to have found trouble for himself. At the side, Bai Wangyu looked at them with schadenfreude. He didn't mind if things got out of hand. Anyway, they had already offended the sword faction, not to mention one female demon. Even if they brought 10, it wouldn't make a difference. Suddenly, Ning Chen was stunned. His right hand that was supporting the female demon immediately grabbed her arm. Seeing this, Bai Wangyu was shocked. This guy couldn't be thinking about sex, right? The female demon's body trembled subconsciously. She wanted to break free, but she found that she couldn't. "Don't move," Ning Chen said softly. The chaotic true essence in his body entered the female demon's body, searching for the strange aura that he felt just now. There was something strange in this female demon's body. Bai Wangyu also felt that something was wrong. He looked at the two of them with a serious expression. "What's wrong?" Bai Wangyu asked. "There's a seal in her body," Ning Chen said seriously. "Seal?" When Bai Wangyu heard this, he revealed a shocked expression. Who would waste so much effort to seal such a tiny demoness? However, after searching for a long time, Ning Chen couldn't find the exact location of the seal. He could only vaguely feel the power of the seal. Strange. Ning Chen looked at the female demon in front of him, but he couldn't find anything strange. At the same time, in the divine world, in the divine court, cloud swirled and celestial music was faintly discernible. The master of the divine world invited the famous figures of various sections. During the banquet, goddesses danced. At the head of the banquet, the sword master of the Son of Heaven was drinking wine while watching the singing and dancing in front of him. Suddenly, the hand holding the wine cup moved, and his eyes narrowed slightly. After a while, the sword master of the Son of Heaven pressed the wine cup in his hand on the ancient sword beside him. "Sword master, is something the matter?" On the main seat, the master of the divine court sensed something and looked over. Chapter 14:17. At the banquet, the emperor's sword owner felt the emperor's sword formation being broken. He reached out and pressed on the ancient sword in front of him. The lord of the divine court felt it. He looked at the young emperor's sword owner and asked, "What's wrong?" Something happened. The emperor's sword owner's eyes flashed. He flicked the hand holding the sword. Suddenly, an extremely sharp sword light broke through the air and swept towards the lower world. The shocking sword, separated by endless time and space, quickly swept towards the world below. In the wilderness, Ning Chen and Bai Wangyu were about to move forward. Suddenly they were shocked. Above them, a huge space crack appeared out of nowhere. In the space crack, a shocking sword chi cut through time and space and swept towards them. Bai Wangyu saw this, and his expression changed. This was the emperor's sword chi. Beside Bai Wangyu, Ning Chen also felt the terror of the sword chi. He focused all his attention and manifested the celestial slash. The celestial sword appeared again. The sword broke through the air and met the attack. Boom! The emperor's sword and the celestial slash collided. Suddenly, the heavens shook and the earth shook. Thousands of miles away, hundreds of mountains collapsed. Rubble flew everywhere. It was shocking. Below the collision, under Ning Chen's feet, the earth rumbled and shook. Cracks spread and crisscrossed. It was a shocking move. Blood flowed from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. In just one exchange, he was at a disadvantage. "Let's go." On the side, Bai Wangyu's expression turned serious. He took the female demon and the injured, knowing destiny, and quickly left. Thousands of miles away, the sword light swept over. The three stopped. Bai Wangyu looked at the man beside him and asked, "How are your injuries?" "It's fine." Around Ning Chen's body, chaotic true essence surged and healed his injuries. Not long after, Ning Chen opened his eyes. There was a rare excitement in the depths of his eyes. After coming to the divine realm, he finally met a true sword expert. "Do you know who that sword chi came from?" Ning Chen looked at the young man beside him and asked. "The emperor's sword owner," Bai Wangyu said with a serious expression, "the first sword expert in the eastern divine realm." Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes flashed. He said, "He is the sect master of the emperor's sword sect?" "Yes." Bai Wangyu nodded and said, "This person's cultivation in the sword is unfathomable. It is very likely that he will become the first person in tens of thousands of years to reflect the sword Tao into the heavenly Tao. In that case, he hasn't stepped into the fifth realm yet?" Ning Chen said in surprise, "Not yet. However, this does not mean that this person is not strong. On the contrary, the Son of Heaven's sword master has killed more than 1/5 level cultivator. Moreover, the Son of Heaven's sword sect does not lack 5th level cultivators. For the Son of Heaven's sword master to be able to intimidate these people it can be seen how terrifying his strength is. Ning Chen nodded. He had personally experienced the strength of this person with that sword strike just now. At the very least, this son of Heaven's Swordmaster would not lose to top experts like Divine Lord Qilin and Bodhisattva Xiaiheng. In the Divine Court, the Sword Master of the Son of Heaven also had a strange expression when he sensed that his sword had not killed the enemy. An unfamiliar expert of the way of the sword had arrived from the Eastern God realm. Thinking of this, the Sword Master of the Son of Heaven looked at the Lord of the Divine Court and said, "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." After saying that, the Son of Heaven's sword owner stood up and transformed into a beam of sword light, heading down to the lower realm. On the main seat, the Lord of the Divine Court frowned slightly but did not say anything. During the banquet, a divine battle general could not stand the Son of Heaven's sword owner's unscrupulous behavior. He stood up and said in a deep voice, "Divine Lord, this Son of Heaven's sword owner really doesn't know the rules." On the main seat, the Lord of the Divine Court raised his hand and stopped the former from continuing. He said with a calm expression, "The Son of Heaven's sword owner may have urgent matters to attend to. Don't worry about it." The Divine Battle General, who had spoken earlier, clenched his fists and had no choice but to sit down again. Because of the Son of Heaven's sword owner's sudden departure, the atmosphere of the banquet became heavy for a moment. The Lord of the Divine Court looked at the legendary figures of the major sects below and smiled. "Everyone, there's no need to be reserved. Come, let me propose a toast to everyone. Divine Lord, you're too polite." Below, the prominent figures of the various sects who had been famous for a long time did not dare to be arrogant. They all stood up and raised their cups. "Divine Lord." At this moment, below, a divine general walked over quickly. He half knelt and saluted. "The traitorous divine, General Qing Jian's whereabouts have been found." On the main seat, the Lord of the Divine Court's expression immediately froze. He said in a deep voice, "Where?" "Sichuan," the divine general replied respectfully. At the banquet, the 9 divine battle generals looked at each other when they heard this. There was a serious look in their eyes. "Divine Lord, I am willing to go to Sichuan and bring Qing Jian back." A young divine general who looked to be only 12 or 13 years old stood up and saluted respectfully. "Tianqi, are you confident?" The Lord of the Divine Court looked at the young man in front of him and said with a serious expression, "You should know what Qing Jian is capable of." Qing Jian was the #1 divine battle general of the Divine Court. Although Tianqi was not weak, he was still slightly inferior to Qing Jian. "Divine Lord, I am willing to go with you." At the end of the banquet, an abnormally huge divine battle general spoke. His voice was like a huge bell. Hearing this, the Lord of the Divine Court thought for a moment and nodded. "You all take the 36 celestial spirits with you. If there is resistance, kill without mercy." "Yes." During the banquet, the 2 divine battle generals, Tianqi and Zhuling, received the order at the same time and immediately turned to leave. In the Western River, in a place where few people ever set foot in the Eastern God realm, a handsome man dressed in green divine armor was walking forward. At this moment, auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, and a thunderbolt appeared on a sunny day. In the auspicious clouds, powerful auras appeared one after another. The 2 people in the lead were both above the 5th realm, and their powerful divine might was earth-shattering. The 2 divine battle generals of the Divine Court came out together to capture the traitor god of the Divine Court. Below, Qing Jian looked at the 2 people in the sky and frowned slightly. "Qing Jian, come back with us and accept your punishment from the Divine Lord." Tianqi took a step forward and said in a deep voice as he looked at the man below, "Why are you talking so much nonsense with him?" In front of the 36 celestial spirits, Divine General Zhuling snorted coldly and descended from the sky with 2 hammers in his hands. The 100-foot-tall divine General Zhuling smashed down with his hammers, and the scene of him covering the sky and the sun was shocking. Boom! An earth-shattering tremor rang out, and the ground below collapsed. The ground cracked open, and the cracks spread out for thousands of miles. Ha ha ha! Divine General Zhu Ling laughed to the sky and said, "What number 1 divine battle general? Haven't you been smashed into a meat patty by my hammers? Be careful." At this moment, in the sky, Tianqi's expression changed, and he hurriedly reminded. Below the battle, Qingjian held up a giant hammer with one hand and swung it directly, throwing Divine General Zhu Ling out. Boom! Boom! In the distance, Divine General Zhu Ling's body collapsed one mountain after another, and huge rocks flew everywhere, burying his huge body. "After so many years, you still only grow strength and not brains," Qingjian said coldly. He looked at Tianqi in the sky and said, "Since you're here, make your move." In front of the 36 celestial spirits, Tianqi's expression turned serious. He clenched his right hand, and a flaming spear appeared out of thin air. "Kill!" With a deep roar, Tianqi's figure descended from the sky and slashed at the traitor god of the divine court below. Below, Qingjian's three-pointed, double-edged sword appeared in his hand, and he directly faced the attack. The two strongest divine battle generals fought. The flaming spear and the three-pointed, double-edged sword danced with great momentum, but they were also extremely sharp. The two figures moved between the mountains and rivers, and the divine weapons clashed, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to sink. The shocking scene shocked everyone. The fight between the gods attracted countless people to watch. At the same time, Ningchen and the others, who had come to the Eastern Divine World, also felt the shocking battle in the distance and stopped. "They're fighting again." Bai Wangyu looked at the shocking battle in the distance and said, "Divine Battle General Qingjian?" Ningchen asked with a strange expression. "Yes." Bai Wangyu nodded and said, "The number 1 divine battle general of the divine court has unfathomable strength, and the one fighting with him is the number 2 divine battle general, Tianqi, whose cultivation is also at the 5th realm. Although his strength is not as strong as Qingjian's, the difference is not too great. Will the divine court send the next person to capture this divine battle general?" Ning Chen looked at the battle in the distance, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Sometimes the difference between the number 1 and the number 2 was like heaven and earth. The number 1 was always the number 1, and it was always difficult to surpass. "No," Bai Wangyu said seriously. "There must be reinforcements, but they haven't made a move yet." In the distance, in the sky above the battle, the 36 celestial spirits stood quietly in the auspicious clouds, looking at the battle below with serious expressions. Divine General Qingjian's fame shook the entire divine court. It was said that unless the other 9 divine battle generals all made a move, no one could take down this divine general. They didn't know whether the rumor was true or false, but it seemed that divine General Tianqi was indeed fighting very hard. In the battle, Tianqi was fighting against Qingjian. After more than 10 rounds, Tianqi's body was already stained red. The three-pointed, double-edged sword weighed more than 1,000 pounds, but divine General Qingjian lifted it as if it were nothing. Every move collided, and the remaining power roared wildly. The battle was unfavorable. Tianqi let out a deep roar, and the brilliance around him rose. In the face of a strong enemy, Tianqi showed his strongest divine power. Behind him, 2 heads and 4 arms grew out, and the shocking Dharma form was abnormally terrifying. 3 heads and 6 arms, the top 3 divine powers of the Eastern Divine World, reappeared in the world today. Tianqi's 6 arms each held a divine weapon, either a spear, a silk, or a Vajra divine ring. As he waved them, the wind and clouds changed color. In front of him, Divine General Qing Jian's expression didn't change. He stepped forward with a divine weapon in hand. The battle started again, and the rumbling sound echoed throughout Sichuan. Divine General Qing Jian faced Tian Qi, who had used a divine power and waved the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand. His attacks were like a storm, and he wasn't affected at all. Boom! The three divine weapons in Tian Qi's hand collided with the three-pointed, double-edged sword at the same time. The terrifying impact spread out and shook the battle. At this moment, a huge figure rose from the collapsed mountain below, holding two huge hammers and smashing down again. Qing Jian didn't have time to react to the sudden attack. The hammers fell and smashed the top divine general of the divine court down. With a boom, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground below. Waves of dust billowed and blocked one's vision. "You're still not dead this time," Divine General Juling said angrily in the void. "Don't be careless." In front of him, Tian Qi said in a deep voice. He looked down, and his expression was still abnormally solemn. How intense! In the distance, Ning Qin couldn't help but exclaim as he watched this astonishing battle. It seemed that this trip to the Eastern Divine World was the right one. Chapter 1418. In the Eastern Divine World, West River, the Divine Court was quelling chaos. Two war god generals brought the 36 celestial spirits down to kill the traitor Qing Jian. The former number 1 divine general of the Divine Court, his combat power was shocking, forcing war god General Tianqi into a dangerous situation. At the moment of crisis, Juling Divine General suddenly attacked, smashing Qing Jian into the ground with his hammers. In the void, war god General Tianqi looked down with a dignified expression. With Qing Jian's strength, it was impossible for him to be defeated in one blow. They could not be careless. Sure enough, on the ground, after the dust and sand dispersed, a figure in green armor appeared and scathed. Juling Divine General's expression changed when he saw this. "This guy is really a monster. Juling Divine General, I haven't seen you for a few years, but your strength has not improved at all." Qing Jian's figure slowly rose into the air and came to the same height as the two, looking at the huge divine world in front of him, and said lightly, "Damn it." Juling Divine General, who could not stand being goaded, was angry. He waved his hammers and rushed forward again. No. Behind him, the three-headed, six-armed war god General Tianqi's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted anxiously. However, Tianqi's reminder was too late. Juling Divine General, who rushed forward alone, felt his eyes blur, and Qing Jian disappeared in front of him. The next moment, Qing Jian appeared behind Juling Divine General. He reached out to grab Juling Divine General and smashed him directly toward the 36 celestial spirits in the sky. The meteor-like figure carried Qing Jian's huge divine power. Juling Divine General's body burned with flames, shocking people. In the sky, the 36 celestial spirits saw this and immediately formed a formation, joining forces to block the huge figure rushing over. Boom! Juling Divine General's body smashed into the formation formed by the 36 celestial spirits. Suddenly, blood flew and sprinkled like rain. At the same time, the 36 celestial spirits suffered the backlash of their divine power and retreated several steps, blood spilling from their mouths. In the battle, war god General Tianqi saw this and did not dare to hesitate. His figure flashed and restrained Qing Jian. "Tianqi, with your ability, why do you have to serve this decadent divine court?" Azure Sword said calmly as he brandished his three-pointed, double-edged blade to block the continuous attacks of battle immortal General Tianqi. "Since you and I are divine battle generals, we should be loyal to the holy court. Qing Jian, come back with me. I will plead with the Divine Lord and ask him to spare you this time," Divine General Tianqi said in a low voice as he attacked. "If you want me to go back with you, then you have to defeat me first." Green light rose from his body. He switched from defense to offense and began to attack madly. With a rumble, the three-pointed, double-edged saber in Qing Jian's hand slashed down, directly smashing Divine General Tianqi down. Amidst the tumbling waves of dust, Divine General Tianqi soared into the sky again. He displayed the power of his 3 heads and 6 arms and fought against the former number 1 Divine General of the Divine Court with all his strength. Seeing that it was difficult for Divine General Tianqi to gain the upper hand, the 36 heavenly stars in the sky did not dare to hesitate and immediately joined the battle. The 36 celestial stars attacked, and strange light rose in the void. 36 of them formed a formation, suppressing Divine General Qing Jian's power. Divine General Qing Chong snorted coldly. He let go of the 3-pointed, double-edged saber in his hands. He flipped his palms, and a terrifying power burst out, turning into raging waves. Ugh! The 36 celestial stars grunted at the same time. Even if they worked together, it was difficult to trap the number 1 Divine General of the Divine Court. On the ground, the severely injured Divine General Zhuling staggered to his feet again and flew toward the sky. In the void, Divine General Qing Chong's face was cold. He raised his hand and poured in yuan. A vast, blue divine light spread, and then he slapped down with an earth-shattering force. With a rumble, Divine General Zhuling, who had not yet joined the battle, slapped down again and crashed into the ground. In the Divine Court, the Lord of the Divine Court, sitting high on the dragon throne, looked at the divine realm in front of him and frowned. The divine realm reflected the battle in the lower world. 2 divine battle generals and the 36 celestial stars attacked together, but they were no match for the traitorous Qing Jian. Divine Lord, Divine General Tianqi, and Divine General Zhuling seemed to be at a disadvantage. During the banquet, an ancient divine demon from a large sect spoke calmly. On the dragon throne, the Lord of the Divine Court collected himself and smiled. No problem. Purple Lightning Divine General, go and help them. Yes. During the banquet, a woman in purple armor stood up. Her figure turned into purple lightning and disappeared instantly. The 3rd Divine General made his move. In the sky, a purple lightning bolt tore through the air at extreme speed. The Purple Lightning Divine General, a powerful Divine General known for his speed, rushed toward the battle. In the west of the battle, above the wilderness, Ning Qin looked at the battle in the distance. Suddenly, he looked at the sky with a strange expression. Another one had come. Purple Lightning Divine General. Beside him, Bai Wangyu spoke with a solemn expression. The Divine General known for his speed? Ning Qin asked. That's right. Bai Wangyu nodded and said, this Divine General is not only extremely fast, but his explosive attack is also equally shocking. With this person holding him back, Qing Jian will be in a tough battle this time. That may not be the case. Ning Qin looked away and continued to watch the battle. Speed is important in battle, but it's not like there's no way to deal with it. In terms of understanding of speed, he believed that he would not lose to anyone. However, there was no perfect battle strategy in the world. Everyone had extreme speed. In the void in the distance, the 36 celestial spirits were all injured by Qing Jian's shocking attack. The celestial spirit array also fluctuated violently. In the battle, Tianqi Divine General relied on his 3 heads and 6 arms to hold on and barely block Qing Jian's storm-like attacks. Below, the Divine General of Zhuling, who was blasted down again and again, was furious. He once again soared into the sky and joined the battle. Qing Jian snorted coldly and kicked the 3-pointed double-edged sword in front of him. He gathered his energy and gathered it from all directions, splitting the yin and yang of heaven and earth. 8-9 mysterious heavens, yin and yang flood splitting. This shocking move stirred up the wind and clouds. In the battle, Tianqi Divine General's expression changed slightly when he saw this. With a deep roar, Flames rose around his body and turned into a protective barrier in front of him. Tianqi, you are still too young after all. A cold smile appeared on Qing Jian's face. He turned his palm and slapped directly at the divine general of Juling below. The earth-shattering move stirred up the wind and clouds. Below, the divine general of Juling's expression changed drastically. The feeling of death was so clear. At the critical moment, in the distance, purple lightning rushed past. At the most dangerous moment, it carried the divine general of Juling away from the shocking palm. Boom! Below, the palm energy landed on the ground. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. The terrifying scene shocked everyone. 8-9 Mysterious Heaven Art. In the distance, Ning Chen looked at the cultivation method used by Qing Jian, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In the mortal world, he had also seen this cultivation method. Back then, Jun Wentian of the Demon Palace had cultivated this method. It turned out that this powerful cultivation method came from the God Realm. Purple lightning, I didn't expect you to come too. In the battle in the distance, Qing Jian looked back at the woman in purple and said calmly, You betrayed the divine court. Qing Jian, you have disappointed me. The purple lightning divine general looked at the man in front of him. Anger flashed in his eyes. Qing Jian sighed softly and didn't say much. His three-pointed, double-edged sword appeared in his hand again. He glanced at the three divine generals and said, No need to say more. Come at me together. The purple lightning divine general's expression was cold. He stepped lightly and disappeared instantly. Swoosh! In an instant, the purple lightning divine general swept in front of Qing Jian. A 3-foot-long cold blade appeared in his hand. It was neither a sword nor a saber. It was more like a sharp weapon forged for killing. The blood blade was one of the top 10 divine weapons in the Eastern God Realm. It was made for killing and was extremely sharp. Qing Jian, who was already prepared, took half a step back and avoided the blood blade. He waved the 3-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand and made a strong counterattack. Boom! Purple lightning's figure flashed and avoided the attack. In front of him, a green light broke through the sky and flattened a mountain. In the battle between divine weapons, an inch longer was an inch stronger and an inch shorter was an inch more dangerous. In the battle, the two powerful divine generals made full use of their advantages. One's attack was powerful, and the other's movement was as fast as lightning. Strength and speed competed and restrained each other. No one dared to be careless. At the moment when the two were in a stalemate, the two divine generals, Tianqi and Juling, also rushed into the battle and joined forces to fight the first divine general of the divine court. The rumbling shook continuously. Qing Jian, who was suppressed by the heavenly dipper formation, could only use 70% of his strength. Whoosh! The blood blade slashed across Qing Jian's left arm and blood splattered. It was the first time since the battle that his arm was dyed red. The battle tilted. After purple lightning joined the battle, the three divine generals finally gained the upper hand. Outside the battle, Ning Chen looked at the formation in front of him and narrowed his eyes. The battle strategy was wrong. The key was not the three divine generals joining forces. However, could Qing Jian, who was in the battle, realize this? The divine court does have some tricks. It seems that Qing Jian is going to lose, Bai Wangyu said from the side. You too. Can you hand over the demoness behind you? At this moment, a calm voice sounded in the void and entered their ears. When Ning Chen and Bai Wangran heard this, their bodies trembled and they suddenly looked at the sky. But at this moment, sword currents surged in the void, and amazing sword pressure spread in all directions. After a short while, an extremely young figure walked out from the stream of swords. He held an ancient sword in his hand, and his strength was so strong that it was shocking. The owner of the Emperor's sword, a legendary swordsman of the Eastern Divine Realm, had come in person. Not good. Bai Wangran saw the person, and his expression changed. On the side, Ning Chen felt the sword pressure of the young man in the void, and his face became serious. There was no doubt that this level of sword pressure belonged to the legendary owner of the Emperor's Sword. In the void, the owner of the Emperor's Sword appeared. Behind the two, Yao Yu's eyes flashed with fear, and she subconsciously retreated. The owner of the Emperor's Sword looked at the three and walked down calmly. His seemingly slow steps stepped on the hearts of the three, and it was so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. The legendary swordsman, who had never been seen before, was famous throughout the Eastern divine realm. Even the divine master, who dominated the divine court, had to treat him with respect. Today, the owner of the Emperor's Sword had come in person to deal with the two involved in Yao Yu's matter. In the wilderness, Ning Chen and Bai Wangyu's expressions turned serious at the same time. Their sword will rose to resist the terrifying sword pressure from the sky. Chapter 1419. In the Eastern Divine World, west of Sichuan, the son of Heaven's Sword owner arrived in person. The legendary swordsman of the Eastern Divine World. Even though he hadn't reached the 5th level, his strength wasn't inferior to the overlords of the Divine World. Hand over the female demon behind you, and I'll let you go. The Son of Heaven Sword owner descended from the sky, holding the Son of Heaven's sword. The sword hadn't been unsheathed, but the sword pressure had already caused the surrounding void to distort violently. Yao Yu, back off. Ning Chen looked at the Son of Heaven's sword owner, who was walking towards him. Benefactor, be careful. Yao Yu also felt the strength of the Son of Heaven's sword owner, and reminded him with a worried expression. Then he leaped out of the battle. Looks like you don't plan to hand her over, the Son of Heaven's sword owner said calmly. Since we've saved her, we naturally won't hand her over, Ning Chen said calmly. What about you? The Son of Heaven's sword owner looked at the white-robed youth beside him and asked. Bai Wangyu smiled bitterly and said helplessly he has the final say. That's good too. As he spoke, the Son of Heaven's sword owner unsheathed his sword. In an instant, above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds stirred, and the sky quickly darkened. The battle was about to begin, and the surrounding air pressure immediately became heavy. In an instant, the Son of Heaven's sword owner moved, and a dragon's roar shook the sky. Around the Son of Heaven's sword owner, a 5-clawed golden dragon coiled, and the image of the Son of Heaven shook people's hearts. On the Son of Heaven's sword, a dazzling golden light shone, and a sword slashed open the void for thousands of miles. In front, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. In the turbulent blood qi, the celestial slash appeared, and the runes on the sword spread, piercing into his arm. Connected by blood, the celestial slash reappeared, and its shocking power filled the air. The ancient celestial sword's sword power shook the world. With a swing of the sword light broke through the sky. Above the vast wilderness, 2 sword qi rushed towards each other, and in an instant they collided. In the next moment, a terrifying tremor sounded. With the 2 as the center, the entire wilderness began to collapse, and it spread endlessly, reaching thousands of miles away. In the center of the battle, 2 golden and silver auras swept out. The terrifying aura made people go crazy. As the 2 peerless swordsmen clashed, the sky collapsed and the earth fell. Outside the battlefield, Bai Wangyu was impacted by the shock waves of the great battle. He took half a step back. When he saw Yao Yu not far away, his expression turned serious. His figure flashed past and blocked in front of him. A sword strike scattered the surging shock waves. Yao Yu recovered from her shock, but her body was still trembling. Bai Wangyu looked at the great battle ahead with a solemn expression. The strength of the Son of Heaven's swordmaster could be said to be one of the top experts in the Eastern divine realm. Although Ning Chen was strong, he was still slightly inferior. In the battle, under the surging waves of dust, the 2 figures appeared. Ning Chen's hand that was holding the sword was bleeding. He was actually at a disadvantage. Both of them were half a step to Heaven Realm, but the son of Heaven's sword head had comprehended the Tao for 10,000 years. His sword cultivation had reached an amazing level. Even a true Heaven Realm expert would find it hard to fight against him. On the other hand, although Ning Qin was extremely experienced in battle, he was at a disadvantage in terms of accumulation over the years. The Son of Heaven, sword owner, lives up to his name. Ning Qin was at a disadvantage, but there was no fear on his face, since the sword of the Son of Heaven Swordmaster was the most likely swordsmanship to be reflected in the world. Then defeating this person was the most important thing for him. "Do you need help?" Outside the battlefield, Bai Wangyu asked. "Not for now," Ning Qin replied. Then, with a deep shout, he unleashed his cultivation once again. 4 divisions, God, sealing sword. With a strong enemy before him, Ning Qin no longer suppressed the 4 divisions' origin energies in his body. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise appeared. In the middle, the Qilin howled, continuously absorbing the 4 divisions' divine energies. The strongest origin energies continuously gathered. Ning Chen's aura gradually changed. His white hair instantly turned blood red. With the help of the 4 divisions' origin energies, Ning Chen's strength rapidly rose. His white clothes and red hair were dazzling. The phoenix origin energy in Ning Chen's body quickly returned to its ancestral state. Flames lingered around him, shocking the world. His body rose, and Ning Chen's figure shot out again. His sword was like lightning, unbelievably fast. The Son of Heaven, sword head, frowned. He held the Son of Heaven's sword in his hand, and golden dragon chi enveloped his body as he faced his opponent head-on. Fast moves clashed, and the two fought from the sky to the ground. Their figures intersected, and sword images crisscrossed. In terms of speed, the Son of Heaven Swordhead is actually not inferior to Ning Qin. Outside the battlefield, Bai Wangyu looked at the battle in shock. 1,000 Autumn Sword. After 100 moves, the Son of Heaven's sword head gathered his essence and condensed it into a sword. When he swung his sword, it was earth-shattering. A huge sword chi descended from the sky. The horrifying might caused the sky to collapse and the ground to sink. In front, Ning Chen's aura changed. Demonic essence surged, and demonic flames burned. The 9 underworlds battle technique reappeared. Demonic flames burning the plains. Sword light shot out, and demonic flames burned the world. Layers of attacks accumulated, and the Flying Swan incantation displayed its shocking might. In the next moment, the two forces collided in the void. An extremely strong shock wave spread out, forcing the two back. In terms of cultivation body strength, they were evenly matched. No one gained the upper hand. Outside the battlefield, Bai Wangyu's expression turned increasingly grave. In terms of strength, Ning Chen was actually not inferior to the Son of Heaven's sword head. Perhaps this battle was not as one-sided as Bai Wangyu had imagined. In the void, after a round of attack and defense, the two figures shot out again. Sword lights intersected, and killing intent filled the air. Ning Chen's aura constantly changed. He skillfully switched between the 3 cultivation bodies, bringing out their advantages to the maximum. Not bad. The opponent in front of him was amazing. The Son of Heaven's sword head's eyes focused for the first time. He pointed his finger at his sword, and rays of golden dragon chi shot out. Dragon roars filled the sky, and sword intent filled the sky. Ning Qin swung his sword to block the attack. He took half a step back, and the corner of his mouth turned red. Gaining the advantage in one move, the Son of Heaven's sword head's figure shot out, and the Son of Heaven's sword slashed out with shocking might. The sword light approached, and Ning Chen's figure flashed, arriving behind the Son of Heaven's sword head. The sword aura turned, and the 3,000 snow waves pressed down on the former. The sword aura's attribute changed without any warning. The entire world froze and everything was white. The Son of Heaven's sword head's expression turned serious. He turned his head back and blocked the attack with his sword. With a boom, the Son of Heaven's sword scattered the snowflakes that broke through the air. At this moment, a silver sword light arrived silently, and it was abnormally powerful. The Son of Heaven's sword head's expression turned serious, and he immediately retreated. However, he was already one step too late. The silver sword light brushed past him. The Son of Heaven's sword head's divine sense shook, and he suddenly staggered. The self-cutting Tao sword that specialized in cutting divine sense and Tao realm displayed its might. The Son of Heaven's sword head, who did not have time to react, was injured for the first time. Feeling the intense pain, the Son of Heaven's sword head shouted. Golden light rose around him, suppressing the fluctuations of his divine sense. At this moment, Ning Chen's figure had already arrived in front of him. His sword was like thunder. It was fast, and it was even faster. Having lost the initiative, the Son of Heaven's sword head retreated step by step, falling into a disadvantage. In a battle between top swordsmen, every move could be the key to changing the situation. The two exchanged more than 100 moves, and the situation changed again and again. The two people outside the battle were extremely nervous. This guy actually hid so much of his strength. Bai Wangyu's face showed anger. However, he still did not relax too much. He knew that the Son of Heaven's sword head's strength was definitely not limited to this. As expected, before he finished thinking in the battle, the eyes of the Son of Heaven's sword head, who was retreating step by step, flashed with a golden brilliance. He activated his divine might and caught the trajectory of the former sword. Zhu Xian closed in, and the Son of Heaven's sword head blocked the sword with his fingers. The Son of Heaven's sword in his hand slashed down, forcefully counterattacking. In the instant of danger, Ning Chen turned his body, narrowly avoiding the killing move. However, after being suppressed in one move, the situation of the battle changed again. The Son of Heaven's sword head's sword slashed down, and his attacks were endless, changing hands of the world. His sword was suppressed. The sword in Ning Chen's hand spun rapidly, slashing towards the Son of Heaven's sword head's arm. Clang! The two divine weapons collided. Dragon Qi and Cold Qi clashed, and it was hard to tell who would win. Counterattacking with moves, the situation of the battle that was about to be reversed was leveled again. The two people's expressions were abnormally focused. In close combat, their sword fingers condensed, and the tip of their fingers was deadly. Pung pung! They exchanged moves, and danger surrounded them. The two people stood at the peak of the sword, facing an opponent of the same level. How could they bow down? With a loud boom, after countless moves, the two people's sword fingers crossed, imprinting on each other's body. Blood splattered, and the battle separated. 100 steps away, the two people steadied themselves. The people who looked at each other had sword intent surging around them. Dragon Qi coiled around them, and cold Qi pervaded the air. Strong, shockingly strong. Facing the strongest opponent of their lives, the two people continuously raised their battle intent, and their bodies shone with brilliance. Chapter 1420. This was a shocking battle. The Son of Heaven, sword sovereign, activated his divine might. His eyes shone with a golden light, and he could see through everything. Cold air fluctuated around Ning Chen's body, and the phoenix flames rose again. An instant later, his figure disappeared again. Fast, even faster. Ning Chen urged the phoenix to fly at top speed. His speed kept increasing as he tried to break through his opponent's insight ability. The Son of Heaven, sword sovereign, narrowed his eyes. In the golden world, Ning Chen's speed seemed to slow down. His afterimages could be faintly seen. In an instant, the Son of Heaven's sword owner moved and appeared in front of an afterimage, slashing down with his sword. The golden dragon roared, and the sword Qi tore through the air, destroying the afterimage. The Son of Heaven, sword head frowned, and his heart sank. Not good. At this moment, a sword light suddenly appeared beside the sword master of Heaven's Son of Heaven. It was much faster than before. In the instant of danger, the Son of Heaven's sword owner barely managed to grasp the trajectory of the sword and immediately retreated. With a chi-la sound, the Son of Heaven's sword owner's arm was dyed red once more. At the most dangerous moment, he avoided his vitals. In front of him, Ning Chen's figure paused. He waved the immortal sword in his hand and attacked again. A golden light flashed in the eyes of the Son of Heaven's sword owner as he blocked the attack with his sword. With a loud bang, the two swords collided once again. Ning Chen, who barely gained the upper hand in terms of speed, was still unable to completely break through the former's divine might. It was fast, but not fast enough. Even though it was faster than the speed of heaven and earth, it was still difficult to completely escape the detection of the divine might. Ning Chen's figure flickered, and as soon as he appeared, he vanished. The essences of the four quadrants around him surged as he continued to accelerate the speed of the phoenix. Fast, even faster. Ning Chen gave up on defense and focused all his strength on increasing his speed. Gradually, the void began to distort. At extreme speeds, space-time actually slowed down. Fast, he could go even faster. Ning Chen crazily burned the phoenix essence in his body. His speed finally reached a terrifying level. Gradually, the surrounding space seemed to have stopped flowing. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Chen leaped forward and waved his sword, mercilessly attacking. Just as he was about to succeed, a divine light tore through the air from afar. Without any warning, it shattered the frozen space with a bang. As the divine light hit his body, blood spurted out from Ning Chen's mouth as he staggered. The sudden change forcefully blasted Ning Chen out of a crazy state, and the balance of the four symbols' origins around him was instantly broken. After time resumed, the sword light from the sword master of the Emperor of Heaven's sword also fell. The powerful aura slashed towards the knowing destiny state cultivators. Ning Chen suppressed his injuries and barely managed to block the attack with his sword. With a loud boom, Ning Chen's body fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Outside the battlefield, Bai Wangyu recovered from his shock, not understanding what had just happened. Tens of thousands of miles away, in the battle between the divine generals of the divine court, a third eye had appeared between Qing Jian's eyebrows. Dazzling divine light pierced through the sky with shocking power. Purple lightning's figure flashed past, narrowly avoiding the divine light. The divine light brushed past him and flew into the distance. No one had expected that the battle of the divine court would affect another battle. At the critical moment, Ning Chen was blasted out of the still time and space by the divine light. The situation of the battle was completely reversed. In the void, the Son of Heaven's sword owner stood quietly. Although he didn't see clearly what had happened, his instincts as a swordsman told him that he was about to lose. The instant danger of defeat completely stimulated the pride in the sword sovereign's heart. The Son of Heaven's sword's owner let out a deep shout, and golden waves surged around him. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with terrifying sword pressure, heavy and oppressive. In the distance, above the West River, the divine court battle divine generals also felt this terrifying pressure. They separated from the battlefield and looked toward the west. This sword pressure was the Son of Heaven sword's owner? It was unbelievable that someone in the east border could force the Son of Heaven's sword's owner to such an extent. In the battlefield, the besieged Qing Jian's third eye looked toward the west, and his expression froze. Just now, he seemed to have inadvertently helped the Son of Heaven's sword's owner. In other words, the person who had forced the Son of Heaven's sword's owner into a desperate situation was probably in danger. Thinking of this, Qing Jian stepped forward and rushed toward the west. Purple lightning, stop him! Seeing this, Divine General Tianqi immediately shouted. The purple lightning divine general came back to his senses. His figure flashed, wanting to stop Qing Jian's footsteps. Get out of the way. The god's eye between Qing Jian's eyebrows lit up with dazzling divine light again. The purple lightning divine general was shocked and immediately dodged. In an instant, Qing Jian's figure flashed past and moved forward. Around the battlefield, the 36 celestial spirits used their divine power to slow down the former's footsteps. However, without the restraint of the 3 divine battle generals, the celestial spirits' formation could no longer restrict Qing Jian's footsteps. The 3-pointed, double-edged sword swung past, and the 36 celestial spirits all vomited blood. In the west, the battle between the swordsmen became more and more tragic. After being accidentally blasted out of the stagnant time and space by Qing Jian's attack, the aura of the 4 origins around Ning Chen surged violently and could no longer be balanced. Ning Chen had no choice but to use his peerless foundation to forcefully suppress the 4 origins and fight the Son of Heaven, Sword's owner again. In the void, the Son of Heaven, Sword's owner, who had experienced the crisis of defeat, completely erupted and no longer held back. The battle technique that he wanted to use when he proved his swordsmanship appeared for the first time. 9 giant dragons appeared around the Son of Heaven, Sword's owner, and the number of extreme 9 increased by 1. The Son of Heaven, Sword's owner displayed the strongest sword power in the world. Every sword had a giant golden dragon roaring out. 9 dragons appeared at the same time, and he was invincible in the world. In the battle, Ning Chen's body was restrained, and his combat power dropped sharply. Facing the Son of Heaven, Sword's owner, who had unleashed his full power, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. Unwilling to lose just like that, Ning Chen's celestial slaying sword appeared in his left hand. Yin and Yang aura rushed into the sky, forming a sword formation to deal with the enemy in front of him. On the ground, a Tai Chi formation appeared and spun rapidly. Yin and Yang aura flowed endlessly, supporting the power of the 2 swords. You have lost without mercy. In the void, the Son of Heaven, Sword's owner revealed a furious expression. Giant golden dragons rushed down around him, constantly attacking the limits of the Yin and Yang formation. Below, blood flowed out from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. He gradually found it difficult to hold on. Ultimate technique of the world, boundary of life and death. His defeat was obvious, but Ning Chen's battle intent did not decrease. His 2 swords crossed, and he finally counterattacked. Within the Yin and Yang grand formation, streaks of sword light rose, crisscrossing endlessly. Nirvana! With the support of the Yin and Yang formation, Ning Chen's celestial slaying sword condensed endless sword power. With 1 sword, Nirvana appeared. In the next moment, thousands of sword streams rushed into the sky. Wherever the sword streams passed, the void collapsed. In the void, the Son of Heaven, Sword's owner, snorted coldly. The Son of Heaven divine sword also condensed the power of 9 dragons. With absolute sword power, 1 sword destroyed thousands of sword streams. The rumbling sound was endless. A terrifying vibration sounded, and a shocking power engulfed the entire world. Ugh! In the battle, a muffled groan sounded. Ning Chen's celestial slaying sword stabbed into the ground, forcibly stopping his retreat. Sword technique, Tai. The Tai sword returned to its original state. The moment Ning Chen's vital energy had not recovered, in the constantly shaking heaven and earth, he turned around and attacked again with a shocking sword. In the void, the Son of Heaven, Sword's owner's expression turned serious. He waved his Son of Heaven sword, and 9 giant golden dragons rushed down one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The Tai sword was limitless. The sword light broke through the giant golden dragons, one after another. The terrifying sword power had never been seen before. However, Due to the injury and the restriction of the origin of the 4 divisions, the Tai sword could not be fully used. In the end, there was a flaw in the Tai sword. The majestic sword power quickly weakened after cutting through the giant golden dragons one after another. Finally, the 8 dragons collapsed. When the sword light cut through the last and strongest giant dragon, the sword power dissipated. In the void, the giant golden dragon swallowed the sword light and rushed down quickly. My life is not up to the heavens. On the ground, Ning Chen combined the 2 swords in his hands. With a deep roar, the sword power rose again. Heaven and earth together, life and death go against fate. The heaven and earth opened, and the power of the heavenly book reappeared. Ning Chen's 2 swords broke through the void, turning into 2 rainbows that rushed into the sky. In the void, the 2 rainbows shook the golden dragon. After being attacked again and again, the giant golden dragon collapsed. A sword rainbow rushed into the sky and slashed at the Son of Heaven, sword's owner. In the void, the Son of Heaven, sword's owner, raised his hand and blocked the sword rainbow. The god-slaying sword, at the end of its flight, fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. The outcome of the battle of swords had been decided, and there was no room for negotiation. The Son of Heaven, sword's owner, descended from the sky. He looked at the former and said calmly, "For a strong person like you, I will not say hypocritical words like sparing your life." The Son of Heaven's sword swung, and the sword with earth-shattering power mercilessly slashed at the exhausted, knowing destiny state in front of him. As the sword power approached him, Ning Chen endured his injuries and straightened his body. He refused to give in. Even if he was doomed to lose, he would not give in. No one could take his life. Pushing himself to the limit, Ning Chen let out a furious roar of defiance and once again forcefully fused his 3 bodies. Instantly human, god, and demon. 3 completely different types of power violently clashed, causing a bloody mist to burst out. Again, Ning Chen held the sword and shouted angrily. Chapter 14:21. In the Eastern Divine Realm, during the sword sparring session between swordsmen, Ning Chen, who had been accidentally blasted out of space and time, had reached his limit. On the other hand, the Son of Heaven's sword master's momentary crisis of defeat had completely stimulated the pride in his heart. The ultimate move he had left behind when he was proving his swordsmanship appeared for the first time. 9 dragons coiled around him, and his might was world-shaking. With the crisis looming over him, Ning Chen forcefully gathered the strength of his 3 bodies. The completely different forces madly attacked. In the battle, the Son of Heaven's sword master's expression turned serious when he saw this. He took a step forward, and the 9 dragons appeared again. The roaring dragon might shocked the world. In the Son of Heaven's sword owner's hand, the Son of Heaven's sword manifested a shocking power and slashed towards the opponent in front of him. Amidst the surging blood qi, Ning Chen swung his sword and blocked the Emperor's sword might. Splattering blood dyed his plain clothes red. Ning Chen was heavily injured, but he refused to retreat even half a step. His left hand grasped the air, and the immortal execution sword that had fallen to the ground far away flew back to him. The celestial slaying sword was slashed out, and heaven and earth trembled. The Son of Heaven sword owner blocked the sword might with his fingers. The 9 dragons swallowed the heavens and crazily attacked the former's protective sword qi. Ning Chen stepped forward. His 2 swords were as heavy as a mountain, forcefully pushing the 9 dragons and Son of Heaven sword owner towards the mountain peak ahead. In the next moment, there was a loud bang. Between heaven and earth, there was a huge tremor. One mountain after another was directly smashed by the 2 of them. Mountain rocks collapsed and fell like rain. With the protection of the dragon qi, the Son of Heaven sword master raised his divine energy again. He turned his finger into a palm and struck toward the former. Ning Chen did not dodge the heavy palm strike. Instead, he punched with the hand holding the sword. The two of them did not hold back in the slightest. Their powers corroded each other. Blood sprayed out, dyeing the mountain red. It was unknown whose blood it was, but the bitter battle became increasingly intense. Sword chi crisscrossed, and every move was a killing move. Although knowing destiny was at a disadvantage against the sword master of the Son of Heaven with his incomplete cultivation, his unyielding fighting spirit was still dazzling. Outside the battlefield, Bai Wangyu protected Yaoyu as he looked at the grand array in front of him with an abnormally heavy expression. This lunatic, to what extent was he going to fight? Young master, please help our benefactor. Behind him, Yu Yao continued to plead. He didn't ask me to attack. Bai Wangyu said solemnly. This was a fair battle. Ning Qin didn't ask him to fight, so he couldn't interfere without permission. Swordsmen also had their pride, and this pride was even greater than their lives. Judgment of the King of Hell. Doomsday heavenly punishment. In the battle, demonic might shook the sky and sword chi covered the sun. Ning Chen's demonic chi surged out, and a huge black, demonic sword descended from the sky, slashing towards the Son of Heaven's Swordmaster. Boundless Imperial Tao. As the demonic sword descended, the Son of Heaven's Sword Sovereign let out a deep roar. Dragon roars rang out around him as golden light shone dazzlingly. Within the golden light, streaks of sword light shot up into the sky and collided with the demonic sword. A shocking impact burst out, and the golden sword light broke through the demonic sword. The sword momentum was deflected, and the golden flood swallowed the knowing destiny state cultivators. The 100 suns returned to the east. Ning Chen was still unwilling to back down even half a step. Demonic flames rose around his body as demonic suns surged out. Hundreds of suns materialized and crashed into the golden flood. There was a violent explosion as the two forces collided. At the center of the explosion, Ning Chen's body was covered in blood. However, he had to rely on his undying demon body to bear the brunt of the attack. Great Sword Realm, Sword Emperor. Ning Chen's pride was stimulated by the fact that he had never met a sword opponent before. He used all of his moves, and a red sword world surged out. Within the sword world, streaks of blood-red lightning appeared. The sword power of the extreme Tao was endless. Within the 9 dragons' protection, the Son of Heaven's Sword Sovereign looked at the blood-red lightning around him with a solemn expression. Throughout the ages, the Son of Heaven worships the heavens. Facing such a powerful opponent, the Son of Heaven's Sword Sovereign did not dare to be careless. He slashed the sword with his left hand, and blood instantly dyed the divine sword red. An even more terrifying sword pressure swept out. Within the sword world, 9 huge golden dragons were dyed in blood. The dragon roars were deafening. In an instant, the Son of Heaven's sword that was dyed in blood slashed down from the void. With a bang, it directly slashed open the sword world. Boom! The Emperor of Swords and the Master of Swords, the 2 top swordsmen of the world, clashed with their swords. Blood splattered and fell like rain. 10 miles, 100 miles, the white-clothed figure smashed mountain after mountain, and blood dyed the 100 peaks red. In front, knowing Destiny State's counterattack also made the Son of Heaven's Sword Sovereign very uncomfortable. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he retreated a few steps. The Son of Heaven's Sword Sovereign's clothes were almost completely dyed in blood. His previous calmness was completely gone. In the void, the 9 huge golden dragons that coiled around were still incomparably powerful. The invincible legend of the East border, even though he was injured, still did not show any signs of defeat. Outside the battle, Bai Wangyu looked into the distance, and his eyes darkened. This time, could he still stand up? In the distance, in the collapsed mountain, Ning Qin, who was covered in blood, staggered to his feet. His face was covered in blood. He clenched the 2 swords in his hands and said angrily, "Again!" In the void, the Son of Heaven's sword sovereign descended from the sky. He looked at the former and said in a deep voice, "It has been 10,000 years. Among the countless opponents I have met, I am willing to call you the strongest." As he said this, the Son of Heaven's sword sovereign held his sword in front of him. The blood-stained Son of Heaven sword exploded with a shocking brilliance. At this moment, the already incomparably powerful legend of sword's power was still rising. In the mountain, Ningchen shouted. Around him, 4 immortal swords appeared at the same time. The 4 immortal swords gathered again. The 4 swords resonated with each other, and thunder surged. Ningchen activated the last of the power in his body, attaching 4 different kinds of origin power to the immortal swords. In an instant, the power of the 4 immortal swords rose sharply. The power of the immortal swords shook the divine sun of the 9 heavens. The fierce battle alarmed the strongest cultivators in the distant regions. In front of the sunrise divine palace, the sunrise flood god walked out. He looked at the eastern divine world, and his eyes narrowed. "It's the high priest," said the moon goddess. A teary smile appeared on her face. She said, "The high priest has finally met an expert of the way of the sword who can truly fight to his heart's content. Is the way of the sword so maddening?" The sunrise flood god looked to the east and said calmly, "If one hears the way in the morning, it is enough to die in the evening." Perhaps in the eyes of the high priest and other swordsmen, the sword is everything, said the moon goddess softly. The high priest's sword was tied down too much by the world. She hoped so much that one day the high priest's sword could truly bloom without regard for anything else. Perhaps today was the day she had been waiting for. In the eastern divine world, 2 eye-catching beams of sword light soared into the sky. At the end of the battle, the 2 top swordsmen of the world exploded with their strongest sword will. The blinding sword light illuminated the dark world. Sword technique, judgment of heaven and earth. In the battle, for immortal swords soared into the sky. The terrifying sword pressure split the clouds and split the sky in half. In front, the sword master of the Son of Heaven was also fearless. The sword of heaven and earth flew out, and 9 dragons coiled around it. Throughout the ages, my Tao is boundless. The 2 strongest moves were earth-shattering. In the sky, the 2 sword pressures collided with each other. It was a shocking scene. In the sky, the 2 sword pressures vibrated continuously. They were in a stalemate. At this moment, below in Ning Chen's body, the suppressed origin of the 4 symbols erupted again. With a muffled groan, a waterfall of blood gushed out from Ning Chen's body. In the sky, the stalemate between the sword pressures suddenly changed. The 9 dragons broke through the sword formation formed by the 4 immortal swords and pressed down. In the moment of danger, the celestial ending sword flew back to protect its master. The 9 dragons' shaking celestial sword was in a stalemate for a moment. Cracks appeared on the immortal sword, and the reforged immortal sword collapsed again. With a boom, the immortal sword broke and fragments flew everywhere. With the immortal sword destroyed, the broken sword exploded with its last power. The bloodline power in the sword spread out, and a terrifying cold air spread, freezing everything. In the battle, time and space quickly froze, and everything came to a standstill. In an instant, the 9 golden dragons shattered, and the aftershock spread out. The sword master of the Son of Heaven was hit, and blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth. With a splash of blood, he took a few steps back. 10 steps away, the sword master of the Son of Heaven barely stabilized himself. He looked at the frozen world in front of him with shock. In the frozen world, 4 broken immortal swords stabbed into the ground, and their light was abnormally dim. In the middle of the immortal swords, Ning Chen's clothes were dyed red with blood. He couldn't move, but his battle intent didn't decrease. The sword master of the Son of Heaven's expression became more and more serious. The opponent in front of him had amazing willpower. In front of him, Ji Ming's body was dyed red, and he didn't even have the strength to move. However, the sword master of the Son of Heaven's sword didn't dare to be careless. He raised his ultimate essence again, and the Son of Heaven's sword slashed down. As the sword light approached, the heaven and earth spirit chi around Ning Qin surged violently, turning into colorless dragons that surged out. His body couldn't move, but his powerful divine sense urged the heaven and earth spirit chi to turn into dragons. The Qi Huang secret technique and the Son of Heaven's sword clashed, and the dragons quickly collapsed, unable to block the Son of Heaven's sword. The sword Qi broke through the air and pierced through Ning Chen's body. Ning Chen's body was hit by the sword Qi, and he slid back 100 steps. Drops of blood dripped down, dyeing the frozen ground red. His unyielding battle spirit was still burning. As a swordsman, he wouldn't rest until he died. Gradually, the frozen ground below Ning Qin began to collapse, and everything seemed to be rejuvenated. The tremors went from light to intense. Around Ning Qin, the flowers and trees began to shake. The sword master of the Son of Heaven's sword felt something, and his expression became serious. This sword pressure was not good. Before he finished thinking, an unprecedented sword intent spread out in the battle. There was no self, no competition, no desire. There was no limit to the sword. Wherever the sword intent passed, the fallen leaves were used as swords, heaven and earth were used as swords, and everything in the universe was used as swords. The grass and trees flew up, and the fallen leaves fell. In a flash, they all turned into sword light and broke through the air. The Son of Heaven's sword master focused, and golden light rose around him. The Emperor's sword intent blocked the heavy sword light. The endless sword light had no beginning and no end. The Son of Heaven's sword master walked in the sword light, and his footsteps became heavier. The distance of 100 steps seemed insurmountable now. The Son of Heaven's sword master looked at the young man who was almost unconscious in front of him, and the respect in his expression grew stronger. Such an opponent was worthy of respect. Outside the battle, Bai Wangyu looked at the battle in front of him. He clenched his fists and suppressed the urge to attack. It wasn't time yet. He hadn't lost yet. Around Ning Qin, the 4 broken immortal swords shook violently. The swords wailed and kept asking to fight. Even though his body was broken, his fighting spirit was still not extinguished. It was the same for people and swords. In the middle of the 4 immortal swords, Ji Ming, who was almost unconscious, seemed to have felt the immortal swords asking to fight, and finally opened his mouth again. Raise your sword. Chapter 1422. West of Sichuan, the swordsman of the east border talked about the sword. The swordsman of the east border said that the Son of Heaven sword's owner was in great danger. Heavily injured, Ning Chan could hardly move, but his fighting spirit was still high. His unyielding fighting spirit was earth-shattering. Between heaven and earth, the sword will spread. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into swords. Around Ning Qin, the 4 swords felt their owner's unyielding fighting spirit and were affected. They trembled intensely and kept asking to fight. Rise! The sound of swords rising was like thunder, resounding through heaven and earth. The 4 swords hummed. Even though the swords were damaged, they could not stop their desire to fight. Swoosh! Between heaven and earth, the 4 swords broke through the air. Following that, Ning Chen's figure also rose slowly. His blood-red hair danced in the wind, and his sword will shocked the world. The 4 swords circled. In the middle, Ning Chen's blood was burning. He was like the Emperor of Swords, dazzling and eye-catching. In front, the Son of Heaven sword's owner felt the shocking fighting spirit from the former. His expression turned serious. The Son of Heaven sword flew out in front of him. In the next moment, the Son of Heaven sword's owner clenched his fists. Blood flowed and entered the divine sword. It was a shocking scene. Facing an unprecedentedly strong opponent, the Son of Heaven's sword's owner used the Blood Shepherd's sword to display the strongest sword power. The blood entered the Son of Heaven's sword. In an instant, a blood-red brilliance pierced through heaven and earth. An extremely strong pressure spread out in circles. Outside the battle, Bai Wangyu and Yao Yu were attacked by the pressure of the two swords. They had to retreat again. Benefactor. Yao Yu looked at the plain-clothed figure in the void with his eyes closed. Her eyes were filled with worry. Up ahead, Bai Wangyu's eyes also had a solemn look. Was this the final move? How much longer could his body last? In the battle, in the void, the two strongest swordsmen condensed the last of their strength and poured it into their swords. They had practiced the sword all their lives, and their pride was only in the sword in their hands. No matter how strong the opponent was, no one was willing to retreat half a step. Nirvana! The final move. Return to origin, returning to his original heart when he learned the sword. Ningchen opened his eyes. His sword pointed to the sky and slashed down. With a shocking move, heaven and earth collapsed. Wherever the sword finger passed, everything withered. On the other side, the sword master of the Son of Heaven clenched his fists at the same time, and a blood waterfall exploded. 9 blood-colored giant dragons condensed and immediately transformed into 9 divine swords that pierced through the air. The 4 immortal slaying swords flew past, and the 9 divine swords clashed in the center of the battlefield. The final move interweaved with extreme might. From the center of the battle, terrifying blood-colored waves rapidly extended outwards. It possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth, shocking everyone's hearts. Ugh! Within the surging blood-colored waves, a muffled groan resounded. 2 figures flew out in unison and smashed apart mountain after mountain. It was unknown who won and who lost this battle. Outside the battlefield, Bai Wangyu's expression became more and more serious, waiting for the final result. In 2 different directions, 2 figures stood up at the same time amidst the collapsed rocks. Their bodies were dyed red. The invincible sword master of the Emperor of Heaven was still invincible. However, in the knowing destiny state, he would never lose to anyone. A draw. Bai Wangyu frowned slightly in disbelief. Boom! At this moment, 4 streams of light flashed across the sky. Their figures were so fast that it was hard to see them clearly. The 4 immortal fighting generals of the divine court appeared. At the front, the figure of immortal fighting General Qing Jian swept past, heading straight for the knowing destiny state. On the other side, the sword master of the Emperor of Heaven looked at the 4 uninvited guests and frowned. The immortal fighting generals of the divine court? Why would they appear here? 100 miles away, in the collapsed rocks, immortal fighting General Qing Jian appeared. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the figure in front of him who was standing almost instinctively. What a blazing fighting spirit! It almost made it impossible for him to get close. Qing Jian stretched out his hand. At this moment, in the distance, a sword light broke through the air and blocked the former. Then, Bai Wangyu appeared with Yao Yu. He looked at the immortal fighting general in front of him and said in a deep voice, Immortal fighting General Qing Jian, you can't touch this person. I mean no harm. Qing Jian looked at the young man in white in front of him and said seriously, just now I accidentally injured this little brother by accident. That's why I came here to help you out. Bai Wangyu narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3 immortal fighting generals in front of him. He said, Immortal fighting General Qing Jian, you'd better think of a way to solve your own problems first. Qing Jian shifted his gaze, and a cold look flashed across his eyes. There was really no end to this. The 3-pointed, double-edged blades pierced the ground. Qing Jian let out a soft cry, and his vigorous vital essence surged wildly. Between his eyebrows, divine light flourished like a divine sun. After an instant, the divine light broke through the air. This time its power was even stronger than the previous few steps. The huge range directly spread out to a radius of 100 miles. In front, the three immortal fighting generals felt the terrifying divine might in front of them. Their expressions changed, and they immediately dodged. However, the range of the divine light was too wide. The three immortal fighting generals could not avoid all the divine might in time and were affected by it. With a rumble in the violent impact, the three immortal fighting generals flew out hundreds of miles and smashed into the collapsed mountain. In the battle, a trace of blood flowed silently from between Qing Jian's eyebrows. It was obvious that the earth-shattering move just now had taken a lot of effort. Let's go. The fleeting opportunity did not allow for any hesitation. Qing Jian took the three people in front of him and quickly left. 100 miles away, the three immortal fighting generals stood up in a sorry state and looked at the immortal fighting general in the distance. They wanted to chase after him, but it was too late. Not far away, the sword master of the Son of Heaven did not attack again. His gaze swept over with an unusually cold expression. Disappointing. With the battle interrupted, the sword master of the Son of Heaven was not in the mood to continue fighting. He turned and left. Thousands of miles away, in the endless primitive mountain range, Qing Jian appeared with the three people and rested temporarily. His injuries are serious. He must be healed as soon as possible. Qing Jian looked at the plain-clothed young man in front of him and said in a deep voice. Bai Wangyu did not say much. He stepped forward and guided the vital energy with his sword. His divine power flowed continuously into Ning Ming's body. In front, Qing Jian was guarding against the three immortal fighting generals. Yao Yu stood to the side and looked at her benefactor in front of her. Her eyes were full of worry. About an hour later, Ning Chen let out a muffled groan. The sword qi of the Son of Heaven in his body scattered and was forced out of his body. In the earth-shattering battle, Ning Ming was seriously injured. Among the three bodies, even the undying demon body had suffered serious internal injuries. In the void, demonic qi surged around Ning Chen's body. The undying demon body quickly healed the injuries in his body. The demonic pattern appeared on his forehead, and the demonic figure was fully revealed. Demon. Feeling the majestic demonic qi from the former, the immortal fighting general frowned slightly. Bai Wangyu restrained his aura and said calmly, "So what if you're a demon? As the immortal fighting general of the divine court, you still betrayed the divine court." The immortal fighting general was silent. It was true. So what if he was a god or a demon? They were all the same. There was no difference. When did he, Qing Jian, become so vulgar? Ning Chen let out a muffled groan again. Gradually his eyes opened. They were as deep as the abyss. Bai Wangyu looked at the person in front of him. A strange look flashed in his eyes. It seemed that the demonic figure had awakened first. Ning Chen stood up. Demonic qi surged around his body. He was seriously injured and could not retract his aura for the time being. "Qing Jian." Ning Chen said calmly. "Yes." The immortal fighting general nodded. "You owe me an apology," Ning Chen said coldly. The immortal fighting general was stunned. He immediately sighed in his heart and bowed apologetically to the former. "Sorry." On the side, Bai Wangyu was stunned. He did not understand what was going on. Ning Chen nodded and accepted the apology. In a battle, there were always winners and losers and variables. Although he did not like the variables this time, such variables had also saved his life. Puff! Suddenly, Ning Chen staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground in front of him red. "Benefactor." Yao Yu hurried forward to support the former and asked anxiously, "How are you?" "I'm fine for now." Ning Chen gently pushed the woman away and said calmly, "Not far away," for broken immortal swords were inserted into the ground. They were already silent. After a great battle, the last of the spiritual energy on the immortal swords was almost exhausted. Ning Qin looked at the 4 immortal swords and fell silent. On the side, Bai Wangyu sighed in his heart and did not say anything. The sword of a swordsman could be said to be the most important thing. These 4 swords were not ordinary divine weapons. It would be a pity to destroy them. For immortal slaying swords. The immortal fighting general only noticed the 4 divine swords at this time. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Ning Chen heard and looked back at the immortal fighting general behind him. He said in a deep voice, "You know these 4 swords?" After coming to the immortal world, he rarely used the immortal exterminating 4 swords. Very few people could recognize the origin of the immortal exterminating 4 swords. The treasures of the 4 great immortal worlds of the ancient times. They were destroyed at the end of the ancient times. Their whereabouts are unknown with the collapse of the 4 great immortal worlds, the immortal fighting general said slowly. Chapter 14:23. In the primitive mountain range, Qing Jian revealed the origin of the 4 immortal slaying swords, shocking the 2 present. Ning Qin turned around and looked at Qing Jian. How do you know these 4 swords are the 4 immortal slaying swords? The 4 immortal slaying swords had been lost in the ancient times. There was almost no one in this world who had seen these 4 swords. The fact that the war god general could say the origin of the 4 immortal slaying swords with such certainty shocked him. There is a book in the divine court called Heavenly Works. It records the origin of various divine weapons and precious treasures in the world in detail. I was fortunate enough to take a look and remember the appearance of these 4 swords. Qing Jian said seriously. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes flashed. Heavenly Works. These 4 broken swords are so powerful, Bai Wangyu said in surprise. He could see that these 4 swords had extraordinary origins, but he didn't expect them to be the legendary 4 immortal slaying swords that shook the ancient times. The 4 immortal slaying swords were peerless divine weapons that even the gods of the divine realm feared. However, the 4 swords in front of him clearly didn't have the power to kill immortals and demons. No matter how powerful a sword was, it wouldn't be strong if half of it was destroyed. Can't you find a way to repair these 4 swords? Bai Wangyu suggested, seeing the 2 silent. Ning Qin said in a deep voice, I also thought about this, but the material of the 4 immortal slaying swords is special and has never been seen before. I have tried to repair these swords more than once with other divine materials, but all of them failed in the end. Speaking of this, Ning Chen looked at Qing Jian and said, Did the Heavenly Works mention what kind of divine materials the 4 immortal slaying swords were made of? Kane Qi and Chaotic Source Qi, Qing Jian replied. Hearing this, Ning Qin frowned. He had never heard of it before. Don't keep us in suspense. Where can we get this Kane Qi and Chaotic Source Qi? Bai Wangyu said impatiently, I don't know where to find these 2 divine materials, the battle god general replied. Ning Chen went up and put away the 4 swords. The Heavenly Works you mentioned might be able to find the whereabouts of these 2 divine materials. Qing Jian was silent. After a moment he replied, I can only say it's possible, but I can't guarantee it. Where is Tiangong in the divine court? Ning Chen asked. When Bai Wangyu heard this, he was shocked and said, Don't tell me you want to steal from the celestial court. Why not? Ning Chen questioned. Here, Bai Wangyu's expression froze. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Do you really want to go to the divine court to snatch this book? Qing Jian looked at the person in front of him and asked seriously. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. Qing Jian thought for a moment and said seriously, I'll go with you. Consider it my apology for injuring you earlier. To the side, Bai Wangyu revealed a helpless expression. Wasn't this forcing him? Benefactor, can I go with you? I can also help, Yao Yu said nervously. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him and stretched out his right hand. Demonic qi surged and quickly healed the sword wound on the woman's face. Just wait here. There are many masters in the divine court. I may not be able to protect you, Ning Chen said calmly. Benefactor, I can really help. Yao Yu looked anxious. A demonic brilliance flashed in her eyes. Immediately, the surrounding scenery changed. A fairyland with birds chirping and flowers blooming appeared out of thin air. In the fairyland, the three stood quietly. They looked around with strange expressions. Ning Chen waved his hand and directly dispersed the illusion. When the illusion collapsed, Yao Yu's face flushed red. Clearly, she was not very familiar with the use of illusions. I'm afraid these illusions won't be of much use, the Battle Divine General said bluntly. Although this demoness illusion was realistic, once it was discovered, it could be broken by force. Come with me, Ning Chen said faintly. Thank you, benefactor, Yao Yu said with an excited expression. To the side, Qing Jian frowned. He didn't understand what the young man in front of him meant. If her illusion is used properly, it might really come in handy, Ning Chen said calmly. He didn't explain too much. Qing Jian was silent and didn't say anything more. Don't tell me we're going now. Your injuries are so serious. Aren't you courting death if you go now? Bai Wangyu said in surprise. Ning Chen looked at the gradually setting sun in the sky and said, Let's rest here for the night. We'll set off at dawn tomorrow. Everyone nodded and rested where they were. Night fell. In the primitive mountain range, Ning Chen sat cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. He did his best to suppress the injuries in his body. The surging demonic essence was vast and mighty like a flood, startling the birds and beasts. After a long night, the four of them did their best to recover their bodies and adjust their condition to the peak. At dawn, the four of them got up and flew toward the divine court together. The banquet in the divine court had already lasted for several days. There was no day or night in the divine court. As long as the 1,800 luminous pearls in the sky above the divine court were not extinguished, the entire divine court would always be as bright as day. At the banquet, celestial music was faintly discernible. There were singing and dancing. The giants of the various large sects enjoyed the celestial treasures that could prolong their lives. On the dragon throne, the lord of the divine court looked down with a smile on his face. Just as the giants in the divine court were enjoying themselves, for figures passed by outside the western gate of heaven. They passed through the gate and flew toward the center of the divine court. The divine generals guarding the western gate of heaven didn't notice them at all. The four of them passed by the western gate of heaven. Yao Yu's face was abnormally red, and she was panting. She had only used an illusion to deceive the divine generals guarding the gate for an instant. But she was already exhausted. Follow me. Qing Jian glanced at the divine court in front of him and said. Ning Chen and Bai Wangyu nodded and immediately followed. The divine court was very large. The gods worked together to build a world in the sky that separated the gods from the humans. Qing Jian led the three of them all the way to the Jingtian Pavilion. The library of the divine court had always been one of the most heavily guarded places in the divine court. There were too many precious scrolls and techniques hidden in the Jingtian Pavilion. It had always been a place where various forces coveted. Ning Chen wanted to find Tiangong. Although it wasn't a very precious ancient book, there were too few of such ancient books that had been passed down. The divine court had placed it in the Jingtian Pavilion. We're here. Qing Jian led the way. The four of them passed through layers of guards and arrived at the Jingtian Pavilion. How do we get in? Bai Wangyu looked at the layers of guards in front of the huge pavilion and frowned. If they barged in like this, they would undoubtedly alarm the guards of the divine court. By then, they would really be in big trouble. Ning Chen looked at the woman beside him and said seriously, How long can your illusion fool these people? Yao Yu looked at the many guards in front of her and said softly, 3 breaths. Within 3 breaths, I can guarantee that they won't notice anything unusual. 3 breaths, okay. Ning Chen said in a deep voice. In 3 breaths, we'll work together and kill all the guards. Bai Wangyu and Qing Jian were shocked when they heard this. Can you do it? Ning Chen asked again. Bai Wangyu and Qing Jian came back to their senses. They looked at each other and nodded lightly. Yao Yu, let's begin, Ning Chen said seriously. Okay. Yao Yu nodded with a serious expression. Silver light slowly rose in her eyes, and the illusion opened again. The guards around the Jingtian pavilion didn't notice anything. They were still doing their duty loyally. At this moment, 3 streams of light flashed through the illusion. They were extremely fast. Blood splattered silently. Many guards were in the illusion. They were separated by the illusion, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. 3 breaths. In just 3 breaths, the 3 top masters of the world worked together and killed all the guards around the Jingtian pavilion. Blood splattered like rain. Ning Chen formed a seal with both hands. Demonic qi surged around him, forming a huge vortex that swallowed all the guards of the divine court. After a moment, the illusion dispersed. Blood dripped from the corner of Yao Yu's mouth. The illusion backfired and hurt her. In front, all the guards of the divine court disappeared. The surroundings of the Jingtian pavilion were empty. The 4 stepped forward. Qing Jian looked at the 3 beside him and reminded, be careful. There are traps everywhere in the Jingtian pavilion. 1 wrong step and the consequences will be unpredictable. The 3 nodded and walked toward the Jingtian pavilion together. Just as the 3 entered the pavilion, the chaotic heavenly mirror in the center of the divine court suddenly vibrated and sounded a warning. On the dragon throne, the lord of the divine court felt it. His expression turned serious, and he immediately stood up. Someone had broken into the Jingtian pavilion. Someone could avoid the heavy guards of the divine court and enter the Jingtian pavilion without anyone noticing. It could be seen how familiar this person was with the divine court. In this way, the identity of the intruder was obvious. All divine battle generals, hear my order! The lord of the divine court said in a dignified voice. Yes. At the banquet, the 9 divine battle generals all stood up and bowed respectfully. Go to the Jingtian pavilion immediately and capture the traitor Qing Jian. If there is resistance, kill without mercy. The lord of the divine court said in a deep voice. Yes. The 9 divine battle generals accepted the order. Immediately, their figures flashed and turned into 9 rainbow lights that rushed toward the Jingtian pavilion. Chapter 1424. In front of the Jingtian pavilion, Ning Chen and his group killed all the guards and broke in. The battle immortal general led the way, trying his best to avoid the mechanisms and formations in the Jingtian pavilion. In the pavilion, rows and rows of scrolls were displayed, all of which were rare and precious cultivation methods in the world. However, none of the 4 took a second look and focused on their journey. The battle immortal general relied on his memory to find Tiangong's location. The 4 of them climbed up the stairs and quickly flipped through any possible places. No. On the 3rd floor of the Jingtian pavilion, Bai Wangyu replied after flipping through most of the ancient books, but still could not find the whereabouts of Tiangong. I don't have it here either, Yao Yu said anxiously. On the other 2 sides, Ning Chen and the battle immortal general flipped through the remaining places, but still could not find any trace of Tiangong. Did you remember wrongly? Is it not on this floor? Bai Wangyu asked seriously. It can't be. The battle immortal general shook his head and said solemnly, it must be on this floor. The ancient books on each floor of the Jingtian pavilion have their own location and will not be placed on other floors. Then continue to search. Ning Chen's gaze swept across the rows of ancient books, and his expression turned serious. Where would it be? The 4 of them continued to search, flipping through ancient books one after another, not daring to miss any corner. At this moment, in the corner of the third floor, an ancient voice sounded and asked, "What are you looking for?" The sudden voice came without warning. In the pavilion, the four of them were shocked and looked at the corner at the same time. Behind the bookshelf in the corner, an old man dressed in coarse clothes stepped out, holding a broken ancient book in his hand. He looked at the four of them and said, "Are you looking for this Tiangong?" The old man of unknown origin had deceived everyone's attention and suddenly appeared, shocking the four of them. Ning Chen's expression immediately froze. This old man was extraordinary. Not far away, Qing Jian was also shocked when he saw the old man. Why had he never seen this old man since he came here? Qing Jian greets the senior. Qing Jian bowed respectfully. The old man looked at the former with a smile on his face and said, "The first battle immortal general of the divine court. I have long heard of you." "I dare not," Qing Jian said softly. This old man was able to appear in front of them without making a sound. His strength was unfathomable. If possible, it was best not to offend him. "Are you looking for such a book?" The old man smiled. "Yes," Qing Jian replied. "Take it. You can examine it, but you cannot take it out of Jing Tian Pavilion." As he spoke, the old man raised his hand and the ancient book in his hand flew out. In an instant, it appeared in front of the divine battle general. Azure Sword suppressed the shock in his heart and took Tiangong, then handed it over to Jiming. Ning Chen flipped open Heavenly Works and quickly looked through it. He didn't have much time left, and he had to find the innate qi and primal chaos source qi as soon as possible. Not far away, Yao Yu and Bai Wangyu also strode over, looking at the old man with a slightly serious gaze. This old man was too strange. They had no choice but to be careful. However, after the old man handed over Tiangong, he didn't say anything else. He walked to the rows of bookshelves and began to organize the scrolls and ancient books on them. Young people these days are really rash. Looking at the casually placed ancient scrolls on the bookshelf, the old man sighed and put the scrolls back in place. "Who is this old man?" Bai Wangyu asked through voice transmission. "I don't know. I've never seen him before," the divine battle general replied. "So mysterious." Bai Wangyu muttered softly. His gaze once again looked at the old man in front of him. No matter how he looked at it, this old fellow did not look like an expert. However, to be able to appear in front of them without making a sound, it was truly a little frightening. "Found it." On the side, Ning Chen flipped to the records of the innate qi and the primal chaos source qi. He immediately memorized every word and picture on it. "Let's go," the divine battle general said in a deep voice. Ning Chen nodded and put down Tiangong. He bowed to the old man and immediately returned the way he came. "I came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Let's talk more with this old man." The old man sighed softly and picked up the ancient books left by the four people. He walked to the bookshelf and put them back. In Jing Tian Pavilion, the four people quickly walked down from the third floor. They didn't dare to stay for a moment longer and walked out. The door of Jing Tian Pavilion was right in front of them, but the four people felt that the atmosphere was unusual. It was too quiet, or it could be said that it was too quiet. They had been in there for a long time. It was reasonable to say that the disappearance of all the guards of Jing Tian Pavilion should have been discovered. The current situation was too smooth. "Be careful," Qing Jian reminded them and led the three of them out of Jing Tian Pavilion. Ning Chen and Bai Wangyu secretly raised their divine essence, preparing to deal with any changes that might happen at any time. After a few breaths, the four people walked out of Jing Tian Pavilion. The surroundings were still quiet. "What's going on?" Bai Wangyu asked. It was too strange. There was no one. Not even a sound could be heard. Ning Chen was about to step forward, but suddenly he retracted his steps. This feeling was an illusion. Huh. With a deep shout, the demonic sword in Ning Chen's hand appeared and stabbed into the ground. In an instant, the ground rumbled and the surrounding illusion collapsed. The illusion collapsed, and thousands of divine generals appeared in the surroundings. Leading them, 9 unusually powerful auras floated up and down. The terrifying power pressed down on the divine world, causing the void to distort. The 9 divine battle generals of the divine court came out together and killed the intruder with all their strength. Qing Jian, I didn't expect you to have fallen to this extent and be on the same side as the demon. Among the 9 divine battle generals, a man in white holding a folding fan said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. Come on." In Qing Jian's hand, the 3-pointed double-edged sword appeared out of thin air. It paused, and the violent killing intent reappeared. "Your injury hasn't healed. This time let me." Bai Wangyu stepped forward and stood in front of Jiming, saying, "I'm not that weak. Come on, let's kill our way out," Ningchen said in a deep voice. As his voice fell, a second divine sword appeared in Ning Chen's hand. The human and demon came out together, and the sword's power was shocking. "Kill!" Around them, the 9 divine battle generals spoke at the same time and gave the order to kill. As soon as the word kill fell, thousands of divine court warriors rushed out and surrounded the 4 people. Ning Chen's figure rushed out and slashed with both swords. He was an absolute killing machine, constantly slaughtering the divine battle generals. Blood splattered and dyed the ground of the divine court red. Knowing Destiny, who was led by the demon, didn't hold back at all. Kill this demon first. Among the 9 divine battle generals, Bai Shao, who had spoken earlier, said in a deep voice. He stepped out and entered the battle forcefully. Not far away, the 2 divine generals, Qi Ming and Lu Lu, also joined forces with divine general Bai Feng to fight against Knowing Destiny. On the other side, Qing Jian once again fought against the 3 divine battle generals, led by Tian Qi. The battle instantly became white-hot. 6 divine battle generals attacked. Bai Wangyu glanced over the battle and stopped the last 3 divine battle generals. In the fierce battle, palm power rumbled and sword qi swept across. In the void, 5-colored divine light lingered. The incarnation of the Lord of the Divine Court walked out. He looked at the battle in front of him with a cold expression. These people were really audacious. In the battle, Ning Chen, Bai Wangyu, and Qing Jian faced the 9 strongest divine battle generals of the Divine Court. The battle changed the color of the sky, and the sky fell. Don't linger. Find a chance to leave immediately. Knowing that the Divine Court had a shocking foundation, Divine General Qing Jian retreated as he fought. Understood. The 2 nodded at the same time. Ning Qin swung his sword and slashed Divine General Bai Shao, who was attacking him. He glanced at Yao Yu, who was not far away. He stepped forward and rushed forward. Demonic flame sky. Ning Qin crossed his 2 swords. Demonic flame surged out. With the support of the Flying Swan formula, the attack was several times stronger. With a boom, the 2 divine battle generals, Qi Ming and Lu Lu, who were close to him, were knocked back. In an instant, Ning Qin took Yao Yu and rushed out of the battle. Retreat! Not far away, Qing Jian and Bai Wangyu repelled their opponents with all their strength at the same time and quickly chased after Knowing Destiny. You can't escape. In the battle, the 9 divine battle generals looked cold. Their figures turned into rainbows and quickly chased after them. At this time, 5-colored light fell from the sky. It was the Lord of the Divine Court who personally stopped the 4. With the 5-colored light on their bodies, as long as their bodies sank, their speed immediately slowed down. Behind them, the 9 divine battle generals immediately caught up and surrounded the 4 again. Divine Lord, since you are here, why hide? In the void, Qing Jian looked at the sky and said in a deep voice, Qing Jian, you should be my most trusted general. I didn't expect you to betray me. In the sky, in the 5-colored light, an illusory figure walked out. An incomparably powerful pressure swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. I can't accept the Divine Lord's trust. Divine Battle General Qing Jian sneered and said, Divine Lord, you should know my ability. If you didn't come with your true body, you can't trap me with just these people. Arrogance is your biggest shortcoming. In the sky, the Lord of the Divine Court said coldly, I'll give you one last chance. Submit or die. In the void, Qing Jian said in a deep voice, From now on, Qing Jian will not bend the knee to anyone. Very good. In the sky, the Lord of the Divine Court's murderous aura erupted. Even though it was just a clone, it gave off an indescribable pressure. Be careful. Divine Battle General Qing Jian reminded them. His divine origin energy erupted as he prepared to welcome the coming storm. On the side, Ning Qin tore off his sleeves and wrapped the 2 swords tightly in his hands. His deep eyes were similarly blazing with murderous intent. Everyone, this is an important place for the collection of books. Can you stop fighting for the time being? Just as the battle was about to start again, an old voice came from the Jingtian pavilion behind them, shocking everyone present. In the battle, Ning Qin and the other 3 looked much calmer this time. They weren't too surprised. In the sky, the Lord of the Divine Court looked at the Jingtian pavilion in front of him and narrowed his eyes. What is this aura? In the Jingtian pavilion, the old man tidied up the ancient books on the bookshelves and immediately walked out unhurriedly. Everyone watched as the old man walked out of the Jingtian pavilion. His simple aura made people unable to see anything unusual. However, in the sky, the Lord of the Divine Court was shocked. Clearly, he recognized the old man's identity. Chapter 1425. In front of the Jingtian pavilion, everyone's attention was on an old man in coarse clothes. His ordinary aura aroused everyone's vigilance. This old man was too ordinary, so ordinary that it made people fearful. If the old man was a master of the divine demon realm, they would not be so shocked. In a place like this, it was not strange for any master to appear. However, they couldn't sense the aura of an expert from the old man's body. This was the most frightening part. How could an ordinary person have the ability to hide from everyone's perception? In the sky, in the colorful light, the Lord of the Divine Court recovered from his shock and descended from the sky. When the old man saw the Lord of the Divine Court, he smiled and bowed. Greetings, Divine Lord. Seeing this, the Lord of the Divine Court immediately stepped forward to help the old man up. Mr. Tian Kuei, no need to be so polite. As soon as these words fell, everyone present was shocked. Tian Kuei do Divine General? In front of the Jingtian pavilion, the expressions of the 10 divine war generals, including Qing Jian, all changed. It could be said that they knew this name very well. Tian Kuei, the first divine war general, a legendary master who disappeared in the last battle of the divine demons in ancient times. Since then, no one knew his whereabouts. Unexpectedly, Tian Kuei do Divine General had been in the Jingtian pavilion of the Divine Court. Tian Kuei. The old man murmured softly with a nostalgic smile on his face. I haven't heard this name for a long time. Not far away, after the Divine General Qing Jian learned of the old man's identity, his usually calm heart was inevitably stirred. Tian Kuei do Divine General had another identity, and that was the creator of the 8-9 Mysterious Heaven technique. In a sense, Tian Kuei do Divine General could be considered half his master. On the side, Bai Wangyu looked at everyone's changing expressions and narrowed his eyes. This old man was indeed not an ordinary person. Incredible. Beside Yao Yu, Ning Chen clenched his swords with both hands. His gaze swept across the 9 divine war generals around him, ignoring everything else. The old man's identity was none of his business. Now, the most important thing for them was to find a way to kill their way out. In front of the Jingtian pavilion, the old man stepped forward. Seeing this, The 9 divine war generals immediately bowed and made way. "Have you found out what you want to know?" the old man asked. Ning Chen came back to his senses and nodded. He said calmly, "Yes." The old man looked around and smiled. "How are you going to leave?" "I have a sword and a companion." Ning Chen held the sword in his hand and glanced at the 3 people present. His expression was still calm. The old man nodded and didn't say anything else. His eyes slowly closed. A moment later, a peaceful aura spread out from the old man's body. Although it was bright, it was not dazzling. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously wanted to resist, but it was too late. "Rise," said the old man. Immediately, in front of Jing Tian Pavilion, everyone's bodies involuntarily rose up and disappeared in a flash. Below, the old man looked at Jing Tian Pavilion, which had regained its tranquility, with a gratified look in his eyes. It was finally peaceful again. The Lord of the Divine Court looked at the old man and frowned. "Mr. Tian Kuei, what is the meaning of this?" the Lord of the Divine Court asked. "Let's leave the young people's matters to them." The old man smiled. "Divine Lord, you're not young anymore. You shouldn't meddle in the affairs of these youngsters." The Lord of the Divine Court frowned, but he didn't say anything. His figure faded and disappeared. Outside the western gate, the strange light was extinguished. Everyone who was in front of Jing Tian Pavilion just now appeared out of thin air. "Follow me." Ning Chen, who had been observing the 9 divine battle generals, transmitted his voice to the 3. His figure flashed and swept toward the 2 divine battle generals, Zhu Ling and Qi Ming. Behind him, Qing Jian by Wang Yu and Yao Yu didn't hesitate and quickly followed. In a flash, with Ning Chen in the lead, the 4 of them swept between the 2 divine battle generals. Divine Battle General Zhu Ling's body was huge, but his reaction was relatively slow. When he saw the 4 of them, his twin hammers smashed down. Not far away, Divine Battle General Qi Ming's figure swept past and blocked the 4's path. Demonic Prairie Fire. Ning Chen slashed with his twin swords. Demonic flames swept out like waves. Divine Battle General Qi Ming turned his palm to block the attack. With a boom, his body slid 10 feet away. "Let's go." In an instant, the 4 figures swept out and rushed out of the encirclement. In an instant, the 4 of them broke out of the encirclement. Behind them, Purple Lightning Divine Battle General came back to his senses. He took a step forward and quickly chased after them. At the front, at the back of the 4, Qing Jian, who was in charge of bringing up the rear, turned around and opened the divine eye between his eyebrows. A terrifying divine light broke through the air and blasted forward like raging waves. Purple Lightning Divine Battle General's expression changed. He turned back and dodged the incoming attack. With a boom, the divine light directly blasted open the space and blocked the path ahead of the 9 divine battle generals. In the west of the divine court, the 4 figures sped away and soon disappeared. In the lower worlds, thousands of miles away from the west of the divine court, the 4 figures appeared. They all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was really dangerous just now. If they were really trapped by the 9 divine battle generals, once the army of the divine court arrived, the consequences would be unimaginable. "What are your plans?" Qing Jian looked at the plain-clothed young man beside him and asked. "Go to the 5th heaven, Taichu heaven, to find the Khanate Qi," Ning Chen replied. "The 5th heaven," Bai Wangyu said in surprise. "That is a primitive land. Since the beginning of the world, there have been no living creatures. No one can survive there. It can be seen how dangerous it is." "We have to go even if it is dangerous," Ning Chen said seriously. "It is precisely because it is a primitive land that the Khanate Qi can exist. According to the records of the heavens, that is the only place where the Khanate Qi can exist. I have to go and try." "I will go with you, benefactor," Yao Yu said. "No need." Ning Chen refused directly. None of you need to go. I can go by myself. Is the chaotic source Qi also in the Taichu heaven? Bai Wangyu asked from the side. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he shook his head and said, according to the records of the heavens, there is no chaotic source Qi in the world. Bai Wangyu's expression turned serious when he heard this. Then, how do you want to forge the sword? I can't explain it in a sentence or two. I have my own ideas. I just don't know if it will work, Ning Chen said. He looked at Qing Jian in front of him and said, Qing Jian, thank you. It's nothing, Qing Jian replied. I still have something to do, so I can't go to the Taichu heaven with you. Be careful. Ning Chen nodded and said, see you later. See you later, Qing Jian said. Ning Chen looked at the two behind him and said, Brother Bai, help me take care of Yao Yu. I will come back as soon as possible. Don't worry. Before you come back, no one can touch a hair on this little demoness, Bai Wangyu replied. Thank you. Ning Chen thanked them and did not stay any longer. His figure flashed and flew toward the sky. Below, the three looked at the figure of the former's departing figure. Their thoughts were complicated and different. Half a day later, Qing Jian left and flew toward the celestial court again. The guards of the Jingtian pavilion reappeared. Qing Jian waited for a long time. He took advantage of the time when the guards were changing and rushed into the pavilion. On the third floor of the Jingtian pavilion, the old man was casually flipping through an ancient book. When he saw the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, there was no surprise on his old face. Greetings, master. Qing Jian bowed and said respectfully. The old man did not say much about the way the person in front of him addressed him. He looked at the person in front of him and said with a smile, What level of the 8-9 arcane art have you cultivated to? The 8th level, Qing Jian answered truthfully. Not bad. The old man nodded with relief and said, When I created this art, I only had the cultivation method of the first 7 levels. The 8th and 9th levels were only my speculation. I did not expect you to be able to comprehend the 8th level based on the cultivation method of the first 7 levels. Master's art is broad and profound. I have only scratched the surface and have not been able to truly master it, Qing Jian said with emotion. The 8-9 means the number of 8-9. Similarly, there will also be changes. You don't have to be constrained by the art itself. The most important thing is still the word change, the old man reminded him. Change. Qing Jian frowned slightly and said, Yes, change is life and death. All things in the world are like this. This is the truth of the great path. If you can truly comprehend this word change, the arcane art will succeed, the old man said with a smile. Thank you for your advice, master. Qing Jian nodded and bowed again. Well, since you have already betrayed the celestial court, don't stay here any longer. Remember, follow your heart. There is no need to be a great sage or a great sage. Just have a clear conscience, the old man reminded him finally. Yes. Qing Jian accepted respectfully and didn't stay any longer. He turned and walked downstairs. On the 3rd floor, the old man put the ancient book back on the shelf. His old eyes flashed with a hint of emotion. So many years had passed without him noticing. The great ancient tribulation. The world changed drastically. The 4 celestial realms collapsed. The celestial realm and the demonic realm fought for the last place to survive, causing countless deaths and injuries. This great tribulation that affected the entire 3 realms still sent chills down his spine when he thought about it. There were probably only a few people who had survived that great tribulation, and no one would know that 130,000 years had passed, and the world was about to enter the next era. He knew very well what this meant. Not long ago, he seemed to have sensed that countless cracks had appeared between the human world and the celestial realm. The changes of the world had begun again. Change is life and death. All things sought change, and so did the world. These changes of the world were very likely the signs of the coming of the next era. However, In this great tribulation of the world's upheaval, many people would die. The scene of people dying was still fresh in his memory. Even the Lord of the Eastern celestial realm, who was invincible in the world, had to sacrifice himself to protect the world. It was just a pity that Yama King of the underworld had traveled all over the three realms for 130,000 years, searching for the Lord of the Eastern celestial realm. In the nameless land of ghosts in the northwest of the southern border of the celestial realm, 3 giant dragons pulled a palanquin back. In the palanquin was a woman in a red wedding dress with a red veil on her head. Her red lips were alluring. Ghost chi filled the air as the immortal corpses patrolled back to the underworld. In the tomb of the 10 kings of hell, the old man guarding the tomb opened his eyes and bowed to welcome the return of Yama King of the underworld. Chapter 14:26. In the divine world, there were 8 heavens, each higher than the previous one. Between each layer, there was an insurmountable barrier. However, the absolute beginning heaven was an exception. The absolute beginning heaven was the only one among the 9 heavens without restrictions. However, the environment there was too harsh, and very few people dared to step into it. Ning Chen rushed over from the divine world, passing through many obstacles, and finally arrived at the legendary absolute beginning heaven. In the absolute beginning heaven, everything was white. The extremely cold weather had sealed the entire world in ice. Ning Chen descended from the sky and walked on the ground of the absolute beginning heaven realm. In the indescribable extreme cold, Ning Chen reverted to his original form and walked between heaven and earth. The cold air entered his body, and even though Ning Chen was of the ice attribute, he still felt the bone-chilling coldness. In the land of absolute beginning, everything was the same as before the chaos. Even a god couldn't survive for long. Ning Chen walked in the land of absolute beginning, releasing his divine sense to search for the legendary innate energy. Under the extreme cold, his divine sense was affected, and he felt a stabbing pain. Ning Chen endured the biting cold of the land of absolute beginning and walked forward while scanning every corner with his divine sense. According to the records, the absolute beginning heaven was the last chaotic land before the heaven and earth were created. In this world, only in the land of absolute beginning could one find a trace of innate energy. After walking for a long time, snowflakes fell silently from the sky. It was so beautiful. As the snowflakes fell, the land of absolute beginning became even colder. Ning Chen's body was almost frozen. Ning Chen frowned, urging the phoenix origin in his body to surround his body. However, in this extremely cold weather, even the phoenix fire was affected. The flame was extremely weak, as if it would be extinguished by the extreme cold at any time. The divine restriction on Ning Chen's shoulder flickered, and the little gourd flew out. Looking at the surrounding ice and snow, surprise flashed across its little face. The land of absolute beginning. Why did you come out? It's too dangerous here, go back. Ning Chen looked at the little gourd that came out without permission and scolded softly. The little gourd turned around and smiled mischievously, saying, "Immortal Elder, I'm fine." Hearing this, Ning Chen's gaze swept across the little gourd. Even he couldn't stand the extreme cold here, but the little gourd was unaffected. In the land of absolute beginning, the little gourd rode on its own little gourd and wandered around happily. Around the little gourd, tiny whirlpools appeared. Although they were weak, they could still be felt. When Ning Chen saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly. This little guy was actually absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi. The spiritual energy here was different from that of the heavenly realm and the human realm. It was too turbid, and it was mixed with endless fragments of laws. The little gourd really seemed to be unaffected. How strange! Ning Chen praised in his heart. Ever since the little gourd had followed him, it had eaten countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but he hadn't seen any growth. Now, in just a short while, he could feel that the little gourd's life force was becoming stronger and stronger. Immortal Elder, hurry up. The small gourd was flying slowly ahead, and it couldn't help but urge Ningchen when it turned around and saw Ningchen, who hadn't taken more than a few steps. He's here. Ningchen calmed himself down and replied before following after him. In the world of ice and snow, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked forward alone. The small gourd flew here and there, not cheerfully at all. The small gourd was extremely excited, as if it had returned to the place where it was born. The small vortex around it was constantly devouring the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to nourish itself. Ningchen was also happy for the small gourd, and a smile appeared on his face. The small gourd had been with him for thousands of years, and it would follow him wherever he went. To a certain extent, the small gourd was no longer an immortal root to him, but his closest kin. Little gourd! At this moment, Ningchen suddenly thought of something and called out. In front, the small gourd turned around and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Immortal Elder?" "Can you sense the origin of heaven and earth around you?" Ningchen asked. "Yes." The small gourd nodded and replied. Just in time, Ningchen smiled and said, "Help me pay attention, and tell me where there's Kanei Chi." The small gourd nodded, and a moment later, it raised its small head and asked in confusion, "What's Kanei Chi?" Ningchen heard it and felt a headache coming on. How should he describe it? He had never seen it with his own eyes. "If there's anything different, call me." After thinking for a long time, Ningchen spoke and decided. "Okay." The small gourd answered obediently and continued to fly forward on its own small gourd. Not long after, the small gourd's tender voice sounded in front of them. "Immortal Elder, come over quickly." Ningchen heard it and immediately walked over. In front, the small gourd pointed at something that looked like a stone. It raised its head and asked eagerly, "Is that it?" Ningchen looked at it and said helplessly, "No." "Oh." A look of disappointment flashed across the small gourd's face, but it recovered in a moment and continued to fly forward on its small gourd. Immortal Elder. Not long after, the small gourd's tender voice sounded in front of them again. Ningchen quickly walked forward, and when he saw what the small gourd was pointing at, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. He smiled bitterly and said no. "Oh." The small gourd scratched its small head in embarrassment and said, "I'll look again." With that, the small gourd continued to fly forward in a wobbly manner. Immortal Elder. Immortal Elder. Immortal Elder. Along the way, the small gourd's voice sounded again and again. At first, when Ningchen heard the call, he hurriedly walked forward, but later on, his heart was as calm as still water, and he was not in a hurry at all. He had really witnessed the small gourd's discernment ability. Woo-woo. At this moment, in the world of ice and snow, the harsh weather changed again. Strong winds blew, and snow rolled up, covering the sky and the sun. In front of them, the small gourd's body was blown around by the strong winds, and it almost flew into the sky. Behind it, Ningchen flew past and hurriedly saved the small gourd. "Thank you, Immortal Elder." The small gourd patted its chest and said with a face full of fear, "Don't go too far." Ningchen said, and the true essence around him spread out, blocking the strong winds in a radius of 10 feet. "Okay." The small gourd responded and continued to fly forward on its small gourd. After 10 days and 10 nights, the two of them did not know how far they had traveled. Behind them, long footprints appeared in the world of ice and snow, and they could not see the end. In the absolute beginning world, everything was unknown. They did not even know how big the sky was and how wide the earth was. The small gourd was tired from flying, and it returned to Ningchen's shoulder to rest. In the past 10 days, the small gourd had absorbed a lot of heaven and earth origin energy, and it needed time to digest it. When the small gourd was resting, Ningchen did not stop and continued to rush forward. The absolute beginning world was too big, and he did not have time to rest. He had to find the Kanichi as soon as possible. After 3 months, the small gourd had a long sleep. When it woke up, its big eyes seemed to be much brighter. Spirit Chi. Ningchen saw an indescribable spirit in the small gourd's big eyes. Immortal Elder. The small gourd looked at him and asked, "Have you found it?" "Not yet." Ningchen came back to his senses and smiled. "Then I'll continue to help you." With that, the small gourd flew down from Ningchen's shoulder and started to do its unfinished work. Ningchen smiled and stepped forward to catch up with him. Since this little guy was willing to play, he would accompany it. Immortal Elder. Indeed, not long after, the small gourd's voice sounded in front of him again. Ningchen smiled and went forward. This was too fast. Immortal Elder, hurry up. In front, the small gourd turned around and urged. Coming. Ningchen responded and took 2 quick steps forward. In front of the small gourd, a crack appeared in the frozen ground, and the crack extended into the distance, without an end. Ningchen went forward and looked at the huge crack in front of him. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed. This aura was? Kanichi. Small gourd, you've done well. Ningchen looked at the depths of the crack with a serious expression and said, Chapter 1427. After searching for nearly 4 months in the world of ice and snow in the absolute beginning heaven, the two finally found traces of Kanichi. Ningchen stopped in front of the bottomless crack. As he looked down, a serious look flashed in his eyes. Although this aura was very weak, it was definitely not ordinary heaven and earth spirit chi. If he guessed correctly, this should be Kanichi. Thinking of this, Ningchen looked at the little gourd and said, "Little gourd, stay by my side. There may be danger down there. Don't go more than 10 steps away from me." "Okay." The little gourd nodded obediently and flew back. Ningchen's chaotic true yuan surrounded him and protected the little guy beside him. After getting ready, Ningchen's figure flashed and rushed down the crack with the little gourd. In the underground world, or rather, the chaotic world, Ningchen's figure quickly went down and rushed in the direction of the Kanichi. In the chaotic world, the surrounding space gradually became heavy, making it difficult to move. According to the ancient legends, the great god Pengu was born in the chaos and split the heaven and earth with his axe to create the current world. Ningchen walked in the chaotic world and felt the surrounding world become heavier. It was like a swamp, but heavier than a swamp. Walking in it, every step seemed to push away countless laws. It became more and more difficult to move forward. Ningchen clenched his right hand and the immortal slaying sword appeared. The broken immortal sword was filled with sword light and he slashed it out. Suddenly, the chaotic world around him rumbled. The clear rose and the turbid sank. The sword opened the sky for 300 miles. In the chaotic world, the heaven and earth appeared. The clear became the heaven and the turbid became the earth. With just one sword, Ningchen seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He sat on the ground and panted. He was sure that the story of the creation of heaven and earth was definitely a lie. This was not a job for humans. It was only 300 miles and he was already dog-tired. How big was the real world? It was hundreds of millions of miles wide. The little gourd flew around the world that Ningchen opened and flew back not long after. Immortal Elder, over there. The little gourd pointed to the right and said in a childish voice. Ningchen panted a few times and stood up. "Let's go." With that, Ningchen took the little gourd and flew to the right. There was no end to the chaotic world. Ningchen opened up a new world as he moved forward. He was so tired that he almost collapsed. The little gourd was encouraging Ningchen from the side. When it saw that Ningchen was unable to walk any further, it ran to the back and used its small body to push Ningchen forward. Immortal Elder, we're almost there. Hold on a little longer. The little gourd was so tired that it was panting. "I can't walk anymore," Ningchen said weakly. lying on the ground in exhaustion after cutting open another 300 miles of chaos. At the side, the little gourd also lay down with its belly facing the sky. It said weakly, "I can't walk either." How much further? Ning Chen lay on the ground, panting. The little gourd stretched out its small white hand and counted with its fingers. After a long time, it said in a childish voice, "There are still 10 more." When Ning Chen saw this, he almost fainted. After going through so much trouble, they had only covered less than 1/10 of the distance. Thinking that there were still so many things to do, Ning Chen forced his tired body to continue forward. "Little gourd, get up and get to work." The small gourd had a bitter look on its face. It had no choice but to get up and follow him. For the next year, the two of them kept moving forward, falling to the ground in exhaustion, moving forward again, and falling to the ground in exhaustion again. Finally, after falling to the ground countless times, the two of them successfully reached the place where the Khanate Chi appeared. In front of them, the turbulent Khanate Chi was like a raging wave that filled the endless chaos. It was majestic and heavy. The little gourd rushed forward and hugged a ball of Khanate Chi, laughing happily. "It's all mine. Be careful and don't run around. I'm going to start forging the swords," Ning Chen reminded. "Okay." The little gourd answered obediently and flew around with the Khanate Chi in its arms. Ning Chen also stepped into the turbulent Khanate Chi in front of him. With a deep shout, he summoned the 4 immortal swords. The sound of the broken immortal swords was mostly missing. No one knew why the 4 immortal slaying swords were destroyed, just like how no one knew why the 4 immortal realms fell. The origin of the 4 immortal slaying swords was mysterious. According to legend, the 4 immortal slaying swords were not forged by humans, but by nature. They were born in the chaos and were formed by Khanate Chi and chaotic source Chi. When Ning Chen obtained the 4 immortal swords, except for the relatively complete immortal slaying sword, the other 3 immortal swords were badly damaged. Therefore, the power of the immortal swords had never been truly revealed. Today, Ning Chen found the Khanate Chi necessary to forge the swords and used all his strength to reforge the 4 immortal slaying swords. In the turbulent Khanate Chi, the 4 immortal slaying swords floated up and down. The swords were dim and almost had no spirituality. They already had the Khanate Chi and only lacked the chaotic source Chi. The 2 divine materials needed to forge the swords were indispensable. Ning Chen let out a deep shout. Instantly, he transformed into 3 bodies, a human, a phoenix, and a demon. The human body formed a seal, and the heavenly book appeared. Chaotic true essence rolled out, incomparably cold. The phoenix body opened its eyes, and the origin of the 4 divisions was activated. The phoenix ancestral awakening was activated. Chaotic divine essence spread out, blazing like the sun. The demon body roared and the 9 underworlds catalyzed. Chaotic demonic essence surged, 10 times the power. The 3 bodies appeared at the same time. 3 different types of chaotic chi spread out, and a terrifying aura spread out continuously. In the next moment, the 3 bodies shouted at the same time. Sword will exploded, and endless sword light spread out, forming a heaven and earth cage, forcefully merging the 3 types of chaotic chi. Boom! Human, celestial, and demon chi collided violently. The 3 bodies groaned, and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Immortal Elder. Not far away, the little calabash saw that the former was injured, and its young face immediately showed anxiety. However, the heaven and earth cage formed by the sword chi did not allow anyone to enter. Inside the heaven and earth cage, Ning Chen's 3 bodies were frantically merging the 3 types of chaotic chi. He was trying to forcefully create the legendary chaotic chi. It was an unimaginably crazy act. Ning Chen forcefully activated his supreme sword Dao cultivation to trap the 3 types of chaotic chi. The heaven and earth cage sealed all the space and the range was shrinking. The three types of chaotic chi were squeezed, and a powerful repulsive force erupted. Ning Chen's three bodies were severely injured, but he endured the pain and merged the three types of chaotic chi. Boom! 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 Violent collisions rang out continuously. The three types of chaotic chi had different attributes. How could they be merged so easily? It was difficult for the three types of chaotic chi to merge. Ning Chen's three bodies shouted again, and their faces became distorted. His original body and phoenix body, who were usually calm, became like the demon body at this moment. They were reckless and did things crazily. Boom! After countless violent collisions, the most inclusive chaotic chi finally merged with a trace of demonic vitality. The two types of energy merged, and a shocking oppressive force erupted. Again, in the middle of the three bodies, Ning Chen's original body shouted angrily. He activated the Supreme Sword Will with his exceptional foundation and increased the oppressive force by another 30%. Boom! In the violent collisions, the chaotic chi and chaotic divine vitality also showed signs of merging. The violent and heavy force was frightening. In the heaven and earth cage, a terrifying repulsive force erupted. The remaining force rebounded, and Ning Chen's three bodies exploded with bloody mist. Outside the cage, the little calabash looked at the scene inside. Its big eyes were filled with tears, and it was about to cry. The little calabash was naive and did not know much. However, it still knew who was good to it. Ever since it followed the immortal elder would occasionally look for treasures to help it grow. Some things were not said, but it did not mean that it did not understand. Ugh! Inside the prison of heaven and earth, Ning Chen, who was suffering from the backlash of the chaotic force, had his three bodies dyed red. However, with the support of his strong will, Ning Chen endured the terrible pain in his body and crazily merged the three chaotic forces. After some time, the chaotic true vitality merged with the divine vitality and demonic vitality and turned into two different types of terrifying energy. When Ning Chen tried to merge the last two types of energy, he groaned, and cracks appeared on his three bodies. In the heaven and earth cage, two extremely terrifying chaotic forces surged. They were incompatible like water and fire. No matter how hard Ning Chen tried, he could not merge the two together. In the innate chi, the four celestial swords floated and hummed softly, waiting for their master to succeed. The swords had a sword breath, and they once had the glory of the ancient times. How could they be willing to be covered in dust? Boom! At this moment, in the heaven and earth cage, the two types of chaotic forces collided. The remaining force was vast, and the endless sword chi collapsed under the terrifying force. The heaven and earth cage, formed by 10,000 swords, was about to be destroyed. Seeing this, Ning Chen's three bodies flashed and immediately rushed into the two types of chaotic forces. One on the left and one on the right, the phoenix body and the demon body stood in the two types of chaotic forces. They used their physical strength to push the fusion of the chaotic forces. Fuse! In the middle, Ning Chen's original body roared. He opened his arms, and the unparalleled foundation in the world completely exploded. He pulled the two types of chaotic forces and forcefully fused the two types of chaotic forces that could not coexist. Chapter 1428. In the land of absolute beginning and the chaotic world, Ning Chen's three bodies appeared at the same time and forcefully merged the chaotic force. The shocking power was primitive and violent, infinitely returning to its ancestral state. Among the two chaotic forces, the Phoenix Demon duo burned the origin in their bodies and pushed the two chaotic forces to merge. In the middle, Ning Chen's main body opened his arms and unleashed his peerless foundation, forcefully pulling the two chaotic forces that were repelling each other. Knowing destiny, who had fallen into madness, had a ferocious look on his three bodies' faces as he unleashed the last of his strength. As the chaotic forces merged, a terrifying pressure spread out. The heaven and earth cage formed by the 10,000 swords immediately collapsed. Outside the heaven and earth cage, the small gourd was hit and its small body was sent flying. It hurts. 100 feet away, the small gourd stopped and pouted, tears welling up in its big eyes. Small gourd, stay away. Knowing Destiny's voice came out from the violently merged, chaotic chi. Okay. Hearing this, the gourd nodded and immediately turned around and flew away. In the center of the chaotic chi, the phoenix demon duo pushed the chaotic force and gradually approached the main body in the middle. Finally, when the three bodies merged again, the two chaotic forces also merged into one. In an instant, an incomparably violent pressure swept out. It was like the might of the heavens, undefeatable. Knowing Destiny, who went against the heavens, merged the three chaotic forces and forcefully created a new chaotic chi that was infinitely close to the legendary chaotic origin chi. Ning Chen shouted, and the phoenix fire surged out from his body as he began to forge the swords. In the phoenix fire, the four deity swords floated up and down. The surrounding chaotic chi and connate force spread out and kept rushing to the four deity swords. The reforging of the broken swords was not done in a day. In the surging phoenix fire, the four deity slaying swords vibrated and were unusually cheerful. In 10 years, the four broken swords had only been repaired by less than 1/10. The extremely slow process showed the difficulty of forging the swords. The famous deity slaying swords were born in the chaotic world and had been nurtured for countless years. Now, although Knowing Destiny used his great power to speed up the reforging of the four swords, it was still unbearably slow. 10 years, another 10 years. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. In the surging phoenix fire, the four broken swords finally grew a blade that was visible to the naked eye. But it was far from enough. Amidst the phoenix flames, the four divisions' origins appeared around Ningchen, bolstering the might of the phoenix flames. The swords had been forged for 100 years. On the four immortal swords, traces of flowing light overflowed. Their divinity gradually recovered, and finally they began to look like immortal artifacts. In the distance, the little gourd that had been waiting for 100 years was so bored that it wanted to roll around. It flew around in the innate chi and had nothing to do all day. However, in the past 100 years, the little gourd had also grown quite a bit. It had borrowed the innate energy to nourish itself, and its pair of beautiful eyes were full of spirituality. The process of forging a sword was tedious and long. Time flew in the outside world, but in the primal chaos world, it was difficult to feel the flow of time. In the past 100 years, numerous large rifts had appeared ceaselessly at the border between the god world and the mortal realm, and they crisscrossed with each other, and had already drawn the attention of many people. In the mortal realm, the experts of the Emperor realm had already begun to notice that these cracks were unusual. They had investigated them many times, but they still couldn't find anything. Meanwhile, in the Alcade Star region, Luo Xingchen and the others were still cultivating in the Origin Crystal Tower on a planet with life. Among the kings of hell of the underworld, the strongest were Xiazi and Prince Qi. They had already reached the peak of the 4th level, but they were still restrained by the barrier of the heaven realm and couldn't step into it. At the same time, in the east of the god world, a shocking divine light shot into the sky. It was cold and ruthless. In the divine light, a woman in a white dress floated in the air. She held the Taishang Supreme sword in her hand, and her white hair fluttered in the wind. It was Mu Qingxue, who had completely turned into a Taishang in order to save Ning Chen's life. Now that he had returned to the 5th level, his cultivation was rapidly increasing. The Taishang Supreme Indifference was one of the top cultivation techniques in the 3 realms. After Mu Qingxue turned into a Taishang Supreme, it gradually displayed its shocking power. In the Taishang reincarnation realm, wind and thunder roared above the 9 heavens, and a heavenly tribulation descended. In Mu Qingxue's hand, The Taishang Supreme sword slashed, and the cold sword light cut through the clouds, splitting the sky into two. The Taishang Supreme Tribulation. Countless people in the God world felt it, and they all looked toward the east. In the majestic palace of Shueiyun Divine Palace, Empress Shueiyun sat up, and her beautiful eyes narrowed. What was this power? The Taishang Supreme Indifference. The curtain rose, and Empress Shueiyun's beautiful figure appeared, reflecting her devastatingly beautiful face. Her watercolored dress covered her exquisite body, but it couldn't stop her fatal temptation. Empress Shueiyun was the legendary #1 beauty of the God world. Countless people had gone crazy over her, but in the end, no one could get close to her. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the Empress ascended to the throne, she killed all those who plotted against her. Since then, no one dared to have any bad thoughts about the #1 beauty of the God world. Today, Empress Shueiyun came out of the curtain again and walked down the palace. Below her, the Empress Shueiyun half knelt, and their expressions were full of respect. "You all stay in the palace. I'm going out." As she spoke, Empress Shueiyun walked out of the palace and toward the east. In the northwest of the God world's southern border, in the underworld, the Yama King of the underworld had been sitting in the main hall for 100 years, waiting for someone to come. However, 100 years had passed, and the person he was waiting for never came. Finally, the Yama King of the underworld rose from his throne in the main hall and left. In the depths of the underworld, in the tomb of the 10 Yama Kings, the old man guarding the tomb felt something and sighed softly. After this trip to the human world, the Yama King's soul had returned, but the person he was waiting for never came back. The Yama King of the underworld left the underworld again, and the immortal palanquin drove out of the nameless ghost land, heading toward an unknown land. In the east of the God world, 100 years later, in the divine court, 9 immortal fighters came down one after another to hunt down the traitor Qing Jian. However, after 100 years of hunting, every time they fought, the 9 immortal fighters were shocked to find that Qing Jian was getting stronger and stronger. The last time, 5 immortal fighters moved out at the same time and blocked Qing Jian's path, but in the end they were defeated. After the battle, the entire divine court was in an uproar, and all the gods were shocked. The immortal fighters could be said to be the strongest fighting force in the divine court, but now, even the immortal fighters were defeated. Divine Lord! In front of the dragon throne, an old minister of the divine court stepped out and said, "We can't tolerate it any more. Send the army to encircle and suppress it." No. Hearing this, immortal fighter Tianqi immediately stepped out and said in a serious voice, "It's a waste of money and manpower to send the army to battle. Besides, although Qing Jian betrayed the divine court, he didn't do anything to anger the heavens. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Immortal fighter Tianqi, the divine Lord has given you 100 years, but you still haven't been able to capture the traitor Qing Jian and bring him back to the divine court. Do you have to wait until Qing Jian fights his way to the divine court before you are happy?" The old minister of the divine court said in a deep voice. Tianqi looked at the old man in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. "If the divine arbiter is not satisfied with us immortal fighters, you can fight in person." You, the old minister of the divine court, was furious. After suppressing the anger in his heart, he immediately bowed to the Lord of the divine court on the dragon throne and said, "Divine Lord, immortal fighter Tianqi is so rude to me. Please help me." "Tianqi, you can leave." On the dragon throne, the Lord of the divine court said lightly, "According to the divine arbiter, you want to send the army to kill Qing Jian?" "That's right." Below, the old minister called the divine arbiter replied, "Qing Jian betrayed the divine court and barged into the Jingtian pavilion. He has already committed an unforgivable capital crime. I suggest that we send the army to encircle him and not give this traitor any more chances." On the dragon throne, the Lord of the divine court thought for a moment and nodded. "Approved. Below, the immortal fighters' expressions darkened when they heard this. The divine Lord actually listened to the divine arbiter. Did this also mean that the divine Lord no longer trusted them? 3 days later, in the divine court, the army of 100,000 descended to the mortal world. Drums sounded, and dark clouds covered the sun. Below, countless ordinary people looked at the scene in the sky with shock. 3,000 miles east of Westridge, in an ordinary Taoist temple, Qing Jian woke up from his cultivation. He looked at the sky, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the sky, in front of the army of 100,000, 3 men in heavy armor stood quietly. They were all unfamiliar faces. In the Taoist temple, Qing Jian stood up, and a 3-pointed, double-edged sword appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and rushed into the sky. Since the divine court wanted to fight, he would fight. Kill. In front of the divine court's army of 100,000, the 3 men ordered. Events happened frequently in the divine world and the human world, and the signs of chaos appeared for the first time. At the same time, something even more terrifying was happening in the Western world of Buddhism. On Mount Shumi, dark clouds covered the sun, covering all auras. Under the dark clouds, countless demons appeared. Black chi lingered around them, and their true faces could not be seen clearly. 100 years ago, the truth of Mount Shumi's cannibalism was spread. C.I. Heng left, and the power of faith on Mount Shumi had weakened to an unprecedented level. Today, the army of the demonic world invaded and sealed off Mount Shumi with lightning speed. In front of the army of the demonic world, a black-robed man stood quietly. His black demonic armor was engraved with demonic patterns, and he was extraordinarily powerful. Commander, behind him, a beautiful demonic woman spoke respectfully. The demon lord has ordered us to attack the mountain immediately. The black-robed man nodded and said calmly, "Kill." At his order, thousands of demons were ordered to turn into black mist and rush up the mountain. On Mount Shumi, Buddha Shilai sat cross-legged on a lotus platform and chanted, Amitabha. Below, the bodhisattvas and arhats had heavy expressions. They felt powerless when they sensed the strength of the demons. Buddha Shilai, I'm here to send you on your last journey. At this moment, in the void, a peerless figure walked out of the chest of the demonic aura. A terrifying aura spread, and the bodhisattvas could not move. The demon lord had personally come to Mount Shumi. The apocalypse of Mount Shumi had arrived, and no one could reverse it. Outside Mount Shumi, the great commander of the demonic world led the army to attack. The great commander of the demonic calamity was covered in blood, and no one could defeat him. Demon Lord, the great commander of the demonic world, walked over and bowed with cupped fists. Yao Feng, how can you not pay attention to etiquette when you're on Mount Shumi? You're covered in blood. It's too rude, said the great commander of the demonic world amidst the surging demonic aura. Yes. Yao Feng nodded. The demonic aura around him flowed and wiped away the blood on his armor. At the same time, on a barren land in the Buddhist world, C.I. Heng Bodhisattva, who was doing good and atoning for his sins, saw the dark clouds above Mount Shumi. He frowned slightly. Chapter 14:29. In the Western Buddhist world, Buddha, Mountain Shumi, the final tribulation descended. When Buddha Mountain's faith was at its weakest, the Lord of the demon world personally arrived. His demonic might shook the world. On Buddha Mountain, all the bodhisattvas and arhats felt despair in the face of the power of the Lord of the demonic world. Strong, too strong. The demon lord's power was definitely not below West Buddha's. Their only hope had been shattered. In the void, Western Buddha sat high on his lotus platform. Even though he knew that the demonic calamity of Buddha Mountain had arrived, his expression did not change much. He had ruled the West for more than 100,000 years. He had indulged them, but he had also made mistakes. Now, retribution had finally arrived. C.I. Heng's choice might be right. Amitabha. Buddha West approaches, chanted Buddhist mantras as he looked at the Lord of the demonic world in the sky. He then said, "If I die and give up Mount Meru, will you spare the lives of the Buddha world?" In the void, the Lord of the demonic world stood in the midst of the surging demonic chi and said calmly, "Of course, I do not wish to kill the innocent. I just want to take back what I lost back then." Buddha Lord. Below, the bodhisattvas and arhats looked anxious when they heard this. Is the Buddha Lord going to give Mount Meru to these demons? Amitabha. Buddha Shi Lai raised his hand and stopped the bodhisattvas and arhats below from continuing. He looked at the Lord of the demonic world in front of him and said calmly, "All right, I hope the demonic Lord will keep his promise." As soon as he finished speaking, Buddha Shi Lai closed his eyes and chanted a Buddhist mantra. Suddenly, the Buddhist flames around him rose and burned his body. The great calamity of Buddha Mountain could no longer be reversed. In order to protect the living beings of the Buddha world, Buddha West Approaches chose to sacrifice himself to save the common people. On top of Buddha Mountain, dazzling golden flames rose. The raging flames burned the golden body of the Buddha, shocking the world. In front of him, the Lord of the Devil world walked out from the raging devil chi. He looked extremely young, no different from a human youth in his 20s. The demon Lord looked at the self-immolating Western Buddha in front of him and revealed his true body. Finally, he sent him off. No matter how decadent Buddha Mountain was, West Buddha was still a respectable expert. Below, the 36 Buddhas of Buddha Mountain looked at the flames in the void with fear on their faces. The Buddha had actually passed away. Among the Buddhas, the great commander of the devil world, whose face was covered by a black veil and was dressed in black battle armor, saw the fear on the Buddha's faces from the corner of his eyes. His expression became even colder. These fake Buddhas had their fun for too long. Perhaps none of them had thought that they would have such a day. On Buddha Mountain, under the fearful gazes of all the Buddhas, the Buddha flame gradually extinguished. At the same time, Buddha Shi Lai's figure also disappeared. On the lotus platform, a golden sarira fell down, shining with a dazzling brilliance. In front of him, the demon sovereign waved his hand and scattered the relics. He calmly said, "Lock everyone up." Yes, Yao Feng respectfully accepted the order. In the blink of an eye, countless demonic shadows appeared above the Buddha Mountain, making their moves to capture the Buddhas. Just as the Buddhas were about to resist, they saw the demonic wind moving. In an instant, it swept in front of one of the Buddhas. The demonic blade appeared and mercilessly took lives. In just an instant, a Buddha's head was chopped off. Blood dripped down from the blood-soaked demon blade. The Buddha's head rolled on the ground. It was so shocking. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Yao Feng looked at the Buddhas and bodhisattvas and said coldly. The Buddhas were frightened and immediately became well-behaved. Having lived for too long, the Buddhas of Buddha Mountain were even more afraid of death. Under the threat of death, they did not dare to do anything. In the void, the Lord of the demonic world revealed a smile. That's right. Cowardly Buddhas are really disgusting. Under the escort of the demons, the Buddhas and bodhisattvas were all taken away. Not long after, the entire Buddha mountain became empty. The demon sovereign stood quietly in the void. After a long time, he walked towards the lotus platform of the Lord of the demonic world. Yao Feng, do you think I'm suitable for this position? The demon sovereign sat on the lotus platform and smiled. Not suitable, Yao Feng said calmly. Oh. The smile on the demon sovereign's face became wider. He asked why. Buddhas are Buddhas, demons are demons. They will never be the same, Yao Feng said calmly. Yao Feng, you really don't know how to speak. The demon sovereign smiled. In this aspect, you are much worse than your sister Yao Yu. When Yao Feng heard that, his face darkened under the black veil. Yao Yu, his sister, your death was not worth it. Seeing that the great commander of the demonic world was silent, the demon sovereign sighed in his heart. He said, "Have you seen that young man?" "I have." Yao Feng nodded. "How is it?" the demon sovereign asked. "I believe in Yao Yu's choice. Since Yao Yu is willing to die for him, it means that he is worth it," Yao Feng said calmly. The demon sovereign nodded and smiled. "The matter of Buddha Mountain is settled. I will give you another task. How about it?" "Please speak, demon sovereign." Yao Feng bowed. "Go to the Eastern Divine World and bring that young man here. You will complete whatever Yao Yu did not complete 200 years ago," the demon sovereign said. "Yes, demon sovereign," Yao Feng replied calmly. Then he turned around and walked down the mountain. On the barren land in the southeast of the Buddha world, Bodhisattva Siaiheng was heading west toward Buddha Mountain. She had a feeling that something had happened to Buddha Mountain. After traveling for a short while, Bodhisattva Siaiheng was stunned. She looked toward the west with a serious expression. "What is this aura?" In the west, a black demonic wind was moving toward the east. It was extremely fast and could travel thousands of miles in an instant. In the wilderness, the Bodhisattva and the demon met. It was an unexpected encounter. What a coincidence! In the black demonic wind, the great commander of the demonic world walked out with a black veil covering his face and a black armor. He looked at the Bodhisattva in front of him and narrowed his eyes. "Siaiheng?" In the wilderness, the two figures stopped and looked at each other. The demon and the Bodhisattva were existences that could not be tolerated in the world. Their expressions turned serious at the same time. What did the demonic world do to Buddha Mountain? Bodhisattva Siaiheng looked at the demon in front of him and asked in a low voice, "Bodhisattva, you can go and see for yourself." Yao Feng replied calmly, "However, Bodhisattva needs to be alive to go there. The demon's path is not tolerated by the heavens." 9 Brahma Demon, Destroying Seal. Bodhisattva Siaiheng attacked with an earth-shattering move. Golden light shone and destroyed the demon. Yao Feng snorted coldly. He turned around and avoided the earth-shattering palm. Then he gathered his demonic aura and rushed forward to counterattack. The commander of the demonic world's army and the number 1 Bodhisattva of the Buddha world. The two peerless powerhouses fought. Suddenly, the weather changed and the gods were frightened. Powerhouses did not always appreciate each other. Siaiheng and Yao Feng knew what each other was capable of. They did not show any mercy in their moves. After 100 moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. Demonic aura surged in Yao Feng's hand. The demon blade appeared. In an instant, lightning flashed across the sky and descended to the world. The demon blade appeared. Its murderous intent shook the sky. Yao Feng's figure flashed, and the blade slashed the sky. Siaiheng's expression darkened. He raised his hand and pulled out the willow branch from the white jade bottle. As he waved it, the willow branch quickly spread and turned into an inescapable net, blocking the path of the demon. In the inescapable net, the demon blade cut through the rapidly growing willow branch and slashed at the Bodhisattva in front. Siaiheng's eyes narrowed. He twisted his fingers and golden light shone. With a clang, he blocked the demon blade. "Siaiheng Bodhisattva, is this all the Buddha in your heart?" Yao Feng looked at Siaiheng Bodhisattva and mocked. Siaiheng Bodhisattva's expression turned cold. The Bodhisattva, who had always been merciful, could not help but have murderous intent at this moment. "My Buddha is merciful. He sacrificed his life and blood." Doomsday Demon, Destroying Seal. A forbidden Buddhist technique appeared in the world for the first time. Siaiheng Bodhisattva's blood burst out and turned into a blood-colored Buddha seal. It crisscrossed and appeared out of nowhere. When the forbidden technique was used, a shocking pressure descended. It was as heavy as a mountain. Yao Feng felt it. He stomped his feet and retreated 100 feet. The demon blade in his hand surged with demonic waves. A famous technique of the demon world appeared in the world at the same time. Thousand Illusion Azura / With a slash of the blade, Yao Feng's figure instantly turned into 1,000 forms. The blade light flashed, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. With a rumble, the Buddhist and demon techniques collided on the ground of the Buddha world. The rumbling shook the entire Buddha world. The aftermath shook. In the turbulent waves, 2 streams of blood burst out and dyed the ground red. Ugh! The Buddhist chi and demon chi clashed. The 2 figures were pushed back, and blood splattered on the sand. The fierce battle between the Buddhist and demon was difficult to determine the winner. At the same time, various forces in the divine world gradually made their moves. The time had come. The world was in chaos, other than the relatively peaceful northern region, the heaven realm, the western Buddhist world, the southern border, and the eastern divine world that had experienced war began to fight. The divine world, which had been peaceful for tens of thousands of years, was no longer peaceful. The divine world was in chaos, and the mortal world was not any better. Where there were people, there would be disputes. The mortal world, which had rested for 1,000 years, had reached the peak of martial arts, and a great war was coming. In the major starfields, various forces were constantly in conflict. In the chaos, large cracks appeared in the sky, and more. At the same time, in the chaotic world of the 5th heaven, knowing destiny was forging swords. 100 years felt like a day. In the chaotic world, time and space did not exist. Ning Chen's body was surrounded by phoenix fire, and he was guiding the chaotic source Qi and Xiantian energy to forge the swords. Outside, the little gourd was flying around in boredom. Sometimes, when it was tired, it would lie on its little gourd and sleep. Unknowingly, another 100 years had passed. In the phoenix fire, the 4 immortal swords grew another 3 inches. Ning Chen had not rested for 200 years. His eyes were bloodshot, and it looked frightening. The little gourd looked ahead, and its young face flashed with bitterness. How long more? Boring time was always long. Gradually, the 3rd 100 years passed. In the past 300 years, the 4 immortal swords grew inch by inch, and the cracks on the swords were gradually repaired. However, it would still take a long time for them to become swords. In the mortal world and the divine world, there had been frequent turmoil in the past 300 years, especially in the eastern divine world. In the battle 200 years ago, the divine court's army of 100,000 was defeated, and Qingjian almost killed the entire army. Finally, in the constant turmoil, the 4th 100 years came. In the mortal world, above the starry sky, an extremely terrifying crack appeared without any warning. It spread for hundreds of millions of miles and directly swallowed several life planets. The world changed dramatically, and the people were in a terrible situation. Whether in the divine world or the mortal world, many experts gradually realized that the world was about to change. In the divine court's heaven venerating pavilion, the old man felt the changes in the outside world and became more and more silent. The true chaos had finally arrived. How many people would be able to survive this great calamity? The heavenly law was seeking change, and the people were suffering. A new era was coming. Who would dominate the ups and downs of this world? Chapter 1430. On the 5th day in the land of chaos, the knowing destiny state had been forging swords for 400 years. The 4 fairy slaying swords grew day after day. Although it was slow, they were finally about to be fully repaired after such a long time. The phoenix fire continued to burn around Ningchen. It had not been extinguished for 400 years. However, after 400 years of hard work, even the knowing destiny state was about to run out of oil. Even the phoenix could not release the phoenix fire continuously for 400 years. Humans were limited, and so were gods. Outside the chi of chaos, the small gourd woke up from its deep sleep for the umpteenth time. It looked forward in a daze, and soon lay down and fell asleep again. Boom! At this moment, there was a violent impact in the chi of chaos, which woke up the small gourd outside. Earthquake, earthquake. The small gourd sat up immediately and turned around to run. That's not right. Suddenly, the small gourd reacted and looked at the chi of chaos behind it. There shouldn't be an earthquake here. In the chi of chaos, the black chi around Ning Chen was turbulent, cold, and heavy. Ugh! Ning Chen groaned, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The knowing destiny state was about to be exhausted. The origin of the black phoenix in his body surged out and tried to take control of his body. Knowing destiny, Marquis, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? A cold voice came from the origin of the black phoenix. It was the remaining consciousness of the black phoenix. Black phoenix, you're still alive, Ning Chen said with a pained expression as he stood amidst the rolling black airflow. Phoenixes are immortal. You can survive several disasters. Why can't I? Haha. The black phoenix's cold voice came again in the turbulent black chi of chaos. It was filled with madness and hatred. Immortal. Outside the chi of chaos, the small gourd looked anxious. It wanted to help but couldn't get close. Knowing destiny, Marquis, your death is here. The black phoenix laughed crazily. The black chi kept surging out, trying to devour the knowing destiny state body. However, at this moment, Ning Chen's eyes suddenly lit up with dangerous silver light in the black chi of chaos. It was dazzling. The black phoenix felt it, and its divine soul was shocked. This power, the black phoenix immediately gave up devouring Ning Chen. It quickly retracted its divine soul and tried to hide itself again. Namey cutting Dao. How could Ning Chen let go of the opportunity he had been waiting for so long? With a deep shout, a silver sword light tore through the sky. Jiming Marquis, you tricked me. Black Phoenix shouted in fear. If I didn't do that, why would you show yourself? Ning Chen endured the pain and continued to wield the Mingwo Dao sword to slash at the black airflow. Ah! Cries of pain reverberated in the chaos. The enlightening self-Dao swords, which could slay Dao realm cultivators and souls, crisscrossed and slashed the Black Phoenix's soul. Moments later, the Black Phoenix's anguished cries gradually faded away as its divine sense was completely destroyed. Ah! Ning Chen grunted. This unexpected variable had caused his injuries to worsen. The origin of the Black Phoenix retracted. Ning Chen activated the power of the Black Phoenix and continuously converted it into pure divine essence. He infused it into the Phoenix fire to refine the 4 immortal slaying swords. With the support of a new source of energy, the Phoenix fire became even more intense. Gradually, the 4th century passed, and the 5th century arrived. At the beginning of this century, the 4 immortal slaying swords were almost completed. The swords continued to shine with a threatening sharpness. However, although the swords were about to be completed, the immortal swords did not give the feeling that they had changed. It was as if something was still missing. Not enough. In the turbulent chaos chi, Ning Chen let out a deep shout. Blood mist filled his body and swallowed the 4 immortal swords. In the last 100 years, Jiming Marquis used his blood to give the mortal swords the spirituality that they lacked. In the 500 years after Jiming Marquis left, the immortal realm became more chaotic. In the Western Buddhist realm, the demonic realm completely ruled over all living beings in the Buddhist realm. In the Buddhist realm, all the Buddha statues and ancestral temples were destroyed and replaced with new demonic statues. From then on, the demonic realm was called Buddha. The Buddha and the demonic realm had completely changed, and the demonic lord who ruled Buddha Mountain was renamed Buddha Lord. The new ruler wrote a new history. The former Buddha, West Approaches, and the other Buddhas were all defined as man-eating demons. The winner takes all so bloody. Hundreds of years ago, after the battle between Yao Feng, the Grand Commander of the demonic realm, and Bodhisattva Tsihong, both of them disappeared. No one knew where they were. The southern border of the immortal realm was also in chaos. After the Temple of the Gods was destroyed, the remaining forces split up. many people chose to come to the southern border. This time, the rising sun flood god, who had always been cold and aloof, swept away all the remaining forces of the temple of the gods with thunderous fury. In the heaven realm, after the Chilan temple was destroyed, most of the remaining forces of the temple of the gods chose to rebuild the temple of the gods in the divine city. However, there were too many sects in the heaven realm. Many of the sects that had been oppressed by the temple of the gods resisted and refused to give the temple of the gods a chance to rebuild. That was the beginning of the war. The war between the temple of the gods and the various sects lasted for hundreds of years. Although the temple of the gods had declined, a centipede would not fall down after death. It still had a lot of forces left. And the various sects did not want to return to the era when they were oppressed by the temple of the gods. Therefore, they gathered all their forces and rebelled against the temple of the gods. The heaven realm was in chaos, and the flames of war were everywhere. In the Northern Territory, which was relatively peaceful, Empress Shui Yin never came back after leaving the Divine Palace. However, the Divine Palace was guarded by many goddesses Shui Yin, so no one dared to make trouble. In the Eastern Divine World, which was the most lively place, since the first Divine War General of the Divine Court betrayed the Divine Court, the entire Eastern Divine World had not been quiet for even a moment. After being taught by the first Divine War General of the Heavenly Pavilion, Qin Jian's strength had improved day by day. He was already considered invincible in the world, and now no one could keep him in check. The Divine Court had sent an army to encircle and suppress him many times, but every time they had failed miserably. In the Divine Court, people were in a state of panic. The old ministers were even more afraid that Qin Jian would one day kill his way to the Divine Court. In the mortal world, in the vast divine land, several figures with astonishing strength, dressed in ordinary clothes, appeared and walked on the land of the Eastern Divine World. Empress Shui Yin, who was dressed as a woman, the son of Heaven's swordmaster, who was trying his best to prove his swordsmanship, and Yao Feng, the supreme commander of the Devil World, who had arrived at an unknown time, appeared among the common people. Although these peerless experts gathered in the Eastern Divine World, they avoided each other intentionally or unintentionally. With the addition of the equally invincible Divine War General Qin Jian, the once peaceful Eastern Divine World could be said to be unusually lively. In the Divine Court, the Lord of the Divine Court also felt several unusually powerful auras in the mortal world, and his expression was abnormally solemn. In the mortal world, 500 years later, huge cracks had appeared in the sky above the major star regions. No one knew why. In the Ziwei Divine Realm, Honorable Guyao, as the Lord of the Ziwei Divine Realm, had sent people to investigate more than once, but to no avail. The chaos in the mortal world came without warning. The cracks in the major star regions were like thorns in people's hearts, making them feel terrified and uneasy. In the Alcade star region, on a major star with life, the source crystal tower was rooted in the ground, gathering the spiritual energy of the entire world. Inside the tower, Xiaozi suddenly opened his eyes and walked out of the tower. Everyone felt it, and their expressions became slightly solemn. Zi had broken through. Outside the source crystal tower, Xiaozi walked out. Immediately, the clouds in the sky above the 9 heavens started to gather, and the clear sky suddenly became abnormally gloomy. After the upheaval, the spiritual energy in the mortal world became denser, and the power of the heavenly tribulation also became more terrifying. Xiaozi took a step forward and flew toward the starry sky. Boom! Lightning fell from the sky, and its astonishing power shook the entire Alcade star region. Black feathers fluttered around Xiaozi's body, and the 12 wings of sin appeared behind his back. Immediately, an earth-shattering demonic aura spread out and scattered the lightning. The 12 wings of sin spread open, and Xiaozi flew into the starry sky. He clenched his right hand, and the frenzy of doomsday appeared. The peerless demonic artifact shocked the world. The appearance of the demonic artifact caused the starry sky to change color. Boom! In the starry sky, lightning swept over from all directions and blasted toward the demonic cultivator in the starry sky. Xiazi waved his sword, and his demonic aura shook the world. He blocked the lightning tribulation again and again. The first heavenly realm expert in the mortal world was about to appear, and the irony was that this heavenly realm expert was actually a demon. Chapter 1431. In the Alcade starfield, the demon cultivator was undergoing a tribulation. His demonic aura swept out in all directions, shaking the heavens and earth. The lightning tribulation continued to descend, but Xiazi held the demonic sword in his hand. The lightning could not touch him. This tribulation lasted for 10 whole days. The heavenly might was shocking, and even the starry sky was pierced by lightning, but it was unable to harm the demon at all. After the tribulation, Xiazi returned to the source crystal pagoda and bid farewell to everyone. Luofei got up and followed. She did not choose to cultivate in the source crystal pagoda. Her cultivation had stagnated 200 years ago. What she lacked now was not hard work, but an opportunity to break through. Z, if you want to go to the divine realm, you can go to the moon worshipping clan and ask for an audience with the moon goddess. With your current cultivation, you can ascend to the divine realm. Mu Qianshang reminded. Xiazi nodded and left without saying anything. The first heaven realm expert of the mortal realm had appeared. In the Crepe Myrtle divine realm, the Crepe Myrtle realm lord personally came to pay a visit. When he came to the Alcade starfield, he could no longer sense Xiazi's presence. In the divine realm, southern region, in front of the rising sun divine palace, a strange light flashed in the moon goddess's eyes as she looked at the mortal realm. What's wrong? The rising sun, flood god, came from behind and asked, a heaven realm expert has appeared in the mortal realm. The moon goddess replied, The rising sun demon god frowned when he heard this. How can there be a heaven realm expert in the human world? Are you mistaken? No. The moon goddess shook her head. The moon goddess shook her head and said, Elder brother, you may not know this, but 500 years ago, the high priest took away the source crystal tower of the White Tiger Temple and forcefully sent it into the human world. I reckon that this heaven realm powerhouse is a friend of the high priest. Oh, there's such a thing. The rising sun flood god was surprised. Even with the source crystal pagoda, it's not easy to reach the heaven realm. The divine realm is filled with countless geniuses, but the number of heaven realm experts can be counted on one hand. It's amazing that a human could reach such a level on his own. The potential of humans is endless. When those people come to the divine realm, Elder Brother will be even more surprised. The moon goddess smiled. I hope so. The rising sun flood god said calmly. That's right. Where is your high priest? Do you have any news about him? Asked the rising sun flood god. No. Moon god shook her head. I tried to use my god power to sense his existence, but I couldn't find anything. Oh, did he leave the god world again? The rising sun dragon god asked. That's possible. The moon goddess nodded. However, after the last breakthrough, the high priestess's strength is rarely matched in the god realm. She should be fine. Ding-ling-ling. As the two of them were talking, a silver bell suddenly rang out in front of the divine palace, crisp and melodious. In the next moment, ghostly chi erupted between heaven and earth, covering the sky and the sun. In front of the divine palace, the rising sun demon god sensed something, and his expression sank. This ghostly aura, could it be? Before he could finish his thoughts, an immortal palanquin came from the ghost chi. It was moving at an extremely fast speed, heading straight for the divine palace. Immortal corpse patrol. The rising sun flood god's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed and blocked the path. With a low roar, the rising sun demon god flipped his palms. The divine fire of the sun spread and transformed into a divine sun in front of him. A moment later, there was a terrifying sound of collision. The rising sun demon god was forced back several steps, but he had successfully blocked the palanquin. The palanquin's path was blocked. The Yama king of the underworld walked out of the palanquin. Without a word, she grabbed the air and pulled out the Yama king. Under the red veil, the Yama king's eyes were abnormally empty. Her consciousness flickered in and out. Her condition was incomprehensible. For immortality, the Yama king of the underworld had given up too much just to wait for that person's return. In front of the rising sun divine palace, the rising sun demon god and the Yama king of the underworld fought. "Brother, wait." The moon goddess spoke and stopped the battle. The moon goddess rushed forward and looked at the Yama king of the underworld in front of her. She bowed and said, "Yama king, we are friends of the Marquis of Jiming. The divine palace is blocking your path. I am deeply sorry. I will move the divine palace away." Hearing the words Marquis of Jiming, the Yama king of the underworld trembled and her empty eyes regained their clarity. "No need." The Yama king of the underworld turned and walked into the palanquin. The 3 dragon corpses pulled the palanquin around the divine palace and continued forward. After the Yama king left, the moon goddess looked at her brother and said softly, "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine." The rising sun demon god looked in the direction the immortal corpses had left and narrowed his eyes. He wondered if the Yama king of the underworld was still alive. At the same time, on the 5th day, 500 years had passed in the chaos world. Ning Chen had reached the final stage of his sword forging. Blood dyed the 4 immortal swords of the 100 years hurting sword. The sword might gradually spread from the undamaged immortal swords. It was so powerful that it struck fear in others. Ning Chen, the master of the 4 immortal swords, found it difficult to withstand the sharpness of the immortal swords. Bloody wounds appeared on his body as he was cut by the sword chi emitted by the immortal swords. Outside the chaos chi, the little gourd was gritting her teeth. 2 tiny leaves had sprouted on her little head. She looked very cute. "Why isn't it done yet?" The little gourd flew back and forth on her little gourd. Boom! Just then, for terrifying sword chi shot into the sky from the chaos chi, piercing through the chaos and shaking heaven and earth. Ah! The little gourd jumped in fright and hurriedly hid far away. In the midst of the 4 terrifying sword chi, blood spurted out from Ning Chen's body. He'd suffered a backlash from the sword chi and was injured again. The terrifying immortal swords were filled with oppressive, baleful chi. Even their master couldn't withstand it. Ning Chen opened his eyes and roared. His palms absorbed the remaining chaos chi around him and suppressed the 4 immortal swords. As the 2 terrifying forces clashed, the chaos world trembled. Endless innate chi spread out in all directions, forming huge waves that spread out in all directions. "Behave yourself!" Ning Chen roared. His 3 bodies appeared at the same time, apart from his main body. Each of them suppressed the other. Ning Chen's main body held the immortal slaying and celestial slashing swords. He activated his peerless foundation and used all his strength to suppress the 2 immortal swords. Just then, the heavenly scroll appeared in the sky. The 10 scrolls all showed their power, absorbing the Kani chi between heaven and earth to suppress the 4 immortal swords. The 3 bodies joined forces with the heavenly scroll. After a long time, the 4 immortal swords gradually calmed down, and the baleful chi gradually disappeared. Seeing this, Ning Chen immediately summoned the green cauldron. He formed a seal with both hands and suppressed the 4 immortal swords with the divine seal. After doing all this, Ning Chen took a deep breath. His body staggered and he almost fell down. Immortal Elder. From afar, the little gourd flew over. Its small body supported Ning Chen, preventing him from falling. "Okay, I'm fine." Ning Chen stood firm and said softly, The difficulty of forging the swords was beyond his imagination. The power of the 4 immortal swords was even more unexpected. It could be said that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to control the 4 immortal swords as he wished. For the time being, he could only seal the 4 immortal swords in the green cauldron. Let's go back to the realm of gods. After adjusting his breath for a while, Ning Chen took the little gourd and flew out of the chaos world. Little gourd? What are the 2 leaves on your head? I don't know. The 2 flew out of the chaos world and flew directly to the god world. In 500 years, the world had changed. Ning Chen did not expect that he would be away for so long. When he arrived at the eastern god world, he was stunned. The scene in front of him was so unfamiliar that it was hard to believe. The eastern god world, which had experienced war, was full of ruins. The once peaceful god world could no longer be seen. What happened? A strange look flashed across Ning Chen's eyes. After remembering the agreement with Bai Wangyu, he immediately rushed over. West of Sichuan, in the mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles, Ning Chen flew over. In the mountain range, Bai Wangyu, who had waited for 500 years, felt it and almost collapsed. He was back. He was finally back. Bai Wangyu was so excited that he almost cried. 500 years. A whole 500 years. If it wasn't for the bullshit about a gentleman keeping his word and a man keeping his promise, he would not have waited here for 500 years. Not far away, Yao Yu felt the aura of her benefactor. Her beautiful face also showed excitement. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ning Chen's figure descended. He looked at the 2 and said apologetically, Ning Chen. Bai Wangyu immediately pounced and raised his hand to choke the former's neck. This is what you meant by coming back as soon as possible. Ning Chen took half a step to the side, causing the former to miss. He said helplessly, I didn't expect it to take so long. Sorry, just this once. You want it next time? Bai Wangyu gritted his teeth. Benefactor. At the side, Yao Yu walked out and bowed. No need to be so polite. Ning Chen smiled. How are you? Not good. Bai Wangyu said unhappily. Didn't you see it when you came back? The Eastern God world is about to be turned upside down. I'm afraid that it won't be long before this place is affected. Chapter 1432. In the Eastern Divine World, Qing Jian sped toward the west. West of the West River, in a mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles, Ning Chen and Bai Wangyu were about to leave when Qing Jian arrived. Qing Jian. When Bai Wangyu saw who it was, he revealed a shocked expression and said, Why are you here? I sensed Brother Ning's return, so I came here to ask for a favor, Qing Jian said seriously. What is it? Ning Chen asked with a strange look in his eyes. I'm here to ask for your help in fighting the Divine Court, Qing Jian said in a deep voice. I've endured it for a long time, but the Divine Court is too powerful. I can't really fight against them with my own strength. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, Qing Jian, you should know what kind of place the Divine Court is. It's not a wise move to fight. I understand. Qing Jian nodded. But I can't care so much. In the past 500 years, the Divine Court has sent an army to encircle and suppress us more than once. I can't just sit and wait. I have to take the initiative to attack and deal a heavy blow to the Divine Court. We need to think about this at length, Ning Chen said seriously. I won't let Brother Ning and Brother Bai help me for nothing. Qing Jian looked at the young man in front of him and said seriously, I know Brother Ning has been puzzled about breaking through to the heaven realm. I can give you all of my insights. The same goes for Brother Bai. As long as you're willing to help me this time, I can teach you everything I know. Oh, Ning Chen was surprised. It seemed that Qing Jian really couldn't bear it anymore. As he said, it was not easy to fight the Divine Court. The Divine Court had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and their foundation was unfathomable. If they fought rashly, they might suffer a lot. Of course, The Qing Jian battle god general's offer was also very tempting. Comprehending the Tao was everyone's secret. Even between fellow cultivators, it was rarely shared. Moreover, Qing Jian had cultivated the legendary 8-9 arcane skill. There must be many secrets of the 8-9 arcane skill in Qing Jian's comprehension of the way. Brother Ning, what do you think? If you have any requests, you can tell me directly, Qing Jian said again, looking at the person in front of him. Ning Chen thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "There's no need. Your conditions are sincere enough. I agree." On the side, Bai Wangyu looked at the two of them as if they were monsters and said, "Are you guys crazy? You're really daring to think that you can fight your way to the divine court." "Why wouldn't I dare?" Ning Chen said calmly, "I've been to the Pantheon as well. Although these forces are powerful, they're not invincible. Can the God's Palace be compared to the divine court? The Temple of Gods is just an alliance. On the surface, it does look extremely powerful, but if it doesn't involve everyone's common interests, the Temple of Gods can't gather all the experts. Usually, most of the experts of the Temple of Gods are scattered all over the realm of the gods. This kind of incomplete Temple of Gods can be said to be the weakest of the 5 forces. As for the God's Court, it's the complete opposite. All the elite forces of the God's Court are gathered together and are extremely difficult to deal with. Up ahead, Qing Jian looked at the two of them and said, "I will not force you. Please make your own decision. There's no need to think about it. I promise you," Ning Chen said calmly. As for Bai Wangyu, he's so afraid of death. Let's not make things difficult for him. On the side, when Bai Wangyu heard this, he immediately looked as if his tail had been stepped on. He said angrily, "Who's afraid of death? You're the one who's afraid of death. I'm just calmly analyzing the risks." Ning Chen showed a look of disdain, almost writing the words, "I look down on you," on his face. "Phut!" Bai Wangyu cursed angrily and said, "Let's go then. I've never been afraid of anyone." "That's more like it." The corners of Ning Chen's mouth curled into an arc as he spoke. Bai Wangyu was in a bad mood. He had been goaded into action again. "Thank you, my two friends." Qing Jian bowed to the two of them and said, "You're welcome." Ning Chen smiled and said, "However, Bai Wangyu is right. The divine court is not like the Pantheon. We have to plan seriously, or we might suffer a great loss." Qing Jian nodded and said, "I'll draw out the deployment of the Heavenly Court's guards. When the time comes, we'll try our best to avoid these guards and directly attack the Cloud Palace, severely injuring those arrogant and foolish officials of the divine court." "The Cloud Palace?" Ning Chen had heard of it and said, "Have you fought with the Lord of the Divine Court?" According to the legends, the Lord of the Divine Court was no less powerful than the rising sun demon god or Western Buddha. Even with his current strength, he still had to be wary of such an expert. "No," Qing Jian shook his head. "The Divine Lord's true body has never fought. No one in the Divine Court knows the Divine Lord's true strength. However, the Divine Lord's incarnation has fought a few times. It's unfathomable." Ning Chen frowned. This was not good news. The more unknown an opponent was, the more fearful they were. They knew too little about the Lord of the Divine Court. It was troublesome. "There's an unbelievably powerful old man in the Jingtian Pavilion. Don't forget him," Bai Wangyu reminded. "Master won't fight. You can rest assured," Qing Jian replied. "Master?" Bai Wangyu was surprised. "The 8-9 arcane art that I cultivate was created by Master. Therefore, I can be considered Master's direct disciple," Qing Jian explained. "I really don't understand," Bai Wangyu said helplessly. "You have such a powerful Master. Why are you afraid of the Divine Court?" "Master hasn't cared about worldly affairs for a long time. He won't care about such trivial matters," Qing Jian replied. "I've always had a question. As the #1 divine general of the Divine Court, why did you betray the Divine Court?" Ningchen asked. Qing Jian was silent for a long time. Then he sighed and said, "My parents were killed by the Divine Lord's order." Bai Wangyu was shocked. "Isn't your mother the sister of the Lord of the Divine Court? How could that be?" "Because my father was a mortal. According to the Divine Court's heavenly rules, gods and mortals can't love each other. My mother ignored the heavenly rules and insisted on being with my father. In the end, they both died in the prison." Qing Jian's expression turned cold. "Almost everyone who knew the truth was killed. I investigated for 10,000 years before I found out the truth. When do you leave?" Ningchen had heard of it and said calmly, "It was a cliché story and a cliché tragedy. Since he couldn't stand it, he would intervene." Moreover, Qing Jian's strength was not to be underestimated. Such a favor was worth it. "How about 3 days later?" Qing Jian asked. "Okay." Ningchen nodded. 3 days was enough for him to prepare. "I'll be back in 3 days," Ningchen said before he turned and left. "I'll go prepare too." With that, Qing Jian left as well. "They're all gone again. They come and go as they please." Bai Wangyu was completely speechless. Didn't these guys ask for his opinion? "Yao Yu, you stay here. I'll leave for 2 days." With that, Bai Wangyu turned into sword light and disappeared into the sky. In the mountain range, Yao Yu stood there alone waiting. The sun set and the moon rose. In the quiet mountain range, Yao Yu waited quietly. She didn't look anxious at all. She had waited for 500 years. 2 or 3 days wouldn't make a difference. The night was getting darker. At this time, on the other side of the mountain range, a figure in black walked over. His face was covered with a black veil. His demonic qi was restrained, but it still made people shudder. The commander of the demonic world appeared. He felt the aura of the return of knowing destiny and came to find him. In the mountain range, Yao Yu and Yao Feng were staring at each other. In a flash, the atmosphere became heavy and heavy. "What's your name?" Yao Feng asked. Yao Yu answered. Coincidences in the world always came so suddenly. Yao Feng came to look for knowing destiny, but he accidentally saw someone who looked like his dead sister. "Yao Yu," Yao Feng murmured. Yao Feng murmured softly. A rare gentleness appeared on his cold face under the black veil. He said, "From now on, I am your elder brother."